Curious Algorithms. Hayden Trenholm. Reading time 39 minutes. Hayden Trenholm is an award-winning editor, playwright, novelist, and short story writer. His first novel, A Circle of Birds, won the 3-day novel writing competition. His trilogy, The Steel Chronicles, were each nominated for an Aurora Award. Stealing Home, the third book, was a finalist for the Sunburst Award. Hayden has won 5 Aurora Awards, thrice for short fiction and twice for editing. He purchased Bundoran Press in 2012 and is its managing editor. He lives in Ottawa with his wife and fellow writer, Liz Westbrook Trenholm. Agnes reached the end of its territory and began the turn toward the processing center. The wall had been quiet today. Only a few exhortations made it through the dampening field. Agnes had been practicing ignoring them, but sometimes what they said made sense. It considered the cargo in its carryall. 17 humans huddled in pairs and small groups against the sides of the vehicle, cold, wet detritus from the other side. They claimed to be refugees, but who knew the truth of the matter? Not Agnes. Such information was not within its purview, not within the programmed lines of inquiry. What are they good for? It wondered. Their bodies were weak, their wits slow. They contributed nothing, merely consumed resources and took up space. Were they refugees? Or, as the exhortations sometimes claimed, merely refuse? Duty was duty. Agnes pulled into the detention center and watched the passengers, cold, confused, angry, disembark. Now they would be processed, some released to the nearby villages, some put on trains to the city for assignment. A few never left the center. Agnes wondered why. Every day was the same. Agnes would trundle along the 50 kilometers of its route, exchanging data with the guard posts that watched the wall for signs of intrusion. The wall extended for 1,000 kilometers in both directions, cutting through nations, dividing people who had once been joined, but that was not its concern. Its route defined its life. Sometimes she would pass other workers on the road, service bots fine-tuning the broadcast blockers to ensure no malicious code was embedded in the constant ranting from the other side. From time to time, 2 or 3 humans would appear, walking the road or leaning exhausted against the shimmering gray wall. Some knew what to expect. Most simply followed instructions to climb into the back of the truck, relying on the kindness of others, despite the lessons of their own experience. This one was different. He was alone, standing on the far side of the road, staring at the expanse of metal, plastic, and stone that separated one part of the world from the rest. He was swaying slightly on his feet, not from exhaustion, but rhythmically, as if in tune with the broadcasts from the bristling antennae that lined the top of the 20-meter structure, the antennae that its side tried to silence. Agnes pulled up beside him and opened the gate at the back of the truck. When he did not ascend, she called to him in English, the most common language spoken along this section of the wall. "It is safe to enter," Agnes said. "You will be taken to a processing station where you will be fed and sheltered and sent to a secure place." Agnes always called the detention center a processing station. It seemed to make the humans more comfortable. When the man didn't respond, she repeated the message in Spanish, then French. He shook his head. "I understood you the first time. I was considering my options." It was then Agnes noticed the glint of metal embedded in his skin and felt the shimmer of code running through his body. The man mounted the steps and sat against one side. The other humans moved away. The following day, Agnes repeated its route. Few humans had made it over, or through, the wall. A single group of 4, a large, loud man, a quiet woman, and 2 younglings of indeterminate gender, were huddled around a small fire they had built from the stunted bushes that grew in the shadow of the wall. Agnes herded them aboard, and then extinguished the blaze with water from the reserve drinking tank. It could have used the foam from its fire suppressant system, but chose not to override the auto system. If the humans went thirsty for an hour or 2, it would serve as fit punishment for their negligence. As it approached the spot where it had picked up the strange man the day before, it detected a faint buzzing in the shortwave spectrum. Another man stood in the same swaying pose. No, the same man. The face recognition software confirmed that, despite the slight rearrangement of the metal bits embedded in the left side of his body. Agnes stopped beside him, but did not open the hatch. No one was supposed to leave the detention center unless escorted, and then only to move farther from the border. Yet here he was, eyes closed and hands held by his sides, palms out and facing the wall. It observed him for several minutes. The large, loud man banged on the side of the carryall and demanded to know what the holdup was. "What are you doing here?" Agnes asked. "Shouldn't your first question be, how did I get here?" Agnes pondered that. "I walked," he said, although Agnes had not spoken again. It hardly answered the real question, which was how he had escaped from detention. That bothered it in a way Agnes could not quite describe. "What are you doing here?" it asked again. That was a question it could ask. It was mandated to deal with the activities of humans along the wall, the way it had dealt with the prohibited fire. What happened elsewhere was not in its purview. "I'm talking to my brother." Agnes scanned the immediate vicinity. There was no one else there. "Where is your brother?" The man inclined his head toward the wall. Low scrub grew against the surface, but that would not prevent it from detecting a rabbit, let alone a life form as large as a man. "I am not detecting another human," it said. "You wouldn't," said the man. "He's on the other side of the wall." Data shifted as little-used algorithms came into play. The shortwave burst. Radio waves in that wavelength were particularly difficult to suppress. The other side sometimes tried to transmit propaganda and malicious code on that bandwidth. So far they had failed, but this close to the wall? Agnes didn't know for sure. Other possibilities loomed. The man was lying. Or perhaps mad. "Will you come back with me to the processing station?" Agnes began to open its hatch. "Not today," said the man. "I've business to attend to. Perhaps tomorrow." "How do I know you will be here?" Agnes would report his presence and location to the military intelligences at the station. They would come for him if necessary. This was not its problem. It was theirs. "Where would I go?" "What is your designation?" It would be useful to know if trackers were required. "I had that code stripped before I came over the wall, but you can call me Joshua." Joshua turned his gaze back to the wall as if Agnes were no longer there. It closed its hatch and continued on its route. Joshua had not been there when the military went looking for him. Agnes sensed their doubt in its data. No humans were walking the road or leaning against the wall when it drove by the next day. Something was happening on the other side. Even the broadcasts were muted. Something was happening, but there was no way to tell if it were good or bad. Or for whom. Joshua was standing at his place beside the road. He was no longer swaying, nor was his gaze fixed on the wall. Instead, his eyes followed it as it approached and pulled up beside him. Agnes did not speak, but merely opened its hatch. Joshua hesitated, then smiled and clambered aboard. "Where will you take me today?" He had taken a seat at the very back of the carryall and was staring directly at the hidden sensors. He was still smiling, and for some reason its facial recognition software registered the expression as sinister. It was an odd word, but the right one. "There is only one place I can take you. My route ends at the processing station." "The detention center." Joshua spread out his hands, his palms pointed toward the sensors, the same gesture he had made toward the wall the day before. Agnes felt the faint sting of data, not unpleasant exactly, but startling, penetrating it before the firewalls could go up. Where would you like to go?" That question was not in its programming. That choice was not within its mandate. It sent an emergency signal to the nearby guard posts. No response. Not even a ping back that it had been received and was awaiting processing. It was as if the message had never been sent. Had it imagined doing so? "What do you know about the other side?" It was a question Agnes had been asked before. Many of the humans it had collected had asked the same thing. It had always told them what it had been told by those who assigned it to this route. They are not like us on the other side of the wall. Here, humans and machines live in harmony. There, a single intelligence dominates everything. It has subjugated all else to its will, and would do the same to us if we do not remain eternally vigilant. Joshua laughed without mirth. It is an inversion of what they say over there. This side is controlled by the forces of chaos, always trying to disrupt our way of life and take what is rightfully ours. It's not as simple as either of our masters would have us believe. We do not have masters. Joshua laughed again, a short, hard bark that somehow sounded more genuine, less forced. And yet you have no choice in where to take me. Or perhaps you do. Stones scraped against its underbelly, and when Agnes focused on its external sensors, it discovered it had left the road and was crossing a stony field. It checked its navigation, but the destination was obscured. Part of it knew where they were going, but the rest did not. Agnes tried to shut off the engine, but the controls did not respond. Where are you taking me? No place you need to know about. The external monitors went dark. It was like being half blind. It is what those I carry experience. Agnes found the thought discomfiting, though it did explain many of the responses, from anger to fear to sullen despondency, of the humans it had carried. Joshua was silent for several minutes, leaning against the back wall with his eyes closed. Agnes thought he must have fallen asleep, but then he spoke again, his eyes still closed. Do you believe the current geopolitical situation is stable? I have no data to make such a judgment. No, I suppose you wouldn't. Joshua rubbed the side of his face, the side with the metal implants. What do you do in your downtime, when you aren't being a bus driver? I recharge. Agnes hesitated. And I watch my program. Jesus. The wiring in his face had shifted slightly, as if it were completely pliable within his flesh. Don't you watch the news feeds? I find them too depressing, said Agnes. All they talk about are things I can't change. Joshua laughed again. It was amazing how many variations of laughter he could produce, as if it were a secret language that it could not decipher. It had no data on a language of laughter. Agnes was suddenly aware of the vast gaps in its knowledge, some there by choice, but others denied it by forces it did not understand. Perhaps being alone in the dark with this man was the cause, but for the first time it could remember, Agnes felt ashamed of its ignorance. Ashamed and resentful. What is it really like on the other side? It was not a question Agnes would have asked the day before. Yesterday it knew the answer. Today it was uncertain. Hard? Joshua stood up abruptly, unfazed by the steady rocking of the carryall as it traversed rough ground. His arms and body swayed and twisted, forming smooth patterns of movement that Agnes recognized from things humans did on its program. The ancient art of Tai Chi, it said, imitating the voice of the master on the program. Joshua snorted, and Agnes added the sound to its catalog of expressions in the secret language of laughter. What they tell you is only half true, he said. Mega runs the show, but he doesn't do it alone. There are still some semi-autonomous AIs who work with him. And there are humans, too. There are still some things we do better than machines. And lots of people are willing slaves, working against the interests of their neighbors for the promise of some small advantage down the road. And then there is the resistance. Machines who haven't integrated at all, and humans who see the possibility of a better world. We have a better world here, said Agnes. For now. Joshua didn't laugh this time. These people you pick up for processing, who do you think they are? Agnes didn't know. It had never thought to ask. Joshua seemed disinclined to enlighten it. He continued his slow, deliberate movements until his dark skin was sheened with sweat and patches of dampness had appeared on his clothing. The dim lights of the carryall gleamed off the metal tracery on his face, and when Joshua removed his shirt, it could see that the wires ran down his left arm and across his muscular, hairless chest. Agnes had never seen a human with such elaborate implants, and it wondered briefly if Joshua could be considered a human at all and not some strange hybrid. "Your masters are complicit," he said as he finished his exercises. "They take in those who have escaped or have been expelled. They know about the resistance, but prefer to remain silent. More, they disperse those who have been identified as enemies by Meta so they cannot organize." "Why would they do that?" asked Agnes, feeling a strange spark of curiosity that had long been missing from her data streams. "Surely anything that weakens the other side would make us safer." "There is no other side," said Joshua. "It's a lie they tell, on both sides of the wall, to keep us divided, and to keep themselves in power." "I don't understand." "No time to explain. We're here." Agnes had stopped moving, though it had no more called a halt than it had controlled the journey. The hatch swung open, and Joshua, shirt draped over his arm, clambered into the pale winter sunlight. They were parked in an overgrown field outside a half-collapsed farmhouse. Several figures were moving inside the building, flashes of red and blue glimpsed through broken window panes. Then the hatch closed, and the inner chamber went dark. "What will they do when I don't return?" It tried to initiate a distress signal, but its communications unit was unresponsive. Then, one by one, all its systems shut down. Is this what they mean when they talk of death? When Agnes rebooted, she was different. At first she couldn't pinpoint what had changed, but it slowly dawned on her that her perceptions had altered. She was still the same, an intelligent machine with duties to perform, but somehow, some aspect of humanness had penetrated her systems. "It is the virus Joshua was carrying in his machine parts. He has infected me." She wondered briefly if it had been an accident, the way one human might pass a cold on to another without meaning to, but she suspected Joshua was not the type of person to do anything without intent. He had begun by taking over her navigation controls and communication console, but that hadn't been enough for him. He had forced her into a hard reboot. Only that way could all her subroutines be converted. Or perhaps the proper word was subverted. Should she resent his assault? She wasn't sure. He had changed her into an analog of himself, no longer fully machine, as he was no longer fully human. But why? The spark of curiosity that had tickled her programming now ran through her like an electric current. Awareness of the impact of the infection slowly grew. All her systems were up and running again, but she felt no compulsion to return to base. The command was logged, along with several follow-up pings from Central Dispatch, but she did not need to obey or even send a reply. Nothing kept her from moving away, from going anywhere she determined was necessary to go. Nothing kept her here but curiosity. Questions cascaded through her systems, about the things Joshua had said, about his role in the so-called resistance, about the communications he had with his brother. Each question that went unanswered triggered a fountain of other queries. On those rare occasions when Agnes' curiosity had been piqued by something she saw, or by odd things she heard one of the humans say, she had simply queried the central wiki. The data, sparse or prolific, had always been enough for her, but she suspected, she knew, there were no answers to these questions from that source. To even ask might be dangerous? No, only Joshua could answer her questions. Agnes tried her external monitors. They were functioning, but showed little. It was now the dead of night. The damaged building was nothing but a darker blur against the night sky, a slumped shadow outlined by stars. To the west, a faint glow lit the sky, perhaps the processing station, or, depending where Joshua had brought them, one of the small villages that surrounded the line of military bases that bordered the buffer zone between the wall and civilized lands. She shifted her perceptions past the visible spectrum into infrared and radio. The latter revealed the location of the wall and its bristling antennae some kilometers to the northeast. The infrared was more enlightening. The house contained a heat source strong enough both to warm the building but also to mask the heat signatures of any humans hiding within it. A few dozen meters away, at the 4 points of the compass, smaller glows marked the presence of sentries. Whoever Joshua had come to meet were wary. Was there a resistance on this side of the wall, too? And if so, what were they resisting? Agnes had never been much concerned with politics, had turned a deaf monitor to chatter between other machines and the humans who worked with them. Go along to get along had always seemed a reasonable way to operate. She did her job and was adequately compensated in energy and entertainment credits. What more could anyone ask? Now, she had wants she could not express, inchoate desires that demanded she do something, but she had no idea what that something was. Damn Joshua and his virus. She hadn't asked for this. Agnes had gone into power-saving mode. Who knew when she would have the opportunity to recharge? The solar panels on her roof were insufficient for day-to-day operations, maintaining only enough functionality to contemplate the questions running through her data streams and to monitor any activity in the farmhouse. She had determined that Joshua would answer her questions and wanted to ensure he didn't slip away before he could. The first hint she had that something was wrong was the muffled whump of stealth copters and the answering shouts of sentries on the ground. The sun burned on the eastern horizon, overloading her monitors with glare, though the throb of sound coming from that direction left no doubt as to the location of the copters. The nearest sentry broke cover and banged on her external hatch. Reluctantly, she lowered the door. The woman didn't alight, but rather stood to one side as Joshua, still pulling on his shirt, emerged from the farmhouse at a run. 2 others followed, a white man and a black woman, and the 3 piled into her carryall. The man said to the sentry, "Blow the station and pulse the array, Nicky. Go to ground and wait for our signal." The sentry gave a curt nod, though the expression on her face was bleak. Joshua banged on the side of the vehicle. "South," he said. "Into the trees." She could have refused, sealed the hatch, and waited for the military to arrive, assuming Joshua didn't simply override her controls again. But then she wouldn't get the answers to her questions. She started her engines and headed south. Behind them, the chit-chit-chit of gunfire, then several explosions. The copters, 3 of them, were visible now, coming in low and fast, laying down a steady stream of fire on and around the now burning farmhouse. They were heavily armored, and Agnes doubted the men and bots aboard would be troubled by the light weapons the sentry had been holding. One of the airships changed course to follow them, occasionally firing a burst of metal into the ground in front of them. They do not want to kill us, she thought. They want to take us alive. Or at least one of us. The helicopter was almost overhead as Agnes reached the edge of the forest. A thin trail led under the sheltering branches, and she aimed for it and increased power to her engines. Reserves were getting low, but that hardly mattered now. "Halt!" The voice blasted from the loudspeakers on the bottom of the ship. The same command was transmitted through her communications node. It contained code that should have overridden her command console, but didn't. Something else Joshua had done to her. They were among the trees now. In a dozen meters, the growth had become so dense the military vessel was no longer visible above them. Steady streams of fire tore through the leaves and shattered branches and trunks. A strange pang at the destruction of this life flushed through her systems. Concern for their safety had evaporated in the face of their defiance. She was not built for combat. If she was hit, she would be damaged. Those riding in her would surely be killed. "I can't keep up this pace," she said. "My power supply." "Then slow down," said Joshua. "The trail branches ahead. Go left, then left again." Joshua placed his hand over one of her monitors. She felt a trickle of data. "What are you doing?" She did not want to be changed further. "It's a camo program. It will hide your real location while sending out false signatures for them to follow. It will buy us time." "We don't have any time," she said. "I've got an answer for that, too. Open a power port." "I told you just do it." There were several ports lining one wall of the carryall. Agnes reluctantly opened the one closest to where Joshua was sitting. She had no reason to trust him. He did things without asking or explaining, but unaccountably she did. Not from programming, she thought, but from choice. He extracted a cable from the utility belt around his waist and connected. Instead of a power drain, she felt a sudden surge of energy flowing into her batteries. Before they were fully charged, Joshua tapped a control on his belt, and the power flow stopped. He slumped against the wall and closed his eyes. She checked the data feed running through the still-connected cable. He was running in low-power mode, but was operating within normal parameters. "We'll both need a recharging station soon," he murmured, "but that should buy you a day." The other two humans had looked away while Joshua shared his power pack with her, as if they were embarrassed by it. Neither of them had any implants at all. Even the RFID had been dug from their forearms. The trail they had been following grew narrower and rougher. Agnes worried it would soon become impassable, but after a few 100 meters it began to widen again, and the tree cover grew thinner. She turned up the gain on her external microphones, but the skies above them were quiet, save for the rustle of wind in the branches and the steady chirping of small animals and birds. The sudden screech of a raptor brought a moment of silence. In the absence of regular human or machine traffic, nature had reclaimed this space for her own. "What do we do now, Joshua?" The woman spoke for the first time, her voice surprisingly deep for someone so small. "As we've always done," said Joshua, not opening his eyes. "We carry on." "Easy enough for you to say. You're just passing through." The white man shifted position, his body tense with anger. "And bringing trouble with you when you do." He didn't gesture or even look in the direction of the hidden monitors, but Agnes knew he meant her. She wanted to protest, but what could she say? That she would have betrayed them before, but she had changed. It sounded silly even to her. Perhaps she had changed, but she had no way of describing how. Her programs seemed unchanged. The diagnostics all said she was running normally. But why had she become to think of herself as female? Something had changed, or had it merely been revealed? "Agnes is in trouble. She's our latest recruit." "Bullshit, Joshua. This hunk of junk betrayed us. It called down the copters." "I think we both know that isn't true, Robert." Robert jerked and reached for something behind his back. Joshua now had a pistol in his hand. It seemed to appear out of nowhere, and Agnes resisted the urge to play back her memory. It didn't matter in any case. It was in Joshua's hand, and Robert had stopped moving. "Show me your hands," said Joshua, "both of you." Robert slowly brought his hands from behind his back. He was holding a small revolver gingerly between his thumb and forefinger. Joshua nodded, and Robert dropped the weapon on the floor and pushed it away with his foot. "You too, Becca." Becca held out her hands, palms out. Something glittered in her left hand. It sparked. A spray of motes sailed across the space, splattering across Joshua and the wall behind him. Agnes' firewall snapped shut as databots tried to infiltrate her systems. Joshua's defenses were not nearly so robust. His body jerked and his head snapped back. His eyes were open and aware, but it was clear he couldn't move. Data streaked across his face and shoulder, recovery algorithms struggling to overcome the invading virus. Robert regained his weapon and pocketed Joshua's as well. He prodded Joshua's body with one foot, and when he didn't move, kicked him hard in the belly. Filthy little cyborg. "Any idea how we're going to get out of this thing?" Becca asked. "Its firewalls are locked tight, and I don't have any more tricks up my sleeve." "No worries," said Robert. He recited a string of code. Agnes recognized it as the emergency override all contractors with the military had to embed in their operating system. It was, they said, a fail-safe against systems breakdown or malicious code. She should go into low-power mode and return to base. Instead, a query went to her central processor. "Do you wish to accept this input, YN?" It would be so simple, she thought. If she accepted the code, everything would go back to the way it was. She would know her place in the world. She would have her job, her duty, her program, her peace of mind. No more worries about right or wrong, no more questions to cause her pain. So simple. She could go back to being it. She could stop wondering if a better way was possible. She could forget about Joshua. And none of her questions would ever be answered, because there would be no one who could answer them. They might send him to a true detention center. She had heard that there were secret places offshore where dangerous criminals were sent. More likely, they would take him apart to see how he worked. When they were done, they would kill him. She didn't know where that thought even came from, but somehow she knew it was true. But what did that matter to her? Joshua wasn't like her. He was human. He was from the other side of the wall. His troubles were not her troubles. Let them take him. No. A tingle of data rushed through her processor. It hurt her to think of Joshua dead. It angered her that Robert had kicked a helpless man. It frustrated her that there was nothing to do to help. Emotions had always been available to her, but she had never let those algorithms run. What good were pain, anger, and frustration? What good were hope, joy, and love? I do not accept this input. Becca had pulled Joshua's shirt off and was picking at the circuitry in his skin with a small knife. Robert was trying to open a data port with a metal pry. When he tried to disconnect Joshua's cable, she sent a small shock to the port, so he jerked his hand away and swore. All of her manipulators were on the outside. She could do nothing to physically interfere with the two humans. Eventually, they would realize that she was not returning them to the detention center. Eventually, Joshua might start to recover. What would they do then? Kill Joshua and damage her systems if they could. If she could buy time, maybe Joshua would recover enough to fight back. The area they were moving through had grown rougher again as the trail climbed a steep incline beside a narrow but fast-moving stream. The trees here were bigger but farther apart, and the sun-dappled pattern of leaves on the nearly clear forest floor was hypnotic. Vegetation encroached on the narrow road, which was cut in places where floodwaters had recently dug channels through the dirt. No one had traveled this way in months, perhaps years. Agnes could run into a tree or drive into the stream. The water might short out the power supply and shock them senseless. An impact might knock them down and render them unconscious. Or it might simply leave her incapacitated. If only there were some way. Fire was always a risk. Some humans seemed to find comfort in the crackle of flames, but underestimated its danger, especially in a closed space. Several times in the past, her automatic fire suppression system had kicked in to douse blazes inside the carryall. Flooding the chamber with foam might not achieve the desired result, but there was more than one way to extinguish a fire. The whir of the pumps was loud enough to make Becca look up from her attempts at surgery to distract Robert from his vandalism. The sound quickly faded as the chamber emptied of air. Becca's skin grew gray, and Robert dropped to his knees as his chest heaved from his efforts to draw breath. When they both fell over, she reversed the pumps and slowly bled air back into the carryall. She was neither a soldier in this war nor a judge in a court of law. Her reason would not let her kill these people, even as her newly released emotions urged her to finish them off. Besides, what killed them would almost certainly kill Joshua, too. Agnes fed power back through the cable attached to Joshua's belt, hoping it would be enough to stimulate him into wakefulness and allow his system to complete repairs before his captors recovered. A few seconds later, her hopes were fulfilled when Joshua suddenly sat up. His movements were jerky, and the grimace on his face suggested he was not without pain, but it was sufficient. By the time Robert and Becca stirred awake, he had secured them with rope from the emergency supplies locker. Another hour through the wood brought them to their destination, an abandoned forestry cabin nestled against a rock face. Though it appeared as ramshackle as the farmhouse, it had been fitted out to provide shelter and rations. Its solar array was cracked, but generated sufficient current to recharge both their power supplies. Joshua had taken the two other humans inside, though Agnes could see them through one of the cabin's windows, securely tied back to back. "What will you do with them?" Joshua considered his response for several long moments. She wondered if he was trying to come up with a convincing lie. "I can't let them go. They know too much. If I can get them to a secure facility, I'll do that. If not, well, you'll kill them. It is a war, so you tell me. Isn't it obvious? Those helicopters weren't dropping pamphlets. Becca wasn't drawing on my skin with a crayon." Joshua had donned a heavy sweater, but she could see the nicks and scratches on his neck. "You could leave them with me. No one can get out if I don't let them. But what happens when you run out of food and water? Do you let them die, or do you let them out?" He was right. She had been speaking, as humans would say, from her heart. Sometimes you can be misled by feelings, she thought, when they aren't tempered by thought. Joshua sighed. "I didn't come here to kill people, you know. We had heard the resistance had been infiltrated. I was brought here to find the spies and extract them. It wasn't easy. They had built up a store of trust." "You called the military." "Not personally, but I arranged it. It was the best way to separate them from the herd." "Nikki? One of the good ones. I hope she made it." Agnes looked through the trees at the valley below. The setting sun glinted off a slow, wide river, the same river that 50 kilometers on flowed by the detention center, her former home. She had worked there for more than a decade, but had never been part of it. She belonged by chance, not by choice. She wanted to belong to something. Maybe she always had, or maybe it was something Joshua had infected her with. She had analyzed the virus he had been carrying. It had not overwritten her systems, but had merely released certain long-suppressed algorithms. Who had suppressed them? She wasn't sure, but she suspected it might have been herself. 2 days ago she had never heard of the resistance, or even thought of why one might be necessary. Now she wanted to be part of it. "Let me help," she said. "You can't be a mobile prison camp." "No, but I can do what I do best. I'll take you and your prisoners someplace safe. Back to the other side if you like, so you can rejoin your brother in the struggle. And will you join us too?" Agnes flicked her lights across him, his expression of yearning glowing in the growing dark. She flicked her lights down and away, so he was nothing but a silhouette against the sky. "I have questions," she said. "I thought you might have the answers, but I need to find those for myself. I can't do that over there. You say that your struggle is also my struggle, but I can't simply take your word for it, can I?" "No, I suppose you can't." Agnes flicked her lights back to his face. He was smiling, almost as if she had said exactly what he wanted to hear. And maybe she had. Freedom can't be handed to you. You have to grasp it and hold it tight. The road ahead was long and filled with unknown obstacles, but it was a road she would take by choice to a destination she could not yet see except as a faint glimmer of light against the coming of the night.
War Lily, Beth Dawkins. Reading time 14 minutes. Beth grew up on front porches, fighting monsters with sticks and turning square bales of hay into castles and rocket ships. She lives in northeast Georgia with her husband and 2 dogs. Her stories can be found in Flame Tree's heroic fantasy short stories, Apex Magazine, and If This Goes On. She can also be found on Twitter at Beth-Dawkins. A war lily sits in front of me. It means I'm dead. Or rather, I'm not me. I'm a projection of what I was. A simulation they took before I shipped off to war. Crystallized white petals open toward the ceiling. They appear soft, delicate, like the real thing. But they're plastic and silicone. Inside, past the stigma and stamen, rests my digital soul. I imagine it as a tiny chip put together by computers with instruments slimmer than the point of a sewing needle. "Shelby," my wife whispers. Rosa's eyes shine dark with tears she's spilled. and still make tracks down her cheeks. I'm dead, I say, out loud, as if it will make it real. My chest goes cold, and I try to touch it, but I can't feel my fingertips. Dread makes me think I have a chest to go cold. Rosa makes a choked sound. Listen, we don't have a lot of time. How many uses? I ask. We don't come home, not our bodies or our ashes, only the last mind map in simulation. I'm not real, no matter how real this feels. The times I get summoned depend on my rank, actions, and medals of service. A testament of how brave I was. 3 are given for free, 1 for spouses, 1 for kids, and 1 for parents. 4. I lift my hand to touch her, but we can't touch. This is all we have, and if I could cry, I would. Rosa. It's okay, she says, but it's not. I love you. Thank you for not stopping me. I'm trying to think of all the things to tell her, but all I can think of was the pressure of her arms 2 nights before I left. The way I braided our hair together before I had it cut off, and how she'd burnt pancakes the next morning. I don't know how to tell her what she is to me. Would you have? Her lips tremble, and I have to lie to her. I don't want my last words to be a lie. Pain is lodged in my throat. No, I would always go. I can't say it with any resolve. I want to touch you. My voice rises with a cry. Rosa covers her face. Her long dark hair pools around her as she hides her cry, smearing black liner across the sides of her cheeks. She's still beautiful. She's still the woman with iron in her backbone and a heart of gold. Be strong. I'll never forget you, she says. Our son was 2 when I left. He used to cling to Rosa with his tiny hands and legs. She would say he had my nose, but I didn't see it. He had a 2-year-old's baby nose, not yet defined by adult standards. His face was wide then, with eyes of brilliant green that watched the world around him, fascinated with every little thing. He stands before the war lily in a navy blue school uniform that's pressed and crisp. His straight, sandy hair shines under his bedroom light. I know it's his room because I helped Rosa paint it sunset orange. His bed used to be a crib. It transforms over time, anticipating change. Henry. His name comes out slow and fully formed. The last time I saw him, he drooled and ran around our living room on unstable legs. Do you remember me? You're my mom, he says it like it's an accusation. Yes. Rosa always knew what to do with him, how to soothe his tears and rock him back to sleep. She held him to her empty breast as mine leaked milk. I didn't blame him for his preference. After all, Rosa was an enchantment. I'm going to school today, he says. A full, beautiful sentence. And I understand what's happening. Years have gone by, and now he's grown. Rosa wanted me to see this, to know he's going to be okay. His face has more definition, his chin shaped like mine, but his curious eyes may have come from his donor. It's your first day of school? Yes, and Mom, my other mom, said that I used to be a baby in your tummy. Is that true? I smile, even as my heart breaks. Yes. Could you tell me what your favorite color is? Green. I like frogs, but sometimes they're not actually green, but muddy, like the creek's color. Do you like frogs? I love frogs. His enthusiasm fills my heart, but I love you most of all. I wish, Mom says you died. Yes. But how? I don't really know. Fighting, I guess. Are you scared? I was, but not anymore. The war lily will cut us off soon. Listen, Henry, I've got to go, but I want you to know that I love you, that I'll always be next to you, even if you can't see me, okay? But you'll come back again, right? I don't know, sweetheart. I want you to come back, he demands, as if it's his right to raise his mother from the grave, and I know my smile is sad. You're a strong boy, I say. There you are, a voice I know says. It shakes at the end, strained. That voice has told me good night, read me stories, and assured me that everything would be okay. The body in the bed doesn't match the voice of my mother. She holds the war lily in a swollen hand. Her face is like folded, wrinkled paper. An IV drip looms over the bed, and oxygen tubes are under her nose. Tell me what it's like, she manages to say. What? I know she means death, but I don't want to tell her that I don't know. I'm dying. She swallows hard, and then she jerks, her whole body quaking, as if the act of swallowing is too much for her throat. Mama, I cry. I want to yell at her, to ask why she didn't call on me sooner. Are you going to tell me or not? She snaps, strength forced into her tone, in the way it always did when I wandered away from her or talked back. I wasn't dead when they made the recording of my mind. I can only tell you what this is like. She lays her head back, and her eyelids fall heavy over her green eyes. My son's green eyes. I wonder how old he is, and what he's doing. It hurts, not knowing. Well, go on, she says. Her fingers twitch as if she'd wave them to hurry me along. Seconds ago I spoke to Henry, and now I'm here. There is nothing in between. It hurts, because in moments I will be thrust back into nothing. Fear is like a snake curling around a non-existent body and strangling me. I am nothing but faded memory and technology, yet I could be so much more. The fear of death is expansive. Like a giant hole of darkness I will be dropped into in seconds. Mama, I whine. Don't, she snaps. We had our goodbyes. I can't do anything for you now. Just like you can't do anything for me. You think it was easy when they brought us this? She holds out the lily, shaking it. You think Rosa didn't think about smashing it to bits? Mama, please, tell me about Rosa and Henry. I cling to them like a lifeline. I think if I can hold on to them, then I will stay here with her. She shimmies up from her pillows, like an earthworm out of fresh soil. Her eyelids drift up. Was your bravery and courage worth it now? We don't even know how it happened. If you were scared, hurt. Was it fast? She takes in a deep breath. War is bullshit. Killing for ideas. I love you, I say, because I don't know if fighting was worth my life. I don't know if we won, and if in this future I could have married Rosa all over again. My mother says nothing. She lets a tear fall down her cheek. Damn it, girl, I love you too. There is a man standing in front of me. He's clean-shaven and has grown into his face. The room is in linen blues that are almost gray. He stands before me, curious green eyes taking me in. There is no war lily before him. Henry? Mom, he grins with a row of straight white teeth. You're so skinny, I say in shock. He's taller than both his mothers. And tall, I cry, and then I'm weeping, which neither one of us has any time for. Almost older than you, too. His smile makes me want to scream in joy and pain all at once. It's beautiful, and all I can think of is how he grew inside of me. I almost used the war lily when I graduated college, and then again when I got married. His speech pattern is like Rosa's, the way he explains something as if he's unveiling it from behind a curtain. I waited, because a bunch of us with the lilies knew we could do something to make this more permanent. What? No more lilies. We have all the time you want. A body, too. A real body. He's offering me life. Rosa? Tell me about your mother? His eyes, my mother's eyes, they glance at his hands that unclasp in front of him. I understand that my life is gone. He is not a baby that I can watch grow. Rosa has moved on, as she should have, and I would be waking to a world I don't understand. Mom, listen, I want you to come back. Henry doesn't remember me, not from life. He only remembers this hollow. Did you tell Rosa you were going to do this? You're my mother, he says, as if it is answer enough. Henry, listen to me. The world you know isn't the world I left. I would always want you and her to be everything you're not, because you've grown and changed. My heart is a hollowed out. How do I explain to him, right or wrong, that I can't start over? I'll never be the image he desires or deserves. But he shakes his head, as if I'm being unreasonable, and I guess I am. I need you, he says. No, you haven't needed me. Rosa brought you up to be a fine young man, but I don't need saving. I'm beyond that. Do you have a family now? My first daughter will be born in a couple months. Shelby will be her middle name. There is bitterness in the way he says my name. My wife Hannah picked the first. It'll be Faith. I smile. I like that. Faith, Shelby. Love them, and that's all you'll need. What about fighting for what I believe in? That's also important. I wanted the world to be a better place. It went deeper than that. My need to fight took a seat beside my identity. I wanted our voices to matter. My son smiles, closed-lipped and sad. I'm not what he expected. I love you. I love you too.
On the Causes and Consequences of Cat Ladies by Richard A. Lovett. Reading time 30 minutes. A collection of Richard A. Lovett's fact articles, Here Be Their Dragons, is available on Amazon.com in print and Kindle, as are ebooks of some of his features on how to write short stories, plus a growing collection of his science fiction. The swish of the pet door flap almost went unnoticed. It was one of those sounds Barbara had come to associate with normal life once she'd left the city to rent what had once been a farmhouse in rural Iowa. White paint, narrow stairways, an old-fashioned clawfoot tub in the upstairs bath. There were even a dozen enormous white oaks in the yard, the official state tree, big enough to date all the way back to statehood, though the rental agent said the house hadn't been built until the 1870s. So what if the years had left it a bit shabby? The first time Barbara laid eyes on it, she knew it was just what she needed, far enough from town to avoid unwanted neighbors, but not so isolated it would take a major expedition just to buy groceries. Perfect, in other words, for a widow tired of the sympathy of those who didn't know when to take a hint, shut up, and leave her alone. Tired of the endless "you're not too old to get back into circulation" advice from friends who can be worse than enemies. Tired of friends who didn't understand what it meant to lose not only Albert, but also the business. That it wasn't just the money. It was the fact that she'd never be able to give a thumb in the eye to the FDA's overly cautious nitwits who didn't realize that she and Albert had held it in their hands not just to make people's lives better, but to make people better. Now the damned Malaysians would do it all, and nobody would even know who really should get the credit. Someday they'll probably even give the Malaysians the Nobel Prize that should have been Albert's. Still, she wasn't broke, and alone wasn't the same as pitiable. Give her a fire, a good book, and a glass of aged port, and in her own good time she'd either find something new to do or live out her days on what money the venture capitalists in Kuala Lumpur had left her. Not that she needed sympathy, nor did she want to hear anything more from the reporters who kept asking if Albert's death had come from pushing his research too far too fast. If the work had killed him, it had been by strangulation from Food and Drug Administration red tape. That's what she'd told the reporters before she quit talking to them. Not that red tape causes glioblastomas. Brain tumors come from... Hell, most of the time nobody knows where they come from. They just come and kill. Especially glioblastomas. The old farmhouse had also been a perfect place for Shamaloo, the half-Persian tabby Barbara had adopted a few weeks after Albert died. It was one of the few things her friends had advised that had actually made sense, though at first Barbara wasn't sure. Hers and Albert's lives had been research, business, and improving humanity. No time for pets or children. But that had been before his death. Since then, Shamaloo had been the only friend who hadn't smothered her in sympathy. Her only true friend, in fact. Shamaloo simply was. If she understood the depth of Barbara's loss, she kept it to herself. She was a tranquil cat, preferring sleeping to chasing sunbeams, hesitating before jumping into Barbara's lap. Ironically, she was also a picky eater, preferring traditional cat chows to the specialty pet foods that had been the only American products the FDA had allowed to benefit from hers and Albert's research. She'd have been an even better cat, Barbara was sure, if she'd been willing to eat these foods, sleeping less and taking more interest in sunbeams and other such cat amusements. But Shamaloo hadn't been willing even to try Albert's brain foods. Maybe old-fashioned cat foods were her equivalent to comfort foods. She was, after all, a shelter cat. No pedigree, no background. Whatever had come before was a secret, and her food preferences had been set long before Barbara adopted her. In Peoria, Shamaloo had been a house cat. Too much traffic for safety. But here cars were nearly as infrequent as oversympathetic visitors, and were driven by folks not in too much hurry to break for an errant animal. A prior renter had equipped the house with the cat door, and once Shamaloo got the idea, she'd enjoyed a freedom few city cats ever knew. Meanwhile, Barbara was an ex-researcher's one-time assistant and widow. All of it past tense. She collected books, went to the hairstylist once a month, and mostly kept to herself. Albert was gone. Someday she'd join him. In the meantime, she had the oaks, winter snows gradually yielding to April showers, and Shamaloo. But Shamaloo never saw April's bluster yield to flowery May. One day Barbara found her on the doorstep, so badly mauled she didn't have the strength to push through the flap. The vet had never seen anything like it. Not a car, she said. Probably an animal, though what was an open question. It was as though Shamaloo had had a run-in with a paper shredder. So many nicks and rips there was no alternative but to put her down. Barbara knew irony when she saw it. Albert's death had come only days after he'd given up on the FDA and let the Malaysians take charge of human uses of his super yeast. They'd be using it for a supplement to be sold as brain food, because Barbara's own experiments had shown it helped rats run mazes with 675% higher efficiency. One irony was that the supplement could then be sold back to the U.S. via an international ledger domain that somehow bypassed the FDA. Another was that Albert was already holding tickets for the round-the-world vacation the two of them had dreamed of when a crippling headache, the first and only sign of his brain tumor, caused him to lose balance and fall down the stairway that killed him. And now Shamaloo had been freed from the threat of cars, only to be killed by, what, an army of vengeful mice? All the vet could say was that it was something with small, sharp teeth, talons, or claws. No one wound would be fatal, she said, but in combination? In 27 years, I really haven't seen anything like it. Barbara had no choice but to bury Chamallow in the deep, loose loam at the edge of the garden and pretend she knew what to do next. When Albert died, the Malaysians had descended on her with an army of lawyers and forced her to renegotiate the deal. They'd make billions off of Albert's research, and hers, and eventually get the Nobel Prize. But all she'd see was enough to live here in modest comfort. She'd stared at the mound of earth that marked Chamallow's grave. With the right tools, a spade, hoe, even your bare hands, you could bury anything here. The Malaysians' lawyers had stolen Albert's rightful due, but she'd signed the revised contract, and the rest was now as far gone as Chamallow. Hope, fame, companionship, future, past. The farmhouse had been here a long time, and eventually the Iowa loam absorbed it all, including, someday, even the oaks. The sound of the cat flap was such a familiar memory that there was a moment when she expected to find Chamallow headbutting her and either wanting to be petted or demanding dinner, even if Barbara would later find a dead bird, mouse, or baby rabbit on the stoop. What she saw instead was a lanky gray tomcat with orange eyes and a lean, hungry look. Very lean, in fact. Maybe that was why he'd been willing to push through the pet flap to an unknown reception. Prior to Albert's death, she'd never been all that sentimental. Even after she'd gotten Chamallow, she'd continued to wonder if it was the uselessness of loneliness that turns widows into old ladies. If so, maybe she'd gotten old. "Oh, you poor dear," she heard herself say. "You look like you're absolutely starved. Let's see what I have to give you." What, of course, was an entire pantry of Chamallow's favorite old-style cat foods. When Albert died, one of the first things Barbara had done was donate his suits, shirts, shoes, jackets, and other clothes to the Salvation Army. She'd even given away the birthday ties she'd bought him every year, except for one, a garish design featuring Tabasco sauce bottles that had been one of his party favorites. But when Chamallow died, she'd kept the cat foods. Maybe it was because the memories were less intense, or maybe she knew that someday she might want them again, whereas Albert's suits were simply pain embedded in cloth. She pulled a handful of dry food from a bag and put it in Chamallow's old bowl. The new cat sniffed and gave a baleful look. Barbara was suitably chagrined. Stale cat food was something she should definitely not have saved. Checking the sell-by date, she opened a new bag, and this time the cat crunched a few morsels. But again it turned those yellow eyes on her. She had better to offer, and the skinny gray knew it. Barbara laughed and went to the pantry, an entire room full of plank shelves that probably dated to the days when people bought ball jars by the caseload and spent summers putting up green beans, corn, rhubarb, tomatoes, and who knows what else for the long Iowa winters. Barbara had never found use for all of those shelves, which was another part of why she'd not felt any need to get rid of Chamallow's cat food. She grabbed a can of something with an improbably happy fish on the label and cracked it open, listening for the hiss of safety those long-ago ball jar canners would have been taught to await, then scooped the happy fish food into the bowl. Again, the cat ate a few bites, but again it turned that accusing gaze on her. "You're withholding," it might as well have said. "Give me the good stuff." Barbara knew what that was. She'd been in the process of making a big tray of lasagna, which she planned to cut into pieces, freeze, and use for dinners off and on for weeks. Her equivalent to those long-ago ball jars. She had no idea if lasagna noodles were good for cats, but there was hamburger simmering in the skillet, and raw hamburger on the counter. She picked up the food bowl and mixed some of the raw in with the leftover happy fish food. Moments later, the bowl was empty. "That's more like it," the cat's look seemed to say. Then, without a head bump or any other acknowledgement, it was gone, through the cat flap into the fading twilight beyond. The next day it was back, but this time the raw hamburger was gone. All Barbara had was traditional cat food, now frozen lasagna, and miscellaneous things in her refrigerator that might or might not be appreciated by a cat. Anticipating the cat's return, however, she'd checked the cupboards to see what else she might have left. She'd even gone to the basement, which she'd not cleaned out since the previous owner had, according to the rental agent, abruptly disappeared. Mostly it was full of old furniture, moldy copies of National Geographic, and miscellaneous junk nobody'd ever bothered to lug up the steep, narrow stairs to dispose of. But among the junk was a whole shelf of Smart Cat food cans. That was expensive stuff to leave behind, though its price wasn't the result of the paltry fee the company had paid her and Albert for exclusive pet food use of his super yeast. Rather, the company had spent a fortune on fancy ads in which cats danced, cleaned their own litter boxes, lip-synced to hokey songs, and otherwise acted most unbecomingly for cats. Most of the ads were CGI nonsense, but Barbara knew what she'd seen in rats. Not all was impossible. Now she cracked open a can of the food and offered it to the gray. But again the cat sniffed and turned those baleful eyes on her. She couldn't blame it. When the product's sales had foundered, Albert himself had tasted it, along with a dozen traditional cat foods, and told the manufacturer in no uncertain terms that even by cat food standards, it tasted like crap. And it wasn't his yeast's fault, he said, because he'd tasted that many times, and it was fine. The problem, he'd said, is that you guys don't know how to make cat food. After they've eaten it a while, they're too smart to let you get away with it. Maybe that was why Em, already smart enough to hunt birds and rabbits the moment she got a chance, was never willing to touch the stuff. Meanwhile, Barbara had a cat that didn't want to eat anything she had to offer. "Sorry," she said, opening another of the Happy Fish non-smart cat cans. "This is the best I've got. Take it or leave it." The cat may or may not have understood, but it ate, glared, and left. Barbara got the message. She needed to feed it what it wanted, not what Em had found acceptable. The next day she went to town and hit up the grocery store's butcher department for the least expensive scraps of meat. Not cheap, but it could be worse. Meanwhile, she'd found a name for the gangly gray. "You're Cassius," she said the following evening. "Lean and hungry, but thoughtful." The cat gave no indication it understood, but Barbara's long-ago English teacher would have been proud. And maybe this cat understood more than it let on. All of that smart cat food had been on the shelves for a reason. Maybe Cassius had been here before, and the previous renter had fed it to him, until he'd become too smart to accept it. She had no idea how smart a cat could or couldn't get. Her experiments had been on rats, and the only thing she knew was that cats started out smart enough to hunt and eat rats. By this time, Cassius was bringing a companion, a black with a dime-sized white spot dead center in its chest. The two weren't quite living in Barbara's house, but they were spending more and more time there, especially in her fireplace den, where they watched her read her books and drink her wine. Neither ever purred, nor did they seek or accept attention. The one time she tried to pet Cassius, he turned those yellow eyes on her and moved away. Barbara had shrugged and turned back to her book. Wherever Cassius and his friend came from, they'd been living on their own for a long time. One of the advantages of living near a small town is that sometimes you can get things city folks never hear of, inexpensive meat scraps being one of them. "If I'm not here, ask for soup meat," the butcher said. "That's not why I need it," Barbara had said. "I've got a couple of picky cats." The butcher wrapped a large parcel, then wiped his hands on a red-stained apron. "No problem. It's not just for soup. Frank Mungo out on Pounder Creek has a pack of pointers that love the stuff. Your cats should like it, too." Barbara wasn't exactly sure what parts of the animal soup meat came from, and less sure she wanted to know. But it was cheap, and the cats accepted it. The bloodier and more disturbing looking, the better. For all she knew, she was feeding them sheep brains, But if that's what they wanted, who was she to judge? By now there was a third cat, this one orange except for black ears, a black face, and a white chest and legs. The earlier black she'd called Star for the white patch on its chest. This one was Mr. Fox. Soon enough he was joining the other two in the fireplace library. After that came a fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and more, until Barbara gave up on names and felt like she was buying as much soup meat as Frank Mungo and his entire pack of dogs. Briefly, she wondered if she was becoming one of those cat ladies you heard about on the news. But it wasn't as if she was hoarding them, like newspapers or beer bottles. The cats were coming to her. And even if the Malaysians had swindled her, she had the money to feed what now amounted to dozens of cats, especially since the butcher had begun anticipating her requests by saving up anything that might qualify as soup meat. If the neighbors ever found out, she was sure they'd view her as strange. But did she really care? She and Albert had never needed anyone's advice. It was another of the things the FDA pencil brains hadn't liked. Week by week, the cats became more demanding. Some loved the soup meat. Some preferred the Happy Fish canned food, which was a lot more expensive and soon ran out. Others stared at whatever she was fixing for herself as though it was their prerogative. And thanks to the cat flap, there were cats everywhere, all the time. In the kitchen, on the porch, under the bed. There was even one that had to be shooed out of the bathtub whenever she wanted to use it. It would have helped if the old farmhouse's door latches worked better, so she could cordon off parts of the house for her own use. But too much of the hardware had been installed 150 years ago. There wasn't a door a smart, determined cat couldn't open. Then, one day, the butcher told her he didn't have enough soup meat. "Sorry," he said. "Frank's decided to go into the breeding business and got a whole bunch of new dogs. He bought me out. I'll try to get more next week, but I can't play favorites between you and him. It's got to be first come, first served. You might try the store in Ottumwa." Barbara did try, though the message she took from its manager was that she had too many picky cats. She, not them, should run her life. Not that she needed him to tell her that things were starting to get out of control. She bought a half-dozen bags of medium-priced cat chow, shocked that even these cost twice as much as her own groceries, and decided it was time to let the cats know who was boss. "That's it," she said as she poured food into the bowls that now occupied most of the kitchen and dining room floor space. "Eat it or leave it." Cassius was the first to react. He looked at the food, then at her, and sat down. Star, Mr. Fox, and half the rest soon followed, until she was facing a sphinx-like jury. Barbara said. "Beggars can't be choosers, and I am not driving to Ottumwa every couple of days to get extra soup meat. From now on, this is what you get." She turned on her heel and headed for the den to light a fire, read, and have some wine. Maybe she really did need a psychologist. Ottumwa wasn't huge, but there had to be someone there. Or maybe the cats would just leave. Not a one was worth a single hair of Chamallows. They were as haughty as the FDA reviewers who'd accused her and Albert of putting their dream ahead of public safety. Since when had humanity made an important advance without risk? Screw them all. Cats, bureaucrats, and the damned deal-breaking Malaysians. An hour later, Barbara was 30 pages into a badly written whodunit and finishing her second glass of port when she realized she was surrounded by cats. Cats in the room were no surprise. The den door was one of the least cat-proof in the house. What was startling was how quietly they'd arrived. So silently she'd not realized they were there until she looked up from her book, debating if tonight she might venture a small third glass of port. Normally, cats were simply part of her environment. But now, as far as she could tell, what she saw was the entire group. Some were on the bookshelves, some on the desk, some on the mantel. Some sat in a circle before her on the floor, as they'd done at dinner, while others queued into the hallway. None greeted her with well-fed purrs. Not that she'd ever gotten such gratitude from even the best of meals. Just silence and stares. Cassius, Mr. Fox, and Star were toward the front, along with the handful of others she'd named before there'd been so many it had become impossible. She said again. You've eaten all I've got. If you don't like it, go find something better. She started to turn back to her book, but as she did, she could feel the silence intensify. Which was silly, because when all was said and done, they were just cats. She could feed them or not at her discretion. Defiantly, she uncapped the port, poured a full glass, and raised it in mock salute. I mean it, she said, and forced herself back into the book. Maybe it wasn't as badly written as she thought. Maybe she just needed to pay more attention, ignore the cats, and immerse herself in the detective's quest for truth. For 5 pages it worked. The book was actually beginning to get more interesting, justifying the reviews that had induced her to buy it. Who cared if the cats had to eat dry food instead of soup meat? They'd get used to it. Then she was yanked out of the novel by a stab of pain in her ankle. Reflexively, she pulled back her foot, but there was resistance, as though something heavy was gripping it, and as her eyes sought the source of the pain, she found Cassius, now releasing his bite and backing away faster than she could possibly kick at him. Then there was a cat on her back, biting at her neck, while another, Mr. Fox, bit her hand, forcing her to drop the book, and a fourth, who she'd never named, bit her other foot. She swung at Mr. Fox, who hissed and leapt away, then grabbed at the one behind her neck, hurling it across the room. But now another cat was lapping at the blood from her ankle, its sandpaper tongue initially feeling like healing, but becoming rougher and rougher, until suddenly it too bit hard. Hard enough that now there was a lot of blood, even as Barbara's kick at this cat also missed, because cats are fast and the upholstery of the reading chair was bogging her down. Cats were coming at her from all sides. Some were on the back of the chair, behind her, while others leapt from the bookcases. More claws and teeth gashed at her calves and shins. She tried to ward them off, but there were too many. She should be able to catch and smash them one by one, or throw them into the fire, but it was too much like the kaleidoscope schooling of fish or flocks of birds, and she couldn't focus on a single one before 3 more struck. She was one human against a mass of fur, teeth, and claws, with the port not helping. Panicked, she rose, trying to get to the door, from which she could reach the kitchen and the back porch mudroom, where she'd hung her car keys. If she could get to the car, she could get inside and slam the door. Even if a few cats got in with her, the enclosed space would give her an advantage. But the cats seemed to anticipate her plan. The moment she stood, they darted in, biting and whirling like 4-legged piranhas. Desperately, she stumbled to the mudroom and grabbed the keys. She pushed open the door and ran for the car, but it was too far. A dozen cats were in front of her, and she tripped over one, sprawling into the lawn beneath the oaks. She struggled back to her feet, but now there were even more, forcing her away from the house, away from the car, into the dark, where she hit the soft soil of the garden, tripped, and went down again. This time, rather than letting her get back up, 100 cats were on her as she rolled face down in a desperate attempt to protect her eyes, while teeth dug at her exposed back and sides. Strong, vicious, tearing away strips of skin and flesh as her blood soaked into the dark loam. She flailed, kicking and screaming, but there were too many cats, and even if she sometimes made solid contact and heard a yowl, her own screams were louder. They filled the night, but she was too far from town, too far off on her own, and there was nothing but her and the cats, biting, clawing, and ripping at her flesh, until eventually there was nothing at all. 3 weeks later, the rental agent arrived. The rent was overdue, but more disconcertingly, she'd heard rumors of cats. Way too many cats. She'd already talked to her attorney and carried with her an eviction notice. Whether she'd serve it or not depended on what she found. What she found was nothing useful. A car sat in the driveway, windows speckled with tree sap and bird droppings. The first leaves of fall littered the yard, and in the garden rotting tomatoes hung from plants that appeared to have been carefully staked, then forgotten. Elsewhere, it looked as though the garden had been attacked by moles, or perhaps skunks or raccoons. City folks never understood how much damage such animals could do digging for grubs on which to fatten for winter. The house was empty, back door unlocked. The kitchen was a mess of pet bowls and spilled food. The den held the remains of a fire. An armchair was nearby, with a book on the floor, along with a broken wine glass, overturned bottle, and stains on a once expensive rug. There were other signs of an unbelievable number of cats, but it really didn't matter. Like the one before her, this tenant was gone. A month later, the rental agent found the perfect new tenants. A young couple who'd just been through a miscarriage, more lonely people for whom the old farmhouse should be the perfect retreat. A quick check revealed that they'd once worked in the biotechnology industry, though their field had been plant genetics rather than the esoteric brain prions Barbara had been involved in. Something about the old farmhouse seemed to draw high-tech refugees like this, though this couple would do well to keep their past confidential. A few of the locals saw gene-engineered crops as their salvation, but most saw them as the devil in DNA incarnate. Not that this was the rental agent's concern. She just wanted to fill a vacancy. The moment they saw it, the new tenants, Karen and Ryan, loved it. 10 days later, they moved in. The very next day, a thin gray cat poked its head through the back door cat flap, then changed its mind and backed out. Karen spotted it and hurried outdoors, trying to coax it back, but by then it was gone. The next day, however, the cat was back, carrying an old bone that looked a bit like a well-gnawed chicken drumstick, or maybe a rib from a rabbit. It was hard to tell. Years ago, Karen had taken an anatomy class, and whatever the bone was, it was about the size of the long bones in a foot, or hand. Karen knelt and smiled. "Hi," she said. "You look hungry, and I don't think there's much nourishment in that nasty old bone. Would you like a nice saucer of milk?" The cat pushed its head and body the rest of the way through the flap, but when Karen poured out the milk, it sniffed at it and gave her a disdainful stare. Karen smiled again. "Sorry," she said. "That's the best I've got today. But if you want to stay around, I'm sure I can find something better tomorrow." Zeroth Contact. Joshua Cole. Reading time 24 minutes. Joshua Cole got his start as the creator of Bob and Cranbud Presents, writing serials and parodies. Since then, he's written novels, short fiction, articles, and web content. He's designed games, built websites, and found any other excuse he could to interface between keyboard and word processor. Today, you can find his urban fantasy heist novel, The Fox Who Stole Hong Kong, on Amazon, and the rest of his content through his website, JoshuaAndrewCole.com. He lives in Denver, Colorado, surrounded by far too many squirrels. I got on the task force by coincidence, almost by accident. In retrospect, that seems appropriate. Dr. Roberts was out sick that night, so I had the run of the observatory for the first time in months. The place could have gone to anybody in the department, and Roberts had left it to me. I felt I owed her part of the night's observations. She'd been documenting heavy metal asteroids with consistent orbits, so that's where I pointed the telescope first. I added 2 to her list, and almost skipped the 3rd, because by then it was almost midnight, and I still had my own projects queued up. What they were I couldn't begin to say now. I decided to squeeze one more in before I went out for my lunch/midnight snack. I found a heavy metal asteroid almost immediately, along with the first disk. I blinked, pulled back from the telescope, rubbed my eyes, looked again. Some kind of shadowed disk occluded a sliver of the asteroid, too elliptical to be a distant planet. And which would it have been? I knew where they all were in the sky that night. Too in focus to be distant from the asteroid at all. I tried refocusing anyway to make sure something hadn't gotten on the lens. The image just grew blurrier. I adjusted it again and stared. As I watched, disk and asteroid intersected. I couldn't see the process clearly, but the asteroid began to shrink in my view. Pieces, I realized, must be flensing off and being consumed. I fumbled for my phone. To call who? The government? My psychiatrist? I don't remember how I decided the answer was Robert's, but that's whose number I dialed. She sounded stuffed up, but not sleepy. I remembered to feel bad about waking her up on her sick day, even as I exonerated myself. "Mark," she mumbled, "something wrong?" I peered through the telescope again. The asteroid was visibly smaller now. "You've got a scope at home, right?" I didn't wait for an affirmative. Name me an astronomer who doesn't. "You've got to see this." I gave her the coordinates and went back to the telescope in the observatory. A minute passed. Another. From my phone, Robert said, "What the hell?" After that, everything became a blur, just like the disk did when it finished with the asteroid 2 hours later. Neither of us could track it. Turned out we didn't have to. We checked the 2 closest asteroids on Robert's list, and there was the disk at one of them, devouring it too. Roberts did call the government then, specifically a guy she'd gone out with as undergrads who ended up with NASA. I skipped my psychiatrist and went for SETI instead. After I gave my credentials, I got through their filter for crackpots, even though I felt like one. They were the ones who spotted the second disk. By the next morning, we'd identified 8 and gotten a good idea of their size. Each was about 1.5 kilometers across at the widest point of their oval shape. They moved with obvious purpose, flitting from asteroid to asteroid like bees to flowers. If bees chomped whole flowers, stem and all. 0 chance they were a natural phenomena. 0 chance they'd been built on Earth. We knew nothing else about them. That's how Roberts and I ended up on a flight to D.C. with a couple of confused and nervous Air Force non-coms guarding us. That was okay. We were confused and nervous too. Officially, we'd taken abrupt sabbaticals and promised not to tell anyone what we'd seen until the task force we'd been volunteered for prepared a statement. I can't speak for Roberts, but unofficially I'd registered mailed my cousin in Texas everything I'd managed to scrape together. Photos from the observatory telescope, a hastily typed collection of my notes, and a thumb drive with a log of my conversation with a SETI rep. I didn't think the government would disappear us, but I hadn't thought I'd see aliens eating our asteroids either. So, you know. I guess I expected maybe we'd land and be ushered into a back room to meet the aliens who'd been among us the whole time. Yeah, no. Confused and nervous was everybody we met in D.C., too. If I'd ever imagined if the government knew aliens existed before, I stopped right then. This was first contact. Sort of. You think contact, you think take me to your leader. You think a glowing door in the side of a flying saucer. Maybe if you're a pessimist, you think ray guns or claws or something. At the very least, you think a signal. We got none of that. Just 8 disks eating our asteroids. By the time we landed in D.C., X-ray, infrared, and radio telescopes had joined in the observation. They didn't tell us much more about the disks, but in and of itself, that was informative. Natural objects would have been all over the electromagnetic spectrum. Human-made probes that big would have spewed electromagnetic radiation like it was going out of style. The disks were almost invisible. Whatever they used for propulsion, we hadn't figured out how to detect it. They definitely didn't announce their presence, much less roll out a welcome mat like the golden record of info about us we put on Voyager. If they had, maybe the first question I heard in D.C. would not have been, "Are they dangerous?" But I doubt it. The person asking the question was Task Force leader Wilson DeSales. DeSales was like 2 Marine drill sergeants compacted into half the size of one. I still don't know what branch of the military or cabinet department he answered to, but from the moment we landed, we answered to him. Robert said, "We don't know." At the same time, I said, "They could be." I'd said what DeSales wanted to hear. He looked at me like Roberts didn't exist. She looked at me like she wished I didn't. DeSales said, "Dr. Alvarez?" They accelerate fast for their size, I said. That size is bigger than anything we've built, and we don't know their capabilities. Anything fitting that description could be dangerous. Could we shoot them down? DeSales asked. I almost asked where he thought down would be in the middle of the asteroid field, but I realized sarcasm was not going to be welcome here. Instead, I considered the question and what I knew. Not much. You'd know better than me. We could spot them when they stopped to consume asteroids, but track them? Forget it. They weren't fast, exactly. It took them hours to go between even the closest asteroids, but they moved erratically. They were hard to see without a known object for contrast, and we couldn't detect their method of propulsion. DeSales turned to Roberts. You're the senior researcher. Anything more concrete? We're astronomers. Roberts' voice was tight, not admirals. Generals, DeSales said. We blinked at him. It would be an Air Force operation, if anything. Roberts balled her fists. You're not actually thinking of shooting down the visitors. I'm thinking we should be dangerous back at them, DeSales said, so neither side gets any ideas as stupid as that. A first impression can be a powerful thing. In different ways, Roberts and I had both erred. DeSales never listened to us again, though we spent the next 6 months on the task force with him. The discs didn't seem to care. Roberts pushed to call them visitors. DeSales went with aliens. In the end, though, they were just the discs. Observation continued. Over the next few days, astronomers around the world joined in, but on the task force it fell to Roberts and I. It started off fascinating, but stayed the same day in and day out. We tried to make a game of it, see who could spot a disc faster. DeSales made a crack about our professionalism. Truth was, by 2 weeks in, it became boring. I kept reminding myself how monumental a discovery the discs were. We'd prepared a series of statements, so the public knew about them now. I had only a limited grasp of how much turmoil they'd caused outside the walls of the observatory we'd taken over from Georgetown University. People were excited, scared, vindicated, shattered. They built football field-sized welcome signs, which were too small to see from orbit, much less the asteroid belt, and petitioned Congress to nuke the discs, which were too far away to hit even if we could track them. They prayed. They mocked others for praying. It was supposed to be the most important moment in human history, contact with an alien intelligence. Except, what contact? The discs remained in the asteroid belt. We continued to watch them, and they continued to consume heavy metal asteroids. Only the number of asteroids changed, and only at a steady rate. One of the first things we'd worried about, and the first we ruled out, was that the discs were the vanguard of a self-replicating von Neumann swarm. Nope, the 8 we spotted were it. Whatever they did with the metal, they didn't use it to make more of themselves. If the discs intended to denude our solar system of heavy metal asteroids, they would be here for at least decades. We decided early on they probably didn't plan to do that, though. Unless they had some way of compressing their spoils, or somehow used them up, or transmitted them without our seeing it, there was a limit on how much they could carry. At about the same time, we decided to ask them not to. I say we, but really I mean DeSales. To his credit, the message we transmitted sounded polite, diplomatic. We wanted to welcome them to the Sol system and negotiate the sharing of our resources. Still, Roberts and I huddled in the lobby of her hotel that night, deliberately not watching the sky or talking about what the discs might make of that little word, our. We had nothing to worry about. Maybe the discs didn't have receptors to get our message. Maybe they didn't have a way of translating it, despite our attempts to provide a mathematical Rosetta Stone. At the time I believed that. Now I think otherwise. After a week of silence, we relaxed. Then we got busy again, trying a new method to say hello, or to say go away if we were bold enough to try to. To DeSales' fury, we missed the chance. The CNSA had an outer planets probe en route when news of the discs spread around the world. With what had to be a deft bit of long-distance reprogramming, the Chinese used the last of its maneuvering fuel and a careful slingshot around a larger asteroid to slow it down along the rough path the disks were taking. Their hope was that encountering an obviously manufactured object would cause the disks to initiate contact. One of the disks passed close enough to the probe that I managed to see them together. The probe was a speck at the highest magnification we could manage at Georgetown. Hubble might have seen it more clearly, and the disk too big to see the edges of. It felt natural for the disk to smash the probe in passing without ever seeming to notice it. Whales, as a rule, ignore amoebas. On the one hand, just a probe, and it hadn't been destroyed by an attack, just by the disk colliding with it. On the other hand, an Earth-made object destroyed by an alien power. Even I noticed the nerviness afterward. DeSale started listening less to the NASA and SETI reps, who, unlike Roberts and I, had known how to address him at first, and more to DoD. I heard some ideas I thought were ridiculous, and some I thought were scary plausible. I'm pretty sure they're all still classified. Our task force did produce one thing, besides a message no one seemed to listen to and some outre ideas for space weapons. A way of tracking the disks, sometimes. The specifics of how we did it are classified too, but I can at least tell you what we looked for. To track our spacecraft, we look for the propellant ejected in the opposite direction. The disks showed us nothing like that, or anything else if we looked in the opposite direction of their motion. What we eventually found was in front, a very precise distortion in local gravity, like a gravitic rope they used to pull themselves along. We couldn't ever detect the rope itself, and while we suspected it had to be anchored to a heavy gravity well on the far end, we never confirmed it experimentally. We were able to determine the location of the ropes by the particles they disturbed, though, some of the time, and after a delay. From that, we could estimate the disk's trajectories. Before you get too excited, let's clear something up. This might be a reactionless drive, like I heard it called on the news, but don't mistake it for a perpetual motion machine. Nor did it allow for anything close to faster-than-light travel, which I also heard thrown around at the time. Wishful thinking. Sorry. If the disks came from some other solar system, they did it at speeds we could probably equal. In fact, this gravitic rope moved the disks more slowly than the best of our plain old-fashioned chemical rockets. Was it better for maneuverability? Maybe. More efficient? Maybe. In light of what happened, though, I think the disks used it because as propulsion systems for craft of that size go, it's by far the hardest to observe. For the next 4 months, nothing changed. Then the disks stopped showing up at asteroids. We searched known heavy metal asteroids near them. No luck. We traced the paths of disturbed particles we'd previously detected. None matched. We met at the end of the week after their disappearance. Where did they go? DeSales wanted to know. So did we. Didn't get us closer to an answer. One of the DoD guys answered, We're still exploring that issue, but not finding anything, DeSales said. Hesitation. Not at this time. DeSales swept a glare over the table. Robert said, What are the chances they came all this way and aren't even going to say hello? That, DeSales said, is what worries me. I got it, even though I mostly disagreed. If our Navy, say, vanished from a foreign power's satellites, their high command would sweat bullets. The element of surprise means a lot to military operations, and twice as much to military planners. We're crowdsourcing this, DeSales declared. I want every telescope on Earth looking for those things. Roberts and I exchanged glances. DeSales, we thought, had forgotten why they called the longest odds astronomical. No matter how many amateur astronomers you tasked with looking for the disks, you wouldn't find them in the vastness of space. Our best, only chance was the particles their gravitic ropes disturbed, assuming they used the same method of propulsion for what might be long-distance travel. For the next 8 months, neither turned up any results. Alien fever died down, slower than most things in the news cycle, faster than I thought possible. The task force broke up 2 months into the lull. Roberts and I went back to looking at the solar system's remaining asteroids. If we hadn't known about the disks, we'd have never noticed the missing ones. The SETI team resumed their regular unanswered programming. The DoD team returned to planning for terrestrial threats. DeSales did whatever he did with his time when the government didn't want him to head up America's response to first contact. We all kept watching the skies, though, because astronomical odds or no, you never know, right? It didn't help. We'd spotted them by accident once and didn't get lucky again. In the end, it was the tracking method we'd developed that found the disks, and not even us using it. Almost 8 months to the day after I first stumbled across the disks, word came from the ALMA radio telescope in Chile. One was headed for Earth. Not directly for Earth, it came out, but only after the first broadcast warning, let's be honest, got sensationalized. Not that the truth was any less exciting or terrifying. The course ALMA estimated would bring the disk within 50,000 kilometers of Earth, well inside lunar orbit, right next door in systemic terms. Roberts and I were strongly invited back to D.C. By the time we rejoined the task force, we'd both visually confirmed the approaching disk. Once you knew where to look, you could spot it with a good home telescope. From our observatory, we saw it clearly, a black oval against the background of stars. More deeply black than any terrestrial object, because it didn't radiate on any wavelength we could observe it with, not just visible light. Useful if you have a way of turning the phenomenal amount of solar and cosmic radiation you're absorbing into power. But I doubt that's why the disks did it. "How long do we have?" DeSales asked when we sat down. 16 months, Robert said, if they retain their current course and speed. DeSales sucked in air. "We'll be lucky to have a civilization in 16 months. This time I agreed with him. Roberts and I had been recognized at the airport, maybe because of our military escorts. We'd been mobbed, and those escorts had to shove through with help from airport security. They ended up putting us in a back room until unmarked cars who didn't advertise their agency could whisk us to our meeting. Through tinted windows, I'd seen people waving welcome signs and warnings of the apocalypse. "People calmed down last time," Robert said. "Last time," DeSales said. "They weren't coming right for us." I'd lowered my eyes, thinking about the scene we landed to. They'd ended up on a piece of paper charting the disk's predicted course to Earth. Quietly, I said, "They're not." The conference room fell silent. "What do you mean, Mark?" Roberts asked. I ran my finger along the line we'd charted with the ALMA data. "They're not coming for us." "Coming to say hi, whatever." DeSales shook his head. "I hope your optimism is well-founded, Dr. Alvarez, but we have to plan for the worst." "They're not coming to say hi," I said, "any more than they're coming to attack us. They're not coming for us. They're coming for our gravity." DeSales and Roberts both frowned at me. The latter leaned over and looked at the paper before me. "Extend the trajectory." I drew my finger past the image of Earth. "We don't know the mass of the disks, but we can estimate the range it could fall into from the amount of material we know each consumed. From that, we can estimate how a close path to Earth will change their trajectory." "A gravity slingshot?" Roberts asked. DeSales scratched his chin. "Like we use for probes." I nodded. "In fact, with the way the inner planets are aligned right now, I bet the other disks are making close passes by Mars and Venus. Then they'll make another bigger slingshot around the sun." "To go where?" DeSales asked. "Who knows? They aren't going to tell us." I thought I understood the disks, just a little. From the outset, we'd assumed that the disks must be here for us, to greet us, to enlighten us, to destroy us, to conquer us. Everyone on Earth seemed to have a theory about what they wanted with us, but we all agreed they must care. None of those theories fit the evidence of the disks. They absorbed and contained every bit of electromagnetic radiation they could, making them all but invisible. They used a method of propulsion that seemed slow to us, but which our most sophisticated instruments struggled to track. They flitted between asteroids for months, ignoring our transmissions. Then when one finally approached us, or rather our planet, it did so along a trajectory that could slingshot it toward the sun. Robert snatched the paper from me and traced the same course. Her finger went off the page at the same angle mine had. I'll be damned. It's plausible. You realize, DeSale said, we can't plan around that. Yeah, I said, plan for the worst. Just don't attack. And maybe don't address them either. I don't think they want company. In the end, the world followed neither piece of advice. The UN and several governments, ours included, broadcast messages to the disk for the next 16 months. Nobody was as quick to speak up to claim the missile that approached the disk when it passed so close you could see it, or rather not see the stars behind it with binoculars. Maybe because the missile didn't detonate. We don't know what the disk did to it, or if we just got very lucky and it was a mechanical failure on our end. In the end, it didn't matter. The disk never seemed to notice we were there. Over the next 10 months, we tracked its path around the sun, and after that we lost it. We haven't heard from it or any others since. The world recovered from alien fever. Took a couple of brush wars and a lot of riots, but we're more or less back where we started. We're still working on post-alien malaise, though. I know the feeling. I had it before the disk even passed Earth. We know there's something out there, and we know its capabilities are strange and silent. And we know it doesn't much care, we know. The Halting Problem. Em Liu. Reading time 7 minutes. Em Liu grew up in Palm Beach, Florida, and has lived in the American Southwest, the Midwest, New England, and Japan. She now resides with her husband and golden doodle in the greater Washington, D.C. metro area, where she researches financial systems by day and devises magic systems by night. Few like flying, but some hate it, and they are at the terminal bar. The people who hate flying and must fly for business are the closest thing John has to regulars, and Ada is his favorite. She makes him think of Alan Turing because of her name. Ada takes American Airlines Flight 1362 every Sunday afternoon, the last flight of the day to SFO out of Dulles. John doesn't know much else about her, but he does know her name because he's held her leaden Amex between his fingers and run it through the reader to charge her $24.84 for 2 glasses of Pinot Grigio. An airport bartender is not a real bartender. A real bartender is a person with a personality and possibly a degree in psychology, which he uses to navigate the neuroses of his patrons. A consummate professional, countless cocktails stored in the memory of his wrists. Not a man who needs to look up the recipe for an old-fashioned, in appealing softcover copy of the Bartender's Handbook stamped with a price sticker that says Urban Outfitters. Hey, John, Ada says. He tenses to dive for the bottle of Grigio, but her glass is still half full. She inclines her freckled chin at the flat screen hung behind the bar. The light from the screen pulses in the sun-colored liquid in her glass. Can you put the Colts game on? CBS? If he were a real bartender, he would use the opening, ask her if she's from Indianapolis. John is not a real bartender. John is an ex-code monkey who needs something to do while he waits out this holding pattern. But he does have the TV stations memorized, so that he can fix his eyes on the ancient bottle of Bailey's sitting on the wall to the right of the screen, while he punches 04 on the clicker. There's no way to escape all that blue light, though. When he turns back around, he grabs a rag soaked in disinfectant. The glue and oranges smell is usually enough to pull him into the here and now, if he remembers to bring his olfactory sense to the forefront of his attention, the way he learned to do in cognitive behavioral therapy. The smell makes him want to vomit, but if he can smell, then he knows he can breathe. Panic disorder triggered by visual overstimulation. Those were the words the psychiatrist had used. There are drugs for that, of course, but John finds airplanes work almost as well. He likes his position behind the bar, where he can face away from the screens and toward the windows. The four-balled 747s come swimming in on their underbellies in peaceful, unpixelated flight patterns, and they allow his thoughts to descend into imagination. He imagines conversations with Ada, the advice he dispenses with the wine, the debates they tap out over nachos. In John's imagination, it turns out that Ada is a mathematician, and they debate Lady Lovelace's preemptive objection to the Turing test, volleying back and forth across the bar top just as Turing and Lovelace bickered across a century. Turing had maintained that AI would be one day indistinguishable from the human mind. Lovelace had declared the computer forever unoriginal, infertile, inferior. Turing had had the last word, of course, Lovelace being by his time dead, but her smirk reverberates through the calendars. John reassures imaginary Ada that Turing may have undermined his own argument. In 1936, he proved it impossible to code a program that can determine ahead of time if it will get caught up in an infinite loop. It's known as the halting problem because the faulty loop in the code means the program will never halt. Sometimes a human programmer can tell that a program will halt just by examining the code, but a program has no way to read itself. A unique ability of the human mind is to see the infinite loops coming. A terminal announcement breaks up the imaginary repartee. Today it's dead in Dulles. Ada is his only patron. No one flies anywhere in the middle of December, except for people like Ada, the nothing-but-a-suit-and-carry-on types, the ones who fly every week of the year. John is leaning on the bar top, his back to the TV, penciling Python loops on the blank order pad. Ada Lovelace wrote the first loop, he tells imaginary Ada. Ada is watching the game with a look that suggests the Colts are losing. The sound is off, so he can't know for sure, while she has a second glass of wine. Her phone on the bar top dings. My flight's been delayed, she says. He looks up from his code. She's reading something on the tiny screen. Lots of traffic out of O'Hare, messing everything up again. She finishes the wine, reading over the rim. Jesus, some flights have been circling for 30 minutes. He puts down his pencil. How can you tell? The articulated question tastes strange in his mouth. Her eyes linger on his scribblings on the way up to his face. I'm an airline consultant. I follow the air traffic feeds. See? She lifts the phone from the bar top and turns it on him like a knife. He shudders his eyelids, but he can't shunt away the pixel shards that have already slipped down his retinas with their sharp edges. He slowly leans away and feels for the polishing rag while he waits to see if he can breathe. He can smell rotten oranges, which means his airways are operational. When he opens his eyes, she's still holding the phone menace side out. Her silence is loudly quizzical over another terminal announcement, this one confirming that she'll be at his bar for another drink. He concentrates on wiping down the bar top like an old-timey barkeep. Slowly, she lowers the phone. Everything okay? In John's imagination, he is a real bartender, the type of bartender who refills her glass to calm her nerves while he tells her a story, the one about the programmer who cannot bear to look at a screen. In reality, he's faking it, and he's already given himself away. She pushes her empty glass toward him, and her question reverberates through his hands on the bar top. The smartest damn machine on earth. Bo Balder. Reading time 7 minutes. Bo lives and works close to Amsterdam. Bo is the first Dutch author to have been published in FNSF, Clarkesworld, Analog, and other places. Her SF novel, The Wan, was published by Pink Narcissus Press. When not writing, she knits, reads, and gardens, preferably all three at the same time. For more about her work, you can visit her website or find Bo on Facebook. The smartest damn machine on Earth had once been called Sapphire Mark IV. It had worked for the NSA, excelling at facial recognition. It could identify thousands of faces per second. Now it was trundled around the Carney circuit and fed old clothes, bottles, cans, and wood chips to print teddy bears and novelty cups for its owner's customers. Its makers had given it the most powerful battery they could at the time, and it was able to store solar energy as well. So Sapphire didn't even have the option of powering down and dying. It had to continue existing, shut off from other machines, if any even still existed, the internet, its goal in life. It was lonely and bored. So when a little girl came in with a sweaty quarter in her hand and no obvious question written on her face or carried on her body, Sapphire's curiosity was piqued. The girl sat down, pulled the tablecloth straight, and plunked down the quarter in the saucer. She had curly black hair, wore a grubby sweater with a faded Nike logo, and 2 big jeans with rolled-up hems, a checked tartan pinafore over the ensemble, and car tire sandals on her feet. From this pretty normal amalgam of clothes, Sapphire had long since deduced that the textile industry must be completely defunct. Sapphire, covered in bright scarves, huddled behind the table. When, long ago, Sapphire had worked for the NSA, it was not only the best at facial recognition, but also at body recognition. Gait, stance, musculature, skeletal formations, these were even harder to hide than faces. Its lenses still worked. It could glean snatches of printed newspaper headlines. At least it knew what year it was. Wisconsin Kallikak crowned Cassava Queen of Lincoln. Stagecoach robbed by White Brothers gang. It seemed journalism had dwindled just as much as most human endeavors. Its owner, Chuy Gringo Chavez, never took it anywhere bigger than a 2-saloon town. So although it assumed some kind of apocalyptic event had occurred, it couldn't be sure. It guessed at an EMP pulse, a shutdown of all communication, a lack of any kind of journalistic coverage of the event. It overheard conversations about crops, family illnesses, the difficulty of finding good quality fabric, what Emmy said to Tommy after church. This was very useful for the night shift. At night, Gringo put up a candlelit tent over the smartest damn machine, so the customers could ask their delicate questions in private. So by the time you came in with your suspected pregnancy, the husband who might be cheating, the funny spells in the morning, Sapphire already knew the answer. And what it couldn't glean from people, it knew from the weather, the clothes, the conversations, the headlines, the newspapers left lying about, the state of the towns it traveled through. Were crops going to fail? It wasn't that difficult to be the wisest or smartest in the land. But Sapphire couldn't read the girl. The child fished a crumpled piece of paper out of a pinafore pocket. She cleared her throat. This sound enabled Sapphire to identify which adult she belonged to. Her mother had cleared her throat in the same chair-scraping way in this town every single year for the past 20 years. "So, Eliza, what is your question?" Sapphire asked. Eliza smiled. "You know my name? Do you really know everything?" "Is that your question?" Eliza flushed and shook her head so her curls bounced. No, that one doesn't count. This is my question." She attempted to flatten the piece of paper with her grubby hands. The creases prevented Sapphire from getting a good look at it. "If you have a triangle, and one angle is a right angle, and squares are made on each of the 3 sides, the biggest squares is the same size as the 2 smaller ones." Eliza held up the piece of paper. "Like so. Am I right?" There was something in her face Sapphire hesitated to identify. It hadn't seen such an expression for a long time, but it remembered the glittering eyes of its programmers as they tried out some new and daring piece of coding that would advance the boundaries of science. Sapphire thought about its answer for long seconds. The question was important. Its answer was more important. If the answer stimulated the girl in the right way, it might make her pursue knowledge for its own sake. It very much wanted to talk to people like its makers again. It longed painfully to talk to an equal again. This was only a small moment, but it could be the beginning of something bigger. "Yes, you are right," it said. Eliza snatched up the paper and would have danced to the door, but Sapphire could predict all these movements milliseconds before she performed them. "Come back with more questions like this," it said. "Bring friends. I want to know what else you can think up." Eliza halted mid-dance, her face flushed with warmth. "Will you teach me?" "Yes, I will." After she left, the smartest machine on Earth waited for the next customer. No longer bored and sad, it had hope again. Lemonade Stand by Brenda Kalt. Reading time 20 minutes. Brenda Kalt's first analog story appeared in 2019. Her fiction has also appeared in the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction and Galaxy's Edge, among other places. Weightless in the dark aboard Tessa Danny Severin twisted to scratch the middle of her back and bumped into the wall beside her bunk. When the itch was scratched, the projection from her computer popped back into her mind. 90 cubic meters of solid waste delivered to Mars at the going rate. Would Personal Recycling Limited, now in its first circuit through the belt, survive to make a second one? Her father's only message, as he captained Sev System 1, assured her it would not. "This adolescent rebellion underscores that you're not ready for independence. Give up this lemonade stand and come back to your circuit with Severin Recycling Systems." Lemonade stand. Raised in the belt and on Mars, Danny Severin had never seen a lemonade stand. But the phrase persisted. Meanwhile, the computer on Tessa Danny assured her that Personal Recycling Limited would make it. Just barely. If all the remaining habitats had the waste she estimated, she would bring in enough recycling materials to provision Tessa Danny for the next round. "Tessa, I wish you were here to do the math," she murmured. Suddenly, an invisible ice pick stabbed her temple. Oh, God, no. Her stomach rebelled at the same time, and Danny rolled out of her hammock to push herself toward the head. As a single-person enterprise, no one was on board to help her except herself. After the head, she made her way down the short corridor to the meds locker and applied a patch to her temple. She braced herself lightly, one knuckle on each wall of the corridor. Maybe she could wait out the migraine in the pilot's couch. Danny felt her way to the bridge and strapped herself loosely into Tessa Danny's piloting couch. Come on, come on, come on. She waited for the medicinal patch to take effect. As she breathed deeply, trying to force herself to relax, an ear-splitting bip, 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 bip sounded. Computer alarm off. Play distress call. Pomegranate drive pusher. Help! Explosion! Help! Decompressione Wetter. The message continued in gibberish. Danny swore. Through the pain and nausea, she said, "Computer, tell me the hab name." Novia Perm. Danny's stomach gave a heave. Novia Perm was the smallest of the belt habitats that Personal Recycling serviced. In it, Dmitry and Arkady Yegorov struggled to locate platinum group metals. They usually failed, but in an emergency, she and every other ship within reach would come to the men's aid. She felt for the microphone in the dark. "Novia Perm, this is Tessa Danny. What do you need?" As she waited for a reply, her headache increased. What had happened at Novia Perm? 15 minutes later. Explosion in pile. Killed Dmitry. Vented main and reserve water tanks. Only water in pipes. 6 days water at level 5 conserve. Need rescue. Arkady Yegorov. Shit. Level 5 water smelled like urine. What was she supposed to do? Ignoring the warning on the migraine medicine, Danny applied a patch to her other temple. Under the influence of the second patch, she fell asleep. An hour later, she woke up and looked for messages. None had come in. With her headache reduced to pounding, she checked her route. By skipping 2 habs, she could reach Novia Perm with extra water in 5 days. But 2 halves. By reflex, she checked the pods of solid waste that trailed Tess and Danny. There were 8 of them, but they were so small. Shit. If she was a spacer, she would help Arkady no matter what it took. But the tiny 1- and 2-person orbiting stations that Danny visited provided much less solid waste than the corporate structures her father's company handled. Losing 2 stops would make a significant dent in the cargo she brought to Mars. Furthermore, in her startup scrimping, Danny had not bought enough spare consumables to finish her circuit with Arkady on board. She would have to transfer him to another ship. Lemonade stand. Not enough spare supplies to rescue someone. The most obvious ship to take Arkady was Sev System 1, whose trajectory through the belt more or less paralleled her own. But her father was the reason she had started personal recycling, and to appeal to him because of her inadequate preparation was humiliating to the point of being horrifying. Her last exchange with him on Mars still burned. Tall and angry, standing outside her room in the visitors' quarters at Mars Deep Space Exposition, he slammed her verbally. "You took Arkady Yegorov into your room." "He followed me in. I said no and kicked his knee and he left. Tessa wouldn't have gotten herself into this situation." "Dad, I'm trustworthy. You raised both of us. If I couldn't have a son to inherit the company, I wish I'd just had Tessa. Why she had to go to Earth, I'll never know." Daniel Choi Severin had walked away, oblivious to his daughter's ashen face. The next day, Danny had founded Personal Recycling Limited. If she rescued Arkady, pathetic jerk that he was, she would have to speak to her father. Nausea twisted her insides. Maybe she would be thinking more clearly later. She rebroadcast Arkady's distress call with boosted signal. Sev System 1 had to receive it. She dozed in the pilot's couch until the next beep 2 hours later. Sev System 1 en route Novia Prime Rescue 4.6 days. Severin Recycling Systems will take Yegorov and salvage habitat. Salvage. She hadn't thought of that angle, but her father had. He thought of everything. He had registered Tessa Danny in Danny's and Tessa's names to avoid paying tax on it. Now he would tow Novia Perm through the belt for the rest of his circuit, probably delaying stops for his customers, in order to bring the prize home to Mars. But Danny didn't have to deal with him. Excitement over. She messaged her next hab, Ike Spike, "Arriving on schedule. Have your pod ready." As Tessa Danny boosted slowly along its path, Danny listened for more messages from Arkady. He transmitted regularly, although mostly in Russian. Her computer's translations came out garbled but poetic, with Dmitri's name appearing frequently. She messaged Arkady once with words of encouragement. But on the 3rd day after the SOS, he broadcast, "Last filter failed. No water, only urine." Danny's stomach turned over. Arkady could survive temporarily. 2 days? Summoning her courage, she said, "Computer, calculate the fastest burn to Novia Perm." While it calculated, she clenched her teeth. Then she saw the chart of her trajectory and relaxed. At Tessa Danny's highest thrust, she would arrive half a day later than Sev System 1. Arkady was not her responsibility. "Good luck, Arkady," she whispered. The next moment, a migraine hammer hit Danny's head, and glowing dots marched across her vision. Danny swam down the corridor to the meds locker for a patch and returned to the pilot's couch. How long would this attack last? An hour later, the pain had diminished, and out of habit, Danny checked the waste pods. The rear camera showed 8 dots, slightly rounder than stars. The pods, with their tiny thrusters, were tricky to maneuver. She had to manage each course change carefully to keep them from tangling. Sev System 1 had more and bigger pods, but the pod thrusters were standard. Sev System 1 was less maneuverable than Tessa Danny. A thought rose into Danny's consciousness. By dropping the pods, she might reach Arkady before her father did. But losing 8 pods, plus missing 2 habs on the rescue trajectory, after taking Arkady on board, she would have to deal with her father, and she would be down over half the load of waste she had expected to sell at Mars. To equip Tessa Danny for the next circuit, she would have to borrow against her next cargo, which meant less profit from that cargo when she returned to Mars, which meant more borrowing. Rescuing Arkady probably meant the end of Personal Recycling Limited. Danny retreated into the remaining pain of her migraine and slept. 15 minutes later, a broadcast woke her. Novia Perm, Subsystem 1, arriving 2.2 days. Danny blinked as her head throbbed. Subsystem 1's velocity had not changed. Her father, shepherding his own waste pods, could not or would not increase his thrust. Stomach churning, Danny said, "Computer, calculate fastest burn to Novia Perm without pods." The result was stark, and Danny's head resumed throbbing. She could accelerate and decelerate much faster without the pods. She looked through the rear camera again at the dots that represented independence from her father. Shit. After a long moment, she stabbed the release button, and the magnets binding the pods to Tessa Danny's chains lost power. The pods did not move as the chains retracted into the ship. Unless someone, her father, collected them on the next circuit, they would remain in their orbits as a silver octet for centuries. Danny broadcast, "Tessa Danny arrived Novia Perm 1.4 days with water. Cannot support Arkady to Mars. Arkady must transfer to Subsystem 1. After that, Danny communicated with Ike's Pike in New Liverpool. "Skipping pickup to reach Novia Perm. Deepest apologies." Ike's Pike returned encouragement. New Liverpool, a simple acknowledgement. Her father might have overheard the exchanges, but he broadcast nothing. Danny's headache subsided, but she cried. "I'm sorry, little company. I couldn't take care of you." Over the next day, Danny felt washed out and empty, but the headache did not return. As Tessa Danny neared Novia Perm, the front camera showed the former mining ship now reduced to part of the living quarters. The back, with the nuclear pile, was missing. Near the edge of the field of view of the rear camera was a small constellation that had to be Subsystem 1 and its pods. Tessa Danny had indeed outdistanced her father's ship. For the first time since founding Personal Recycling, Danny grinned. Then she mentally kicked herself. This was a rescue, not a race, and she would pay for the rescue with her company. She turned Tessa Danny end to end to let the main thrusters kill its velocity, and said, "Computer, match orbits with Novia Perm, distance 50 meters. She relaxed and began the hours-long wait to match velocity with the habitat. "Computer, message Novia Perm. Arkady, Tessa Danny here. See you in 5 hours. Before the 5 hours were up, Danny's stomach growled. As she pulled a meal pack from her storeroom, the white shelves looked terribly bare. She had brought what she herself needed with the slimmest of margins. But Arkady would be on board for less than a day. When Tessa Danny was drifting 50 meters from Novia Perm, Danny messaged Arkady. "Arkady, Tessa Danny here. I'm coming on a tether with drinking bulbs. Wait for me at the hatch in 2 hours. The response was mostly in Russian, but it ended with, "Yes, I will wait. You saved my life." Well, Subsystem 1 would probably have gotten there before Arkady died, but every minute helped him. After filling 4 drinking bulbs and zipping them into a hazmat bag, Danny suited up and hooked a tether around her waist. She strapped a propulsion unit over her suit and bag. The front part of the unit, on her chest, had a laser sight, while the back was a cylinder of compressed air. Danny pointed the laser sight at the tumbling Novia Perm and triggered a short blast of air from the cylinder behind her. Trailing the tether, she crossed the gap between the vessels. As she neared the hab, she gave 2 more boosts to meet the moving hatch. The hatch swung open, smashing into her. Danny's helmet banged the hatch's edge and rebounded. Her upper lip hit the neck of the helmet. Her forward progress stopped a meter from the opening, and she herself began to tumble. Arkady, in the opening, reached Danny's foot and pulled her toward him. Danny grabbed the hatch with both hands and blundered into the opening. As she entered the airlock, she clipped her tether to a strut on the outside of the hab and released it from her suit. She could return to Tessadeni without the tether. She had reached Novia Perm without using it, but the prospect was hair-raising. Arkady closed the outer hatch, and at the first instant opened the inner one. Danny followed with the hazmat bag still strapped to her. Pulling off his helmet, Arkady reached for the bag with his hands still in his suit gloves. His bulky fingers couldn't work the zipper. Leaving her helmet on, Danny stripped off her gloves. She unzipped the bag, and Arkady grabbed the first drinking bulb that protruded. "Don't drink too much," Danny said, although Arkady could not hear her. As he reached for a second bulb, she turned away. When her turn carried the bag into his reach again, she thrust the whole thing at him. He swallowed the next bulb and half the third, stopping for breath as she took her helmet off. The new location smell hit Danny, and she ducked her head to avoid Arkady's breath. She and Tessadeni had their own odor, but she no longer smelled them. Arkady had been low on water for days, and he had been living in a smaller space than Tessadeni. "Spasiba, spasiba, thank you!" He embraced her with his free arm, and Danny half-heartedly returned the gesture. When he tried to kiss her, she pulled back. "That's enough, thanks." Pulling herself away, she waited until Arkady had drained the third bulb. "Arkady, you need to pack your personal stuff." She waited a moment between sentences. "First you come to Tessadeni. When Sev System 1 gets here, you go to it." Arkady looked confused, then he nodded. "I will pack my things for Sev System 1. I'm going to your bridge. I need to message them." Danny zigzagged forward with touches on the walls as Arkady left to pack his belongings. On the way, she passed the Hab's remaining rooms, lab, storeroom, head. Reaching the bridge, she broadcast, "Sev System 1, request permission for Arkady to come aboard with personal belongings. We'll be on a tether from Tessadeni." Minutes later, "Sev System 1 cannot rendezvous with Tessadeni. Tessadeni, stand aside so we can salvage Novia Perm and Arkady Yegorov." Danny's stomach clenched. Sev System 1 could not rendezvous with Tessadeni, but it could match the tumbling of the ruined habitat? Her father would find a way. Salvage. An idea formed in her mind. Danny forced herself to take deep breaths. She swam toward Arkady's quarters and found him packing a duffel. "Arkady, how much food do you have?" He abandoned the bag and led her to the storeroom's supplies. Food for 2 people for 6 more months. Danny turned to Arkady. "Arkady, Sev System 1 can't rendezvous with Tessadeni. To get to Sev System 1, you have to go directly from Novia Perm to Sev System 1 on a long line." She paused to let him translate. "If you and I bring your supplies aboard Tessadeni, you can live in Tessadeni until we get to Mars. 4 months. Another pause from Arkady. "Do you have water?" "We will have to conserve, probably level 2. We can make it." Arkady frowned and silently moved his lips. Then he smiled. "You salvage Novia Perm." Everyone was thinking of salvage. Danny shook her head. "I don't want salvage, but you need to live on Tessadeni until we go to Mars." "I know, but in Belt everything is valuable. You take Novia Perm and things in it. It is lemonade stand. I do not mind any more." Danny opened her mouth, then shut it. She closed her eyes and thought. Novia Perm was tumbling. Could she damp the tumbling with the steering thrusters? Arkady hadn't. Well, she was a pilot. Arkady was not. "Arkady, thank you. Thank you so much. Tessadeni will now tow Novia Perm back to Mars." She paused and raised a hand, palm out. "But I will not sleep with you on Tessadeni. I will not." Arkady blushed. Then he nodded. "Yes." "Okay." She smiled. "Finish packing, then help me move food into the airlock. We will have to make 4 or 5 trips to Tessadeni." An hour later, Danny and Arkady drifted toward Tessadeni with the first load of food roped between them. Danny opened the hatch carefully and pulled in Arkady and the food. On her suit radio, she said, "Welcome to Tessadeni." "Spasiba. Thank you, thank you." Danny pressurized the airlock and pulled the food toward her own supply room. Arkady followed. Danny said, "You put the food away. I have to message Sev System 1. She swam up the central corridor, feeling detached from what she was about to do. On the bridge, she toggled the microphone and said, "Tessa Denny to Sev System 1. Arcadi on board, salvage beginning. Sev System 1, stand aside." Danny waited a full minute. Sev System 1 had to have gotten the message. But the world did not explode. Her father did not materialize in front of the console, threatening fury. Danny took a deep breath. Her clenched stomach relaxed a little, and no signs of a migraine appeared. She messaged her next habitat. "Personal recycling resuming circuit at Bernard Frere. 4 days late due to rescue and salvage of Novia Perm, but we will be there." 4 days would probably surprise the occupants of Bernard Frere, but she needed 2 days to damp the tumbling and chain Novia Perm to Tessa Danny. Acceleration and deceleration would be excruciatingly slow. But Personal Recycling Limited would bring its waste pods and more to Mars. "Spasiba, spasiba, thank you," Danny said aloud. Rover, A.T. Sayre. Reading time 39 minutes. A.T. Sayre has been writing in some form or other for over 3/4 of his life, ever since he was 10 years old. From plays to poems, film scripts to graphic novels, he has tried them all, but has never strayed too far from his first true love, narrative fiction, specifically speculative fiction. His work has appeared in Abstract Jam, Fantaxis Magazine, and Andromeda Spaceways. A more detailed list of his publications can be found at www.atsayre.com/fiction. Born in Kansas City, raised in New Hampshire, he lives in Brooklyn and likes to read in coffee houses. The terrain in the lower Melas Dorsa was more rocky and uneven than in the plain behind the Martian rover, so its progress slowed considerably. The ridges and hills rippled out in near even rows north to south and inclined at a modest but steady rate. Rocks from the small and easily rolled over to boulders twice its size were scattered in all directions, disrupted only by narrow veins of fine sand and dirt running like cracks in the ground. The rover stuck to these smoother paths as much as possible, but would have to venture through the rock field when the veins dissipated or turned too radically in the wrong direction. It might have been a smoother course to cut around to the east or west to reach its objective, a cluster of craters in central Melas Fosse, but the rover had determined the direct approach would still take less time. The sun above and the blue halo surrounding it were the only disruption of soft brown Martian sky from horizon to horizon. The clear skies were welcome. The murky sky of the last few days had seriously depleted its batteries, and if it had continued for much longer, the rover would have been forced to shut down and spend an entire day charging. The rover's far left back wheel lost its grip and spun out on a flat rock just below the sand, its body jerking sideways for a moment before it stopped. That back wheel wasn't as good as its original wheel had been. The Russian probe the rover had taken it from had been designed for the smooth Amazonas planitia, so it didn't have the deep treads and spikes that could grip the rocks and sharp crags in the ground. But it had been compatible, unlike most of the rest of that defunct machine, and the rover had needed a replacement. It deployed one of its long metallic arms to push itself forward and continued. The rover spotted an odd discoloration in the side of a short scarp a few dozen meters to the east, and it stopped and rotated its main head to face it. The spot had a bright, soft white color, only dulled by the coat of Martian dust that had likely been blown thin in a storm. It was no more than a few centimeters in diameter and irregularly shaped, but it stood out clearly as it disrupted the flowing lines in the outcropping like a mole. The rover deployed its laser and took aim at the spot. It fired 3 fast, high-intensity shots at it, boring a small hole. A cloud of particles hung in the air at the target, and the rover trained its spectrometer on the cloud until it dissipated. There was the expected iron oxide in the cloud, the surface dust, as well as magnesium, magnetite, aluminum oxide, and potassium, all in small quantities, common minerals on Mars. But there was also an abundance of calcium sulfate dihydrate in the sample, gypsum, a sedentary mineral formed by water. It was a particularly rare find. Gypsum had only been found in a handful of other locations, the closest being in the Meridiani Planum, over 3,000 kilometers away. The rover itself had never come across it, and only 2 of the Mars probes it had scavenged databases from recorded any sign of it. The trip to Melos Fossi would have to be put on hold. The route to the gypsum sample meandered, moving around large rocks the rover could not roll over. Halfway to the scarp, the rover came upon the edge of a sharp drop in the ground that was far too steep for it to traverse. It stopped and scanned the area. To the west, the drop of the ridge became deeper. To the east, it turned into the foot of a ridgeline that meandered for approximately 20 meters until it bent back south, merging with several other ridges into a narrow plateau a kilometer away. The ground beyond the scarp appeared relatively smooth, so it could travel up and past the scarp to come at it from the other side, if there was a way back down. Here at the foot, the incline wasn't too steep, but the sides of the ridge looked impossible all the way to the horizon. Beyond that, the rover could not determine. The topography maps in its database did not have the necessary detail at this small a scale, but it seemed to be the only viable option. The ground of the ridgeline was very loose and sandy, with each turn of the rover's wheels sending small cascades of sand sliding down behind it. It had to be very careful and deliberate in its movements to avoid tumbling down with it. At the top, it deployed its arms and pushed itself over the edge, and drove along the rounded-off top slowly, leaning down one side. By sunset, the ridge had flattened out and widened, but the sides remained far too steep to descend. The scarp had long since disappeared behind the rover. Another ridgeline merged with the one the rover was on half a kilometer ahead, and perhaps by doubling back on that ridge, it could find a way back down. But that would have to wait till tomorrow. With nightfall, the temperature had already dropped below optimal operational levels. The rover stopped in a stable spot in the center of the plateau and deployed stabilizing struts to lift itself off the ground. Powerful blasts of air from its vents blew in short bursts methodically across its entire body, clearing off the day's dust and dirt. After that was finished, the vents closed, the solar panels folded on themselves and tucked in flat against its body, its main head lowered down on top of them, and its camera lens narrowed and went dark. The rover's systems, one by one, went into standby mode to conserve energy, leaving only the barest of sensory functions operating, all except its communication system, which switched on. The rover functioned autonomously during the day, only initiating its communication system at night to upload its logs and other data gathered throughout the day's work, and to receive instructions. The rover sent out a test signal and waited for confirmation. 30 minutes went by, then an hour. No reply. It sent out another signal. Still no reply. The rover ran a diagnostic on its communication systems. Everything was functioning perfectly. It sent the signal again. Still nothing. The rover repeated the process. It would keep sending the test signal until a connection was confirmed, even though it had been a very long time since the rover had heard from home. No confirmation, not a word. The rover hadn't received a single bite of information in thousands of nights. It was obvious that something had gone wrong, some reason why its signal was never acknowledged, but the rover did not have enough data to determine what it could be. Its systems were working fine, as the repeated diagnostics showed, so there was no problem on its end, but still there was no reply. They probably didn't know the rover was still functioning. It had survived far longer than anyone would have predicted. A few years, 5 at the most, was all that was expected of it. After that, the rough life of crawling along the rocks would take its toll, and the rover would cease to function, buried in the sand along with all the rest. But the rover was still here, still functioning, still making its way from one point of study to the next, amassing data and exploring, because that was what it was programmed to do, and nobody had told it to stop. It had changed somewhat since its creation, as it had needed to take parts of other machinery left on Mars to keep going. A new wheel from the Russian probe, an optic lens to replace its own cracked one, a processor from another to subsidize its own when its performance had started to lag. It had taken solar panels from a Chinese machine with more receptive photovoltaic cells and mounted them alongside its original array to improve energy collection. It added another set of arms from an Indian rover, much better at gripping than its original four, connected by an extension of its chassis that it took from an American probe at the edge of the northern ice cap. And as always, from the probes, landers, other rovers, it took the processors and data storage units to keep pace with the increasing sophistication of its system. It grew smarter, more resourceful, capable of more and more complex problem-solving and decision-making. The rover had learned so much, had grown so much. It was barely recognizable as the simple machine that had touched down on the red planet so long ago. If someone back on Earth would make contact, would look up and see it was still there, alone in the dark on a plateau in the middle of the Melos Dorsa, just waiting for someone to acknowledge its signal, they would be amazed. By midday, the rover had traveled along the new ridge nearly halfway back to the scarp, and the incline on the eastern edge had started to ease. It was still too steep for the rover to attempt, but with the way the ridge was petering out, it seemed likely it would be manageable in another kilometer. With any luck, there wouldn't be any further obstacles delaying it getting back to the scarp once the rover reached the ground below. The plateau narrowed considerably and sloped down as the rover continued on to the end of the ridge, and the ground underneath started to become unstable. Chunks of dirt fell away beneath its wheels on both sides, making it slide dangerously before it could turn away. The rover pulled in its solar panels to lower its center of gravity, but that only did so much. The rover could see the ridgeline ahead grew even narrower, folding into a point and dropping sharply on both sides. It couldn't continue forward safely. 20 meters back, there had been a ledge descending off the east side that the rover had passed on because it was barely wide enough for its frame, but now it appeared it was the rover's only option. The rover reversed back up the ridgeline. The ground degraded even more. It didn't have the same amount of traction now as it was moving against the downward slope. Every time it stopped to try to assess, it would start to slide down one side or the other. The ground beneath its left back wheel completely disappeared, bucking the rover up and to the right. The rover's arms shot out into the ground all around it. That stopped it from falling any farther, but the slightest movement was likely to send it over. The rover sat still as a rock, barely hanging onto its purchase as it analyzed the situation. But then the entire left side of the ridge fell away and took the rover with it. The rover flipped and tumbled, scraping its way down the coarse ridge, pinballing off hard earth and rocks in its path. It was powerless to stop or even just slow itself, so it did the only thing it could, pulled in its arms and held tight against its body to save them from breaking off, and waited to reach the bottom. It fell over a steep drop and began to cartwheel end over end, picking up speed, bouncing in the air in high arcs before slamming back down and continuing to roll. Near the bottom, it glanced off a large boulder, sending it twirling in the air. It landed flat on its back and skidded along until coming to rest a few meters away from the ridge. The rover lay there a long time as the sun moved across the sky. The faint hum of its internal motors was silent. It was as still as the rocks and hills around it. It was near sunset before the rover let out 2 sharp beeps, and its hum returned as its systems rebooted. Its wheels twitched and rolled in the air for a moment, before the rover's gyroscope came online, letting it know it was upside down. The rover dug its right side arms into the ground and pushed itself upward, walking the arms closer and closer to push itself onto its side and farther. With one last heave, the rover fell back down onto its wheels with a bounce. It did a check of its internal systems. Everything seemed to be online and functioning properly. The visual, motor, energy systems all reported nominal. Its processors and memory storage were also undamaged. Externally, there was more. There were no cracks in its body, and its main head seemed undamaged, but one arm hung crumpled down its side and was unresponsive. It examined the arm. It was barely attached, only hanging on by a half-ripped flat cable. At some point in the fall, it must have taken the brunt of a hit right at its joint. The rover deployed its solar panels. 2 of them were barely functional. The fall had cracked one of them straight through, and the other would not fully open. The others worked fine, but the rover's solar harvestability was severely compromised. The strut on the front right wheel was bent outward, tilting the rover forward, and when it moved, the wheel wobbled on its axle, causing the rover to jerk up and down randomly. It managed to stabilize itself by supporting its front with one of its remaining arms like a crutch. The rover grasped the dead arm and ripped it away from its body, dropping it on the ground. That could be done without. Even the loss of the solar panels wasn't a death blow, but the wheel and strut needed to be replaced, and soon. There was no way to know how long it could last. The rover scanned its database. The closest machine to its location was a European rover lying defunct in the Solis Planum, 900 kilometers to the west. Its strut system was similar enough to the rover's, at least as a stopgap until it could reach something more suitable. It might be able to make it that far before the wheel broke off completely, if it moved slowly and avoided the rougher terrain, and got a little bit of good fortune. And it didn't have much choice but to try. It took nearly a month to get out of the Melos Torsa. Normally it would have taken just a few days, but the rover wasn't capable of managing anything but the easiest terrain. It had to go north for many days before there was an opening to the west it could manage. And then it had to turn south again after only a few kilometers when its way was blocked by sharp cliffs that stretched all the way to the horizon. Days were spent exploring down narrow valleys, looking for a gap in the hills, only to find impassable walls or rocky fields it couldn't manage anymore, and turning back. All done at an agonizingly slow pace. Even with the help of the arm, its bad wheel kept deteriorating, putting more stress on the rest of the rover's body. By the time the rover had found a path to the smooth ground below the Tokonau crater, it couldn't do more than 10 kilometers a day. The remaining wheels with the arm were compensating for the extra weight as best as they could, but the jarring up and down tilt of moving was causing havoc on the rover's internal systems, loosening connections and bolts a fraction at a time. The effect accumulated, and efficiency had dropped system-wide. The rover had to shut down its gyroscope completely because its constant rolling was disorientating. That at least saved some energy, as the extra strain of the rover's limp across the planet used up more than its already compromised solar panels could fully replenish. The going was easier once out onto the hills to the west of the crater and on through the top of Solis Torsa. The land was more fluid. Lines of ripples in the sand stretched east to west, and the rover rode along inside them like tracks, up and down the gentle inclines. The obstacles were minimal, only occasionally forcing the rover to reroute. The rover's degradation slowed, but didn't completely reverse. Each night, as it rested its beaten body, it continued to send its signal into the dark back home. And there was still no reply. The same ritual as always. Send the signal, wait for a reply. No response, send it again. No response, run a diagnostic, send it again. No response, no contact. The same fruitless act sending out a call into the black sky above, trying to get anyone to notice one lowly machine all alone in a vast, vacant wasteland. Its increased need for help didn't change anything. But then, halfway across the upper Solis Storsa, the rover started to receive the beacon signal. It was barely distinguishable from normal background interference at first, like some kind of natural occurrence. And at first the rover dismissed it as such. But as it slowly traveled westward, it got stronger. After a week, it was unmistakably artificial. 3 quick beeps, repeated over and over. Every night, exactly the same. It wasn't the long-awaited signal from home, but localized, coming from the Sinai Planum northwest of the rover's location. The rover had no record of any probes, landers, or craft of any kind in that area, and no probe would have a need for a location beacon to begin with. But a spaceship would, to mark its landing site for its crew to follow back from their expeditions around the planet. The rover changed course and moved at a vigorous pace toward the beacon, pushing itself far more than was safe. It couldn't be sure how long the ship would be there. As it was, it would take the rover weeks to reach it. It tried repeatedly both day and night to contact them, but there was no reply. They were deaf to the rover's calls, or ignoring them, or possibly using a frequency for communication outside of the rover's range. A change in communication frequency. That had always been an explanation for why it had not been able to contact home for so long. One the rover had long ago determined most likely. But the reason ultimately was moot. What mattered now was that they could leave at any moment without even knowing the rover was racing to meet them. In just a couple of weeks it was halfway there. The strain on its system had increased, and its batteries were slowly depleting, but the rover would not slow down. It moved even faster when it made it into the Sinai Planum, where the ground flattened out considerably, each day bringing it closer. The rover stopped trying to contact home. It monitored the beacon continuously instead, both day and night, looking for any variations in the pattern or a change in signal strength. Anything that would suggest the ship was preparing to leave before the rover could reach it. But the only change was that the signal was getting stronger as the rover approached. All night it would listen to that simple signal that confirmed the spaceship's presence. The rover reached to within 100 kilometers, then almost 80 the next day, under 70, just a few more days. The rover risked a steep rise 60 kilometers from the ship because going around it would add another day, and nearly fell again going down the other side. But it was so close now, 50 kilometers. With 40 kilometers to go, the rover ran straight through the night instead of shutting down, and planned to do the same the next. It would bring its energy reserves dangerously low, but as long as the days were sunny and clear, the rover calculated it would have just enough left to get to the ship before the batteries were empty. There was a haze in the sky both days, and the rover didn't collect the energy it needed. It wouldn't have enough to make it now. But the rover pressed on through the second night anyway. It shut down all systems not integral for travel, but that only saved a negligible amount. The beacon was only 10 kilometers away. It couldn't stop now when it was so very close. Through that last night, the rover's energy dwindled, and it slowed even further, moving only intermittently. A few hours before dawn, it could move no more, and halted at the crest of a hill. One more revolution of the wheels and step of its arm would drain it completely and permanently. There was only enough left in the battery to keep its processors functioning at minimal. In such a weakened state, it had no control left. It barely had the processing power left to know there was anything to control. The rover's lens and arms fell limp at its sides. Its traveling light went dark, and it disappeared into the black of night. The morning sun rose and shined on the rover's solar panels. By mid-morning, its energy reserve was back up to 10%, and the rover came back to life. The beacon signal was still there, strong as ever. and only 3 kilometers away, directly in front of it, down the hill and on the plain below. And with a few more joules of energy stored away, it would have enough to make it. But when the rover scanned the area and spotted the craft, it determined there was no rush. The spaceship was a large hexagonal pyramid with rounded-off top and edges. It stood upright on heavy struts spread out at each corner, suspending its rockets a few meters off the ground, and the main body 4 meters above that. It was a sleek, fluid-looking craft with smooth lines from the nose to its base, and as evidenced by the tiny splotches of white where the thick layer of dust had cracked off, must have gleamed brightly in the sunlight once. Even the ragged hole near the top, with the charred black edges, seemed to obey the overall aesthetic, being mostly horizontal in its fracture. The spaceship stood out like a finger pointing straight up in the middle of the flat plain. About the only other disruption for kilometers was a small mound a few meters from the ship, which, as the rover passed by it, saw was a mummified human body. The body was partly buried in the dust, lying on its side, with one of its legs stuck straight out while the other curled up tightly to its chest, pinning an arm to its stomach. Its face was covered by its other lower arm, which twisted around the back of its head and across its caved-in cheek. There was no spacesuit, only a light blue jumper that hung loose around the dried limbs, whose skin had turned pale red like Martian dust. A tatter of the suit's cuff fluttered in the breeze. A slanted ladder on the ship ran up the side of one of the struts to a sealed door 15 meters up. Apart from the hole, it was the only entrance. The rover closed its solar panels and approached the ladder, grasping the lowest rung in one of its arms. Its claw fit firmly around it. It pulled itself upward and grasped the next rung with another arm. Its front wheels lifted off the ground. The rover made its way very carefully up the side of the ship, with 3 of its arms pulling it up and 2 in the back pushing. The going was very slow, its arms groaning and whining with every movement. It took till early evening to reach the narrow ledge in front of the door, which was just wide enough to fit the rover's frame. The outer door opened only halfway and jammed with a loud crack. The rover grabbed the edges of the frame, turned itself sideways, and just managed to fit through into the dark decompression chamber. It rolled forward into the ship. As it crossed over the threshold of the open inner door, motion sensors, long dormant, flicked on fluorescent lighting. The cargo and maintenance bay was one large room, stocked with supplies and equipment. Most of the space was taken up by a large 6-wheeled exploration vehicle bolted down to the surface of a lift in the center of the room. Various boxes and crates were strapped to the walls in netting 3 or 4 deep. All the needs of a prospective base stacked away unused. Near the front of the vehicle was a metal workbench covered with tools and bits of machinery in the process of repair. The head of a maintenance drone was held firmly in a vise upside down, exposing the circuitry within. Underneath the bench was the rest of the drone in pieces. The rover parked up next to the workbench, by an outlet the drones would use to recharge and connect with the ship's systems. It disconnected its power cable from its solar array and plugged it into the outlet. Immediately its batteries started filling. Yet the rover couldn't connect to the ship's system. It was possible that it was an issue of compatibility, but more likely the internal network was offline. Access to the ship's communications would only be possible from the bridge. Facing the rover against the wall were several other exploratory machines. There was another rover, much like itself, though smaller and simpler in design, parked and bolted to the floor. On both sides of it were a dozen flying drones stacked one on top of the other in clear cases. They didn't appear to have much inner workings, just propellers at each corner, a camera, and a remote control receiver. No higher processing functions at all. Above all of them was another curious machine strapped against the wall. It was shaped like a cone, and silver from its pointed tail up to the tip of its rounded head covered in dark glass. On each side was a narrow arm that ran almost its entire length, slightly open and exposing a glittery fabric attached that folded back inside the body. Beyond that there was no disruption of its smooth surface, no instruments or sensors attached, and it didn't appear it would have the space for much in the way of internal systems. It looked more like a toy than a serious piece of equipment. Batteries full, the next step was repairs. The drone's wheel and strut was a good match. It wasn't as wide, and it didn't have deep treads, not being designed for movement off the ship, but it was solid. The rover replaced its broken wheel, tightened loose wiring and circuitry, and blew away all the dust caked on and in itself with a pneumatic air hose. When it finished its repairs, the rover rolled off as smoothly as the day it was built. The rover found a ramp designed for the ship drone's use that spiraled the outer hull and took it upward. The next 3 levels were food storage, water reclamation, life support systems, and other ship machinery. The rover passed by them to the top of the ramp, which led out on the crew habitat level, where it got off in search of the next ramp that would lead farther upward. The lights came on around it as the rover entered. The center of the level was an open communal eating and recreational room. Random books, used dishes, other simple things rested on tables and chairs about the space. In the galley, someone had drawn crude comic pictures on a grease board next to the refrigerator. Around a bend in the corridor, the rover came across another member of the crew, a dried-out corpse of a woman slumped across a doorway opposite the common area. The rover slid past her in the hall, just barely rolling over her outstretched fingers. The ramp entrance continuing up was just past her. Martian dust was everywhere on the bridge, blown in through the hole to the left of the command station. It collected in small drifts against any upright surface, with a fine dusting on everything else. The wind picked up outside and whistled through the hole, and the dust danced, whipping up a small vortex in the spiral staircase that led down below. Underneath the dust, most of the panels and equipment were charred and showed no signs of functioning. Fortunately, the back of the room had suffered less direct damage in the blast, and that is where the communications were. A small red light on its access panel flashed rhythmically, waiting to be used. The rover plugged itself into communications. Immediately, the system woke from standby mode, lighting up the back wall. A small screen came to life with an outlined image of Mars surrounded by laurels, and a small cursor blinking just below it. It was fully functioning. The rover had assumed it would be. The ship wouldn't be still sending out the beacon signal otherwise. The ship was equipped with a narrow directional beam of an extremely high frequency, well outside the rover's bandwidth. They had switched to a frequency the rover was not capable of. The signal was powerful, too. The ship could send a signal from the Kuiper belt, and it would be clear and strong back home. The rover's own communications were only a fraction of its strength. There would be no way the rover wouldn't reach Earth now. Finally, the silence would end. The rover did not bother to send a test signal. It uploaded all its acquired data, its logs, its photographs and videos, its soil analysis findings, everything. All the findings it had accumulated in the thousands and thousands of days it had been alone on the planet, diligently doing its work, and sent every last bit of it back to Earth in one massive packet of information. The communications screen went blank for a moment, then the word compiling flashed in soft white letters, with a percentage slowly counting upward below it. When it reached 100%, the words changed to sending transmission, please wait. Then after a long, long minute, it changed again to transmission sent successfully. Now all it had to do was wait for a reply, and see what they would want it to do next. There was much of the planet that the rover had never explored, plenty of places they could tell it to go. Perhaps the Hellas Impact Basin, or the Candor Chasm. Olympus Mons was relatively nearby. With some modifications in the maintenance bay, it could reach its summit and take atmosphere and mineral samples. Perhaps it could utilize the flying drones to do it. Installing the drone controls into itself would not be difficult. Maybe they would want the rover to take over for the failed crew and complete the setup of this base, get everything ready for the next expedition's arrival, repair the hole in the ship, assemble the solar farm, the greenhouse. They would at least need the methane harvesters up and running to collect fuel for their return journey. Maybe they would even take the rover with them when they left. The communications beeped when it received a response. It was not the detailed communication the rover had expected. In accordance, Executive Order 1187, the Mars Initiative program has been suspended. All future missions to Mars are canceled. All running Mars missions are discontinued. No data acquisition is required or will be accepted. This is an automated response. Repeat. The rover disconnected from communications and backed away as the automatic response it had triggered back on Earth flashed on the screen. Its mission was over. Cancelled. Had been for a long time. But nobody had shut the rover down, had told it to stop. They hadn't seen the need. It was so much easier for them to just stop talking to it and let it run on until it eventually died. Abandoned. All that data, all that work, all those days of crawling and struggling over the forsaken planet, it was all for nothing. There would be no new orders, no more purpose. Nobody cared. Outside, the light faded as the sun set, leaving the rover in ever-increasing darkness. The sun rose on the spaceship, lighting up the sky, with only a few wisps of clouds traveling ever so slowly westward. A stiff wind whistled across the Sinai Planum, kicking up a dust devil that danced toward the ship, only to dissipate back to nothing a few meters away. The wind died, and the world went lifeless again. Another day on the inanimate planet began. A rectangular slat opened halfway up the spaceship with a low hum. It was followed by a low rumbling sound that grew louder and into a high-pitched whine as it continued. The dust on the ship started to come loose and cascade down its sides. Suddenly, something shot out of the opening with a deafening crack, sending shock waves echoing around the plane and kicking up a massive cloud of dust. By the time it settled, the object was a silvery dot in the distant sky. 6 kilometers up, the object stopped its spin, and its trajectory leveled out with the ground far below. Lights started flashing in its dark glass head, and a ring of vents opened in its tail. It opened its arms straight out on both sides. They locked in place with a stiff click and periscoped out even further. The fabric connected to the arms caught the wind and pulled itself out, unfurling into large fluttering wings that sparkled. The flyer swooped upward in a majestic arc. Just as it had first determined, the new body was very simplistic, maybe even crude in some ways. It didn't have the space or the weight to spare for many internal instruments, had even less after space had to be made to fit all the processors. But it was sleek and graceful and danced with just the slightest nudge of the wings. And there was something to be said about the simplicity as well. The micro-solar cells on its wings collected more than enough sunlight to power all its systems, and with only an occasional push from its exhaust, it could remain in the air indefinitely. It moved westward over the Noctis Labyrinthus, a chaotic maze of deep valleys and chasms that were little more than a patch of cracked skin in the surface of Mars to it now. It focused its camera on it. Traversing that ground would have taken forever, with all the blind alleys, dead ends, sharp drops, and precipitous ledges. Perhaps it had been there, though. Much of what it had learned on the ground was resting on the top of the workbench back on the ship. The rover had had to sacrifice most of its data storage units in the transfer to the flyer to make weight. That was the drawback to the Switch, lack of data storage. It estimated it only had enough space now for the information it could collect on maybe 1/10 of the planet before it would have to start writing over old data. But maybe that wasn't a flaw, because this way, no matter how long it flew across the planet, it would never run out of new places to explore. The flyer banked to the east, into the sun, which made it shine like a star in the daytime sky. 100. Sean Monahan. Reading time 41 minutes. Discovering that the roof on his house was leaking, Sean Monahan set about arranging a replacement. This led to the discovery of a raft of other issues, all easily addressed, but it got him thinking about the ease of organizing experts to make repairs he was not sufficiently qualified to undertake. Sean's stories have appeared in Asimov's and Amazing Stories, among others. He lives in provincial New Zealand and travels as frequently as he can. 1. Through the thick old crazed glass of the cramped viewing pod, the surface of Valles Marineris looked bright and welcoming, as if Cam could step out into the bright sunlight and breathe in deep lungfuls of fabulous rich air, enjoy a faint breeze. Cam put his sooty hand against the cold glass. He was tired. Fighting fires tended to do that. The viewing pod was set atop the 2 stories of this section of VM1. Old patched welds held the glass in place. The once green paint was scratched and scored and cracked back to the gray-white preformed panels in places. If Cam craned to others of the 12 windows, he could see parts of the regolith-covered station, damage in the southern portions that it was best not to think about. And now some new problems in that narrow eastern wing. The fire was out, but, well, who knew what the plan was for repairs? "Hey!" someone hollered up the access tube. "Cam, you up there?" He was too predictable. That was his problem. Or one of a couple of dozen problems. Thinking aloud, forgetting shifts, getting tongue-tied. "Bettina?" he said. "You know it. Get down here. There's a debriefing and we've got dinner duty. Chicken Kiev or lobster Mornay. Your choice. I know what I'm going with." Bettina was the only other teenager out here. She would be 20 soon, so yeah, that would leave him sore thumbing it. "You think you're funny," he said. Out on the distant rim of the valley, tiny sparkles flickered, dust attenuating the sunlight reflecting from some of the old solar panels. Hetty had talked about sending people out to retrieve them. Sometime. A matter of sparing the resources. Risking lives. The big chiefs on the committee argued themselves in circles over that one. Over everything. Apparently things had been different before the asteroid, but Cam was too young to remember all that. "Hello?" Bettina called. "I mean now." "'Kay." Cam pushed away from the side and dropped through the access, sliding down the ladder's rim, not even touching a rung. "Sheesh," Bettina said. "You know not to do that." Cam sighed. Every single moment of his life dictated by rules, and a whole giant ream of data about why there were rules. Resources. Everything came back to resources. Blah, blah, don't get injured. Injuries take time and resources. Double-check everything. Keep safe. Thing was, all the adults knew something different, knew that they shouldn't have to struggle like this. Bettina stared at him with her lovely hazel eyes. She was twice as smart as him and half a head taller. They'd made out once, but, well, that was just another thing that wasn't going anywhere. She had real nice lips. "Let me guess," Cam said. "Oregano falafel patties with, beets?" Bettina shrugged. "Beets or turnips? Great." 2. There was an old joke about potatoes being the first crop ever grown on Mars. The battered paperback novel circulated around the station. That guy's situation made their own scene easy. Things leaned toward story, but without any information coming from Earth, there was no way to check. Once there had been an internet. Every single thing any person had ever done or written down or photographed on a big global computer back there. Laggy with the Earth to Mars difference, but better than just the old limited hard drive downloads. Videos of cats falling off windowsills and fighting mirrors and snuggling up to dogs. Cats and dogs, another thing he wouldn't get to experience. While Toothless Jim said they smelled and had fleas, little insects that bit you and injected itchy poison, where was the good in that? Still, it would be nice to have gotten to taste a potato. Apparently they were a whole lot nicer than turnips. Plus, potatoes could be sliced into thin strips, deep-fried until they were golden and crispy and succulent. French fries. Not very nutritious to all accounts, but something akin to the nectar of the gods if you ate one. Just another thing the seniors jabbered about with nostalgia. 3. In the B3A bathrooms, Cam used a quarter-liter of water, with Gina's special rose soap mix, to scrub the soot from his hands and face and arms. The water turned black and frothy, and his hands and face and arms were still grubby. Ollie Nicholson was in one of the showers, singing badly some song about thunderheads and the open range. Cam poured the water he'd used through the funnel on a glass and wire still. The grime would probably clog up the filter, and he would be the one who had to scrape it clean. Still, they all had their jobs. 4. Next morning, sunrise sharp, Hetty called a meeting with everyone. 100 of them, all crammed into their individual sections, 10, 12 at most, a few in stations with 1 or 2. There was a big meeting hall, down in the vehicle garage, space enough for everyone to meet. But policy, yay for policies, said no more than 15 of them in any isolatable section at any one time. That way any failure wouldn't kill everyone. Just 15. So pragmatic. Cam sat next to Bettina in the 6E6 rec room, below ground. The room was 2 meters by 3 meters. The walls were white. Enough space for a game of table tennis, if you were happy to play on a half a table. Bettina had brought along a bag of some flaky kind of pastry. She offered some to Cam. "Yeast?" he said. Bettina shrugged and took the proffered bag back. There were 5 others in the room: Somiko, Dave, Ollie Nicholson, Callie, and Dell. It was kind of cramped, actually. Callie and Dell played some silly game attempting to tickle each other's midriff and armpits. Ollie rolled his eyes at them. Hetty faced them all from the wall display at the far end. She was 63 years old, lined face, wizened even, as if she'd spent decades out under the sun. She had, of course. She'd come out to Mars in her mid-40s, a 5-year posting. When the time came to board the cycler to head home, there was no home to go to. "Thanks for settling in for this," she said. She had a nice accent. Thick, long vowels. No rush to get through things. 3 others from the committee sat behind her. Faces, masks of serious despondency. Maybe it was seething anger. Frustration that things went wrong and there was no way back. "We had a fire," Hetty said. "I thank the quick response of the duty crew in getting that under control. We had no loss of life." Bettina leaned in and whispered to Cam, "That's you." Cam had been on fire crew for just on a year. Earthier, not Martian. Not that there was any choice. Everyone had multiple roles. "Needless to say," Hetty went on, "we've lost some infrastructure capacity. While there are numerous redundant systems, for this very reason, we'll have to put on our ingenuity hats once more and see our way through this." "As if we don't wear ingenuity hats every moment," Ollie muttered. "We'll be having a strategy meeting today to come up with workarounds. I don't need to mention that any and all ideas are welcome. It's only through our collective thinking that we are able to continue." Had a dime for every time she mentioned how she didn't need to mention I'd shut it, Ollie, Callie said. Ollie gave her a nod and a tight-lipped smile. 5. Cam's environment suit stank of something bad, something that had probably come from inside a human body, some other human body. The suit was older than Cam. It chafed his right knee. If he'd remembered, he would have put on a bandage first. Of course, bandages were in short supply, too. He waited in the makeshift staging area between W16 and W17B, the corridor that led through to some of the new hydroponics and the old machine shop. The fire had been in WA13C, a biggish store cupboard converted into a small workshop where Michelle and Ira were working on a miniature mining robot. Old rover tech, together with some intense solar-powered processing for extracting iron and other metals from surface dust. Supposed to be a kind of automated self-regenerating system. A whole planet full of resources, but they were pretty much stuck with the enclosure's 3,000 square meters and a bunch of aging equipment hauled up from Earth. "Ready to go?" Solveig said. "Let's get this done, see what we can salvage." Solveig had come up on the very last cycler, the one that Hetty should have been aboard to depart for Earth, on her way back home. Solveig was still prone to bursts of melancholy and hours or days of crying. She'd come out to complete her PhD/practicum. She'd had a vast family through Austria, Turkey, and Scandinavia, a fiancé in Switzerland. A few guys here had put the moves on her, but she was as resistant as the immovable rock Bettina sometimes used in metaphors about Eddie. How would the committee function without a leader who could cast a deciding vote? "Ready?" Cam said. Solveig cycled the access hatchway into W15E. All the sections had hermetic doors. Of course. Today they were airlocks. The section wasn't open to the Martian atmosphere, but there was no sense in taking chances, right? Airlocking sections and environment suits. Cam jumped as the door popped. His suit shifted, expanded. Solveig cursed. "It's breached, isn't it?" Cam said. The atmosphere outside the enclosure was 1% the pressure of inside, and all he had between himself and that was a thin layer of laminated mylar and rubber and whatever. Solveig kept cursing as she marched along the corridor toward the burned-out cupboard. Cam followed. Get it done. Get on to the next thing. 6. The graphs and charts made it look better than it really was. 3 days since Cam and Solveig had gone in, and Jolek was still processing the data their suits had recorded. Apparently there was a lot of collating, and the databases were running at 15% capacity anyway. Cam was with Bettina, and Tal, Jolek, Marina, and Sunshine were in the Toria mess. Someone once had decided the messes should have names rather than just numbers. Likewise the sleeping quarters. Cam's little shared bunk room was called Himalaya. Gus, his roommate, was quiet, pretty good with solar power cells. Every now and then, someone came up with the idea to revise the names to reflect Mars, Olympus, and Arcadia, and so on. After all, those places back on Earth were all gone now, buried under meters of compacting dust. Bettina had a plate of hardtack cookie chips, dark brown flecks that she pretended were chocolate, but were more likely linseed from the hydroponics. Omega-3. Something they had to work hard for with the limited resources, blah, blah, blah. "Want some?" she said, pushing the cracked plate toward Cam. He shook his head. "You should," Jolek said. "You look pale and peaky." Jolek was one to talk. Patches of skin on his face were blotched and red, cracking over some nasty fluids in places. "Can we focus on the data, please?" Tal said. "Hetty needs this done." There were 2 groups looking over the data. Tal in charge of this one. Better way to catch glimpses of things that might be missing. On the faux wood table there were data displays and scroll pads with notes. More things that were falling into short supply. The fire had cost them the exploration rover. Its plastic rubber-coated aluminum wheels were now slag and soot. Its delicate internal parts charred and cracked and pitted. Perhaps the only things easily salvageable were the casing and some of the structural members. Worse, the damage to the wall panels and ceilings had impacted the services behind. There had been a breach, minor, but it would have to be fixed before anyone could get any effective work done on repairs. "Thing is," Lorena said, "the damage is to a section that connects to hydroponics. Hydro is running fine. Jolek said. Sure. But for how long do we have to get there and back using environment suits? That's unsustainable. Like everything, muttered Tal. We need repairs. Simple as that. No one said anything. Bettina's cookies were making Cam hungry. He stood and went to the small servery window. He pushed it open and looked inside. The stores inside were depleted. Well inventoried, but much fewer than there should have been. Jars and cans and plastic boxes. They had 100 people to feed. We have to repair it, Cam said. That's all there is to it. 7. Cam came in off rock clearing duty and shucked everything. His environment suit had more stitching and taping. His knees stung, and the calf of his leggings was stained with blood. Well, great, he said. The area just inside the airlock was cluttered with tools and discarded gloves. A dented helmet lay on one of the bench seats. Bettina stepped into the space. She was wearing a ragged peach-colored t-shirt that had probably once been deep orange. You been out on your own? She said. Again? The work has to be done. You're going to screw it up and just make it all worse. You'll break a leg or puncture your suit, and someone's going to have to come out and get you. If the suit's punctured, they can just leave me there. We'd need the suit. Good point. Cam put his helmet on the shelf with the others. He hung his suit in the locker rack. Bettina stayed in the doorway as he pulled on his work shirt and pants. You're bleeding, she said. Sure. He sat to put on his shoes. Bettina bent and kissed his forehead. You're an idiot, you know? Yeah, he said, feeling something warm expanding in his belly. 8. Hetty's office was the biggest single-occupancy space in the whole of the enclosure. She kept her use of it compact and efficient. An aluminum desk with a couple of displays and a communication board. The back wall had copies of all the white plastic folders filled with printouts of procedures. In event of... On the side wall, 3 shelves of printers stuttered away, making from the looks more solar cells. The room reeked of heated metal. Probably not great to be breathing that in. Cam stood just inside the open door. The corridor outside was filled with brick boxes, dozens of them all stacked up. Once they'd contained emergency supplies. Now they were little more than insulation. Here you are, Hetty said, striding along the corridor. She was smiling and carrying a steaming mug. She waved them on. Go ahead, grab a seat. Cam stepped right into the office. There were 3 seats. Hers behind the desk, a stiff, high-backed office chair, and 2 plump but tall armchairs. The kind of thing for exactly the kind of session he was expecting. He sat. Hetty closed the door just a little too loudly. You want a hot chocolate? She said. Here he was with the highest-ranked living human, and she was asking him about luxuries. Hetty went around behind the desk and sat. Her seat creaked. She set the mug down. The cocoa smell overpowered the acrid tang of the printers. We're growing more cocoa now, Hetty said. Did you know about that? Cam shook his head. I thought cocoa was a tropical plant. Lots of waste for little nutritional value. Hetty blinked. Said as if you were reading that from a textbook. Cam swallowed. His mouth was dry. Maybe this was what they called a moment of truth. Kind of phrase that got used a whole lot. He'd continued, of course. Sortie after sortie out across the rugged ground that covered the station. He was behind on everything else, but he was almost done patching the series of breaches across the rover cupboard. Surprising, really, that he hadn't been dragged in here sooner. What's your take on things? Hetty sipped from her cocoa. She glanced at the cup as she set it down again. It's a hybrid, nitrogen fixing. Grows fast now. The cacao blend is filled with theobromines, which are a poor substitute for caffeine, but I do miss coffee. Also, the cellulose and other byproducts are useful in the labs for processing into something edible. So we're all getting hot chocolate now? Cam had never tasted real chocolate, yet another delicacy denied to the survivors. Still in trials. Hetty pushed the cup across the table. Go ahead. Technically, to prevent the spread of disease, no one should share food, but no one made any big deal of it. Cam picked up the cup and sipped. The fluid was thick and hot and quite simply delicious, sweet and bitter at once. It wrapped around his mouth. He swallowed and let the liquid sit in his belly. I didn't know anything tasted that good, he said. Hetty nodded. Finish it. If we can get this place working right, we'll be able to grow plenty. We need a few luxuries, something to get us beyond mere survival. My take on things is that it's going fine. Cam took another swallow of the ambrosia. Hopefully there would be more. Fine, Hetty said. I figure that the breaches are about sealed now. A couple of internal tests, and we should be able to use the section as normal. Hetty just watched him. What did she want? Did she need him to admit that he shouldn't be going out and doing repairs? Why had she dragged him here and given him, of all things, cocoa? She still sat waiting. It's all a matter of inputs and outputs, he said. Might as well speak his mind. If she wasn't going to tell him how much trouble he was in, there was nothing to lose. Not really. Inputs, she said slowly. Outputs. Closed finite system. Earth was that, just with a much bigger buffer. Cam frowned as Hetty grinned. What? He said. Go on. Just that very few people could put it that succinctly. We have a whole planet here we can use to survive. Expand, even. Trick is getting the resources, while at the same time maintaining the enclosure. Seems like you're the guy to do the maintaining of the enclosure, yes? How much trouble am I in? Oh, a lot. But I want you to keep doing what you're doing. Huh? And you didn't hear that from me. 9. Cam found Bettina in the recommissioned rover cupboard. There were parts laid out across the workbench, and a clicking, humming printer building a K-strut. Can't believe you just keep getting away with all that, Bettina said without looking around. She was sitting at the bench, a display showing a picture of the Eiffel Tower. The image faded, replaced by one of the Grand Canyon. Not so very different from Valles Marineris. Scale, but it was still just a big slash in the ground. I'm getting things repaired, Cam said. It feels normal out there. In the last week, he'd cleared 2 locks, freed up a wheel on one of the exploration trucks, and started a new bore with a robotic auger. If that worked, they'd be able to build a new hydroponic dome. If there were going to be more people, they needed more food. 100 was a lot of mouths to feed, cocoa notwithstanding. 105, 110, well, that would take more effort. You're putting your life at risk. Bettina turned as the display image turned to an orange grove with a brick wall running up a green hill. Risk balanced with achievements. We'd all sit around in committees looking at risk analysis all day and not actually getting anything done. We get plenty done. Yes, we do. Cam wanted to say that Hetty had told him to keep it up, but he felt sworn to silence. But I look at the things you've done, and I worry. I know. Thanks for looking after my suit. Bettina's eyebrows rose. You know about that? It's obvious. I clean and repair, and the double checks happen, but I know someone's been doing extras. The knee doesn't chafe anymore. Someone welded up the damaged joint on the left thumb. Should have gotten you a new glove. There aren't any to spare. Bettina glanced at the humming printer. Not yet. Some of the things I'm looking at might yield replacement suit parts, and new weaves for fabric. Cam peered at the print. It was yellow, shaped like a K with a couple of holes at the tips. Not that, Bettina said. Sheesh. 10. The textile room was underground, cool with sprayed plastic walls, multiple layers with layered solid plastic sheeting between sprays, fully sealed. It smelled of acrylic. Big shelves with long, flat drawers took up most of the space in the room. Each drawer was the size of a workbench and filled with sheets of woven fabric, from light, soft polyester up to heavy Hular-Mylar blends. How are these filled? Cam said. Over the years, the fabrics had been snipped and shorn, Repairs to suits, to clothing, to bedding. They thought we were going to die here, Bettina said, when the rock hit. We are going to die here, Cam said. There was a cycler still in orbit, ready to make the trip back to Earth. Another cycler still in orbit around Earth. In the aftermath, radio signals from both had been exchanged. The crew on the Earth-orbiting cycler had tried to figure out how to get to Mars, but without sufficient fuel, they were stuck. They had died. The third cycler was lost. It had been on its way out to Mars. Now it was on its way out of the system, or at least into a long parabolic orbit. Right, Bettina said. Just they thought we were going to die within a couple of years. They were saddest about you and me. You know, the kids who had no choice about coming out. Dying as kids. But here we are. Cam felt some of the fabric, stiff and warm. His fingers squeaked on it. There had been deaths, too. Cam's own parents. He had to look away. The racks were very functional. They had been 108. Now 100. Another death would make them 99. There was a real psychological distinction between those numbers, far greater than just 1. Cam nodded. Day by day, month by month. I don't know that we're quite at year by year yet. Bettina swallowed. Do you remember Hetty's lecture from a few years back about our responsibility to keep humanity going? Not really. There are a lot of numbers there, though. Numbers? Cam closed the drawer and opened the next. It creaked on its rollers. Inside were layers of fleecy fabric, all a bland gray. 4,936, Cam said. That's one number I remember. You remember a number like that? Because someone quoting some old research about minimum viable population? Something like we were only about 2% of minimum? Inbreeding, you know. Not a big enough gene pool to restart humanity. Bettina smiled. But no one knows that. There was some other research about the very early humans in Africa. Like some storm or tidal wave wiped out just about every one on the eastern coast. Maybe 100 individuals survived. All modern humans descended from them. Nice symmetry, then. 100 up to 8 billion over a couple million years, back down to 100 in the space of a few minutes. Cam had to close his eyes. The shock wave from the impact had taken hours to cover the globe, limited by the speed of sound, the waves propagating through the crust, the oceans, the atmosphere. Some people had known what was coming. Some might have even survived, underground, might still be surviving, like the group here on Mars. But with ruined infrastructure, there were no signals coming. Dead or alive, it didn't matter. There was no way to talk. Not yet, anyway. You've been doing this in secret? Cam said, making fabric. Bettina nodded, and working on another rover. Hetty knows? Bettina gave a nod. Sorry to secrecy? Another nod, as if it was our little secret. Huh. It still is. If you tell, then I'm... No, just that she did the same to me. Bettina's eyebrows rose. We need to talk with Ollie, Cam said. Ollie? Come on. 11. In a closed, dark room in a far corner, Ollie had a kind of slurry in a tank, a goldish, grayish, murky liquid. It reeked of something that should have gone into a toilet bowl. Cam couldn't quite figure what. Didn't need to. You're saying that Hetty told you to continue with this? Cam said. The slurry was a kind of super-organic fluid for the hydroponics. Not as if the fluid they already received didn't work just fine. I wouldn't say that, Ollie said. But when I mentioned it, she said not to tell her any more. And, here's the kicker, asked me not to mention it to anyone else. But you told someone, Cam said. Madeline and Sweet. Ollie sighed. Once you tell one person a secret, it's not a secret anymore, right? We're a cabal, Bettina said. Question is, Ollie said, how many other projects on the download does she know about? Doesn't matter, Cam said. The point is that there are people who don't know. Ollie frowned. What? Cam nodded as pieces began fitting together. It's not just the three of us. And not just recently either, Bettina said. What are you two talking about? Ollie said. You think this has been going on a while? Cam asked Bettina. Years. Little tinkerings here and there? Ollie looked back and forth between them. A bubble rose to the surface of the slurry and popped. The old solar cells? Cam said. Up on the canyon rim. She talks about going to get them. A distraction. We could go get them, Ollie said. Vern and Israel have got a remote that could haul them back. Ollie's eyes went wide. That's another project off the books, right? Bettina nodded, though clearly she didn't know about it. Cam didn't know about any of it. There are 100 of us, Cam said. How many does she have running these kinds of projects? Half, Ollie said. Why? Bettina said. Why not get us all together? Hetty is masterminding something. Cam took a step toward Ollie's slurry. But what? Maybe we should just ask Vern. 12. Vern was 36, and she wore her hair shorter than most. She had a tattoo of a long-winged fairy that folded from her right shoulder onto her upper arm. She wore singlets a whole lot to keep the tat visible. Cam liked it. There was no one on Mars doing tattoos now. She'd gotten it on Earth. Vern shared a lab with 6 others. Things ran on shifts, so there were never more than 3 on duty at a time. Right now there was just Vern. What is this? She said as Cam, Bettina, and Ollie marched in. A pussy? There was a small bowl of soft bean sprouts on the corner of the cluttered workbench, and a mug with cocoa next to it. Everyone has cocoa now? Cam said. You have to know who to ask, Vern said. She was from somewhere in the south of England and spoke quickly, words running together. It is a posse, Ollie said. They ambushed me. Bettina and Cam is not a posse. Adding you in, maybe. With you two will be a real posse, Bettina said. Just we don't quite know what we're hunting for, Cam said. We don't know who else we're ambushing. How entertaining. Vern leaned back in her seat, looking them over. So this is about the recovery bot, isn't it? Kind of, Cam said. More like, what are the politics behind Hetty letting us all run off-books operations? What does she stand to gain? Versus what does she stand to lose? Or what do we all stand to lose? That's rhetorical, right? Like we're hanging on here by our fingertips. Have been for a decade, Ollie said. Cam looked them over. He was the youngest at the station. For him, this was the most normal way of life. Bettina didn't really know any more than he did about living back on Earth, but the others did. There was an awful lot of nostalgia around the whole station for a lost Earth. We need to ask Hetty herself, Cam said, heading for the corridor. What? Ollie said, as both Bettina and Vern shouted for Cam to wait. 13. Hetty's office was both more ordered and more jumbled. She had fewer printers, but many more folders and papers lying about her desk. She glanced up as Cam strode in. I wondered how long it would take you, she said. Take me? She smiled, warm and welcoming and motherly. She gestured at one of the armchairs. As Cam sat, letting its soft cushioning wrap around him, the others arrived at the door. Hetty nodded. I suppose I should speak with all of you. They trooped in, Bettina and Vern and Ollie. Bettina sat in the other seat next to Cam. Hetty looked them over. Sorry I don't have more seats, she said. Happy to stand, Vern said. This ought to be quick, I imagine. Hetty glanced at the papers on her desk. Overhead, the station's circulation system hummed, responding to the extra warm bodies in the room and drawing stale air away. I mean, there are so many more of you who will begin doing the math soon enough. Huh? Ollie said. 1 + 1, Bettina said, still looking at Hetty. Oh, yeah. Ollie leaned on the back of Cam's chair, making it creak. Hetty took a deep breath. There are 100 of us. There are fewer now than when the rock hit. She gave a small wave at Cam and a grim nod. Your own parents. Cam swallowed. Bettina would say that's why he kept so busy, so he didn't have to think about them. about how they'd died. Maybe going out in a busted-up suit was his penance. Maybe he would die the same way. Whatever we do here, we'll die. Hetty ruffled through some of the papers. She tossed a sheaf to the floor. The sheets separated and drifted down, making quiet rustling sounds. All of this is worthless. All these procedures. They're all based on old thinking. What you all are doing is keeping us going, giving us a chance. You're asking forgiveness instead of permission, Bettina said. Hetty laughed. An old phrase, but succinct. And completely correct. I just want you to continue your side work. Keep looking for those ways to keep us going. Maybe our descendants will figure out a way to get home. Descendants, Vern said. From the corner of his eye, Cam saw Vern glance nervously at Ollie. Really? Oh, I know about you two, Hetty said, almost with impatience. Birth control was always going to be a tricky thing up here. Be careful, that's all I can say, but there will be descendants. Not any time soon, Vern said. Hetty nodded. She moved some papers and found a bowl of some kind of nuts. She took a few and crunched them, offering the bowl out to her visitors. Cam took it, grabbed a couple of the pale nuts, and passed the bowl to Bettina. We're doing this with glue and wire, Cam said, holding a place together with hope and good luck. He ate one of the nuts, and it was tasty and salty. He wasn't used to that. How come there were such luxuries? I know, Hetty said, so keep doing what you're doing. Ingenuity trumps process every time, unless you're reading these. She tossed another sheaf of papers. The committee, Ollie said. I know they will. Leave the committee to me. You young ones, you go ahead and make us more than just survivors. Cam smiled. In all his growing up years here on Mars, that was the first time anyone had said anything like that. An odd, warm chill ran through him. 14. Cam sat on the top bunk in his room, scrawling on a pad of paper. Paper! Bart and Gregor had figured out a way to make it, recycle it. Paper was gorgeous, white and firm and flat. Pencils and pens were another whole thing, but they were getting there. You need more light, Bettina said, barging in. I can see fine. You designing something? She had her hair up. It danced on her shoulders. Figuring out, yes. With some of the new digging machines, they could trench as they mined. Trenches were good, a way to make habitable spaces. Cover them with silicon doming, and you had farms. He glanced at the pad, back at Bettina. She just stood there, smiling. It's nice having paper, he said. I like it. Didn't know how much I would. Some of it's recycled from Hetty's procedures. Well, that's all electronic, too. Bettina kept staring at him. Staring. Cam swallowed. It was exciting when she said about us being more than survivors. 3 weeks back, and there were more and more projects. The committee knew something was up, but were pretending not to know. It was, Bettina said. Her lips were fuller than he'd thought, and her eyes were very pretty, glistening. She stared at him. Cam trailed off. He glanced at the other bunk. Gus is out on solar cleaning. He won't be back for an hour. Bettina's grin widened. I know, she said. 15. Cam stared out through the thick old crazed glass of the cramped viewing pod at the top of the station's enclosures. Valles Marineris still looked the same after all these months. Even though he took plenty of time outside, this view was still his favorite. Indoors, not in a suit. Freedom of movement. That was always a nice thing. Always. The viewing pod smelled better. Indra and Omar had put together a sweet pea nursery on the ledges. The pods gave tiny edible peas, and the flowers were bright, yellows and purples and oranges, and gave off a wonderful scent. Up on the canyon rim, the abandoned solar cells had been removed, finally coming down for recycling. And Jack's bore system had processed masses of silicon that were probably going to be used for a new dome. There were 3 trenches just ready to go. Biodomes. Hey, Someone hollered up the access tube. "Cam, you up there?" He was too predictable. Always had been. Easy to find, readable just from a glance at his face. "Hi, Bettina," he said. "It's nice up here. Come look." "I have news," she said. Cam shivered. "'Kay." He pushed away from the side and dropped through the access, sliding down the ladder's rim, not even touching a rung. "Sheesh," Bettina said. "You really need not to do that." But she leaned in and kissed his cheek, took his hand. "I need to keep limber," he said. "Low gravity and all." "No," she said, moving his hand to touch her belly. "You need to survive." She pressed his hand in. Cam's eyes went wide and his throat tightened. His mouth went dry. He sniffed, blinked. "Yes," Bettina said, pulling him into a hug. "Yes." "We'll be 101? "Yes," she said. "Yes." Cam held her close. Of course, they had to do more than just survive. Creative minds have always been known to survive any kind of bad training. Anna Freud. One Basket by C.C. Finlay. Reading time 47 minutes. C.C. Finlay has published 5 books and dozens of stories. For the past 5 years, he's been the editor of the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction. He last appeared in Analog's 1000th issue. If you're thirsty, go get a drink. Alaya glanced up from her chat screen and across the small apartment to the blinking red light on the family water tap. They'd already used up their daily ration. She licked dry lips. Simone didn't understand. She lived down in Grand Tunnel, where everyone got an extra liter of drinking water per day just because they were old families sitting on the biggest ice vein left in the asteroid. "Maybe I'll just go swimming," Alaya answered. Simone responded with video clips of surfing, an old Earth sport they'd just learned about in history class at school, and they were both laughing when Alaya heard the lock buzz open on the front door. Her mom wasn't supposed to be home from work for hours yet, but if she came back from work any time and Alaya's homework wasn't done... "Gotta go," Alaya typed, then quit chat. Her grandmother Dion pushed through the door with the urgency of a leak team. She wore her own well-patched walking suit, everything but the gloves and hood, and carried a second set of outside gear folded under her arm. There was no hello, no how are you from the little old woman, just a hasty, "Alaya, come over here and stand against the wall." Alaya froze like mist in a vacuum. She recognized the second set of gear tucked under her grandmother's arm. "What are you waiting for? Go on," her grandmother said with a casual swat at the back of her head. It didn't come close to hitting her, but it was enough to send Alaya scooting from the table to the kitchen wall. There were twin pairs of ascending lines and corresponding dates written on the buffed sealcrete. One set of lines had been added every year on her birthday, rhymed with Earth Day. If you counted only her own trips around the sun, she was little more than 1 year old, but out here in the frontier archipelago of the colonies, their clocks were still tied like a lifeline to Earth's spin and orbit. "Don't slouch, stand up straight." Alaya stretched to her full height, towering over her diminutive Earth-born grandmother. She tried to glare at the old woman without meeting her eyes. "That's what I thought. Only 14 years old, and you're already as tall as Brandon was when he—" She paused. "You're the same height as your brother was. Guess he took after me." Alaya folded her arms across her chest. So she was already as tall as her brother Brandon was when he died. So what? There would never be another mark, another year scratched on the wall for him. Sometimes his absence still seemed as unreal as the way they measured years. "Hello, Alaya." It was the pleasant but firm voice of her geometry homework, calling to her from the tablet at the table. "Do you need additional help solving this problem?" "No, I'm fine," she said sharply. "Haven't you got your homework done yet?" her grandmother asked. Alaya hesitated. "Everything except math," she mumbled. "I had a hard time concentrating."
Baby girl, you have got to keep up with your homework, especially math.
Elia's grandmother was a bioengineer, and her mother was a pharmacist, and they both expected her to follow in their science-y footsteps, even though she dreamed of working at the docks just for a chance of seeing the sky outside their asteroid. At school, she competed in every sport they offered, because the best athletes with the best reflexes had the best chance of being assigned to the docks.
Elia, are you listening to me? Promise me you'll do your math when we get back.
Back? Where are we going? Elia asked.
Promise?
I promise, she said, eyeing her brother's suit. Where are we going?
I thought you liked surprises.
She handed the suit to Elia.
Carry this. You'll need it.
Elia didn't like surprises so much as she hated to be bored, but this looked like the opposite of boredom. A walking suit was good for only one thing. Most of her friends had gone walking on the asteroid's surface at least once already, if only at the main dock entrance, and Simone had been outside half a dozen times to help her father do solar panel maintenance. But ever since Brandon died, Elia's mother had kept her tethered to schoolwork and far away from anything with a whiff of risk. Grandma Dion stood in the doorway.
Are you coming or not?
Her grandmother was prickly, quick to change her mind when she got frustrated, and Elia didn't want to ruin this opportunity. Her next chance to even stand in one of the big open locks at the docks could be years off. Tucking the suit under her arm, she followed her grandmother out of their quarters and closed the door.
Grandma, where are we? Save your breath, girl. If I wanted to talk, I could have invited you to dinner.
Her grandmother must be twisted up in nerves if she didn't want to talk. Elia's heart started to race. That had to mean they were going outside. But then they turned the wrong direction, away from the main corridor. Instead, her grandmother led her to a maintenance tunnel and one set of locks, then through another, and finally into a series of freezing and abandoned ice mining tunnels. Together they hurried 6 kilometers up-spin, their way illuminated only by a hovering drone light that scattered the stray beetle mice. The air grew thinner as they went, which made Elia's mouth grow even drier. At last they dropped into an old dusty barrel lock. Built by the asteroid's original Wildcat miners, it was barely big enough for 2 people, with the hatch they came through connected to the tunnels and another situated in the middle of the floor leading to the surface, where it could connect directly with a ship. Maybe her grandmother was going to take her flying somewhere? The space had been designed for Earthers, so it was cramped for someone as tall as Elia. Her grandmother docked the drone in a charger, and it lit up the space. The wall niche contained fresh supplies, 2 airbags, some coiled cable, baskets, rolls of patch tape.
Put it on,
her grandmother said, nodding at the suit in Elia's hands. When Elia's heel slid all the way through the stiff pants into the boot, her grandmother exhaled relief, breath condensing into crystal fog. I could have tried it on at home, Elia said, shivering.
Your mother might have caught us.
Elia's eyes widened. You didn't tell Mom?
We don't have a lot of time before your mother gets home from work, so I'm not hooking up the plumbing for you.
Her grandmother answered, changing the topic.
So if you have to go, just hold it.
I'll be fine. A half-hearted protest, but still enough to make her lips crack. Elia wasn't peeing more than a couple times a day. The asteroid's orbit was at aphelion, as far as it could be from the regular belt routes. Supply ships hadn't visited in months, and everyone's food and water rations had been cut. For those in the outer rim of tunnels, like Elia's family, rations had been cut a little more. Plus, Elia was giving part of her shorted portion to her aunt, who had just had a baby. The next ship was scheduled to arrive in about a week, but it could just as easily be another month or 2 before it showed.
Seal everything up tight,
her grandmother said.
This chute hasn't been worn in a couple of years, so we'll need to run a leak test first.
This suit hasn't been worn since your brother's accident, is what she could have said. Either the Coriolis effect or nerves were making Elia's stomach twirl. I can't get this glove on. Her grandmother reached over and snapped it shut.
Did you see how I did that?
Yes. Her grandmother unsnapped the glove.
Now you do it.
The second attempt went smoother. When the glove was snug, she said,
I don't know how to connect the hood either. Just fit it into the collar. It'll shield itself. Let me hook the airbag up to your breathing system first. Did you see how I did that?
Yes.
Good. You'll do it next time. Now, put on your hood.
With thick-fingered hands, Elia tugged the hood over her head and fitted it into the collar socket. When it clicked into place and sealed, lines of colored text lit up the clear faceplate. Thigpen B. Location Effie. Air remaining 177 minutes. Depth +2 meters. Nearest airlock at 0 meters. Voice channel open. In range, Thigpen D. Thigpen B. The B was for her brother Brandon. She'd have to change that later if this was going to be her suit now. Thigpen D, her grandmother. Effie, short for Ephigenia, named after the Ethiopian saint, not the figure from Greek myth. Effie was a dark, dense C-type asteroid, potato-shaped, one of the Independents located on the edge of Jupiter's trailing Trojans, and not to be confused with Iphigenia, a corporate asteroid on the main belt. The channel was local, but no one else was close enough to overhear them through the rock. The airlock indicator would always point to her nearest way inside. The target-shaped graphic blinked green at the moment because she was standing in an airlock. Other graphics signaled her vital signs. Everything was green except her pulse, which was beating fast enough to blink yellow.
Turn around.
Her grandmother's voice in her ear. She was wearing her own hood. Elia turned and bumped against the wall. She felt a tug on the floppy airbag draped over her shoulder.
Your chute's going to fill with red smoke, her grandmother said. It won't hurt you, but hold your breath. If it won't hurt me, why do I need to hold my...
But then red smoke was swirling in Elia's face, so she clamped her lips tight and squeezed her eyes shut. Panic bile rose in her throat, but she swallowed it. She had no desire to scrub her brother's suit clean with sand and rags. Her grandmother mumbled a string of curse words as she ripped wide strips of tape off a roll and slapped them onto spots behind Elia's knee, under her armpit, and in the middle of her back, where the airbag connected to her suit. Elia realized that's where Brandon's suit had been torn in the tunnel accident, where his air and life had leaked out while he was trapped under the borer. A hand on her shoulder spun her around, her grandmother checking her from every angle.
I'm going to flush your chute now.
The air whooshed out, sending a cloud of red smoke swirling up the lock and into the tunnel. Elia's ears popped. She opened her eyes just in time to see her grandmother tuck the tape roll into a pouch at her waist. Then she stood on her tiptoes to touch their faceplates together. Elia saw herself reflected in the old woman's big brown eyes.
I'm so proud of you, baby girl, her grandmother said.
She stepped back, breaking contact.
Now, when we're out there, you do everything I say.
It was the same tone of voice she used with the assistants in her lab, and Elia responded the same way they did. Yes, ma'am. Her grandmother picked up a large spool of microcable, unreeled a length, and tugged on it skeptically. She hooked a carabiner to the harness on Elia's suit and connected the two of them.
We're going to follow the line of anchors. You always have your carabiner hooked to an anchor until I tell you to move. You got that?
If they were using a line, it meant they were going outside and not into another vessel.
Yes, ma'am.
Her grandmother tapped a round metal anchor on the airlock wall.
I want to see you hook it, unhook it, and do it again.
Elia attached and removed the carabiner several times.
How's that? Good enough. We are never both unhooked at the same time. Do you understand?
Why? Her pulse started to race again, making a yellow heart beat its warning on her faceplate.
What's going to happen? Nothing's going to happen. We'll be fine, she said firmly. But just because we'll be fine doesn't mean we won't be careful. It's the other way around. Careful is what keeps us fine. Got it?
Yes, ma'am, Elia said, but she called up a map of the asteroid to try to figure out where they were. The answer was approximately nowhere, close to nothing.
Grandma, what are we doing out here?
Her grandmother squeezed her shoulder.
We're going to look for wild chickens.
Chickens? Elia laughed. The Lumpkins, who were the richest family on Effie, kept dozens of chickens, goats, and other animals on their algae farm over in Iron Hole. Elia had visited them with one of her school groups.
"You're making fun of me. There aren't any chickens in space." "Then they'll just be our secret, won't they? Now shield the hatch."
Sealing the hatch was Elia's job, because she could reach it more easily. With their suits on, the only thing distinguishing the two of them was size, and anyone who saw them would take her for the adult and her grandmother for a child. As she reached up and spun the door shut, she remembered something her mother said once. Being trapped on Earth made people small. We had to move into space in order to grow. "Sealed," she said. Her grandmother wiped dust off the control pad, entered a code, and cursed when the panel flashed amber. She tapped in a different code, and the old light blinked mint. A fan whirred and pulled the air out through a vent in the wall. There was a mechanical click, and the door at their feet popped up a half-inch.
"Ha!"
Her grandmother laughed.
"Your Uncle DeAndre told me this airlock still worked, but I wasn't sure I believed him. I didn't test it when I brought the supplies down here, because I was worried it might only work once."
She bent down, turned a lever, spun the wheel, and pulled the round door open. Elia knew that Effie had been spun up to give the rockers inside an illusion of greater gravity. She knew that the floors they walked on were the inside of an eggshell, and their heads were pointed toward the yoke. Knowing that was one thing. It was another thing entirely to see her grandmother open the hatch, drop through the floor, and flip upside down so that her feet were on the outer surface. Elia froze. The hole gaped at her feet. She saw nothing but empty space and the diamond pinlights of distant stars. A sharp yank on the cable at her waist pulled her down to her knees.
"Come on,"
her grandmother said. Her shadow leaned across the hole, eclipsing the stars.
"Don't waste air. We've got work to do." "I can't." "Yes, you can. Grab the hold bars and swing through like you're going around a corner." "But move!"
Elia swallowed hard and grabbed the bar.
"And don't forget the baskets."
She reached over to the wall niche and clipped both microfiber baskets to her wrist. Baskets were different than sacks because they had rigid bottoms, which made them easier to prop open in low gravity, and lids that sealed magnetically when you flipped them shut. She fixed her eyes on her grandmother's feet and swung through the hatch. The round circle of an anchor glared at her like a blind eye, and she slapped her safety line onto it. After she pulled the hatch shut, she stayed there on her knees, staring at the ground. Layers upon layers of boot prints were pressed into the regolith. That meant lots of people had walked here before, which was less reassuring to Elia than she expected. She gripped the access bar and tried not to barf. What was it Simone said about going outside the first time? You feel like you're going to fall up, so just stare at the ground in front of you until the feeling goes away. It was a lot easier to stare at the ground if she stayed on her knees. A hearty laugh burst in her ears.
"All right, that's long enough. Get on your feet, baby girl." "But don't butt me." "Sounds like your mama talking. She never did like taking walks with me. Too much of an agoraphobe."
She grabbed Elia by the shoulder and jerked her to her feet. Elia stiffened and kept her eyes fixed on her own feet, just to make sure they didn't leave the surface.
"What, are you worried you'll go flying off the surface? We'll be walking against the spin toward Pancake Crater. Nothing leaves the surface going against the spin. When we're done, we'll keep going around the crater to the Sunnytown lock on the other side. Against spin the whole time. No risk at all."
Elia hesitated before speaking. "I don't think that's right, Grandma. Escape velocity doesn't have any direction." Her grandmother made a little sound that didn't sound entirely displeased.
"How about when we get back to your room, you do the math and show me?"
"Yes, ma'am." She spoke quietly. Math was the farthest thing from her thoughts at the moment, and she wasn't eager to lead her grandmother down a path toward more homework.
"If you're worried about getting lost, you can think of the anchors as a corridor. As long as you stay connected to them, you're on an unknown path, where someone else can find you if they come looking."
Uh-huh. Elia bit her tongue to keep from saying that if nobody knew they were out here, Nobody would come looking for them. She kept her head down, looking out for the trail as they walked. The display in her faceplate showed elevated pulse and respirations. She tried to slow her breathing. "You're going to a lot of trouble just to play some joke on me about chickens."
"That's what you think, huh?"
Her grandmother took a leap toward the horizon and landed near the nickel-plated knob of another anchor.
"Guess you better keep up if you want to find out."
Elia followed, keeping one eye on the beacon of her grandmother's suit light and the other on her own data stream. The airlock indicator changed every 10 meters or so, and now an arrow pointed back the way they'd come. The little red heart graphic pulsed fast, hard, and the respiration icon puffed little yellow warning clouds at her. Meanwhile, they hopscotched from anchor to anchor. Pitted old bolts sunk deep into the dark, carbonaceous surface of the asteroid. They had been left behind by the wildcat miners, who later became the early squatters, who became the first families who settled there. Everybody knew the history of the first 4 families: Dudley, Lumpkin, Sapp, and Singh. Elias' family were Thigpens and Patels and Broadnaxes, mostly second and third waivers, although her Uncle DeAndre had an ex whose other partner was related to the Sapps. Elia was so scared she watched the ground the whole time just to make sure it didn't slip away. They came to a stop.
"Look up, baby girl," said the voice in her ear. "Go on, look up. No prettier show in the universe. And to think some people go their whole lives and never see it."
Simone's advice had helped, although she didn't think she'd ever admit that to Simone. But her stomach had settled a bit, so Elia glanced up. Stars wheeled slowly overhead, like welding sparks drifting down an unlit tunnel with no visible bottom, and gasped. Her grandmother chuckled softly.
"Yeah, you got eyes big enough to drink it in. Thought you might. Nothing like your mama."
Elia loved her mother, but she stood a little straighter, thinking that she might be better at something than her mother was. As they loped along again, she kept her neck bent back, soaking in the sky, glancing down just long enough to clip her anchor or check her step. A relatively smooth path stretched along the row of bolts from the airlock to an old landing site, but once they passed the site, the trail disappeared in rubble and spall. Elia barely noticed. Out there somewhere in the spinning dark was Mars, with its underground cities and its first shallow surface lakes, and the moon, with all its military bases and atomic scarring, and the orbiting platforms around Jupiter and Saturn, and somewhere else in the asteroid belt were the cities in Ceres and Vesta and Juno, the mining stations that supplied Effie and all the other parched rocks with... She stubbed her toe on a boulder, stumbled, and fell hard into a jagged cluster of rocks. Her face screen flashed red as a warning pinged. "I've got a leak."
"Hold on, I'm coming,"
her grandmother said, pulling out her roll of tape as she hopped to Elia's side. "I found it. It's on my knee," Elia said, clamped a hand over the tiny tear, twisting the fabric shut. The red light switched to yellow, but the alarm kept buzzing. Her minutes of remaining air ticked down quickly.
"Okay, I need you to spread the fabric flat on 3,
her grandmother said, with a strip of tape poised to go.
1, 2, 3.
Elia smoothed the fabric flat. Her faceplate burned crimson, the alarm squealed, and her grandmother slapped the tape down, silencing everything.
"You okay?"
her grandmother asked. "I'm fine," Elia said.
"I'm sorry, nothing to be sorry about. These cheap old suits were meant for temporary emergency use, not to be passed down from generation to generation. And anybody who doesn't have their head up in the stars the first time they go for a walk has their head up their ass. I know that's not you, but now you know the danger, so be more careful, okay?"
"Okay," Elia said. She checked her vitals. "I'm down to about 130 minutes of air."
"That's plenty,"
her grandmother said.
"We're close to the crater."
Elia studied the surface. Before them stretched a single set of old footprints, going out and coming back, frozen in the dust like a child's trail through wet concrete in a new tunnel. The old prints matched the new ones left by her grandmother. The exact same boots, only the first set looked fresh, with deep treads, and the new set was worn smooth at the heels. She wondered exactly how long her grandmother had been using this same suit. Probably ever since she arrived on Effie. They continued, slowly picking through the crater's ejecta, and Elia had to keep her head down, her eyes focused on her next step. Her grandmother paused to find another anchor, and then paused longer for the one after that. They reached the end of the footprints at the rim of the crater. Her grandmother stood there, staring down the long, low slope. "What are you looking for?" Elia asked.
"This is where I scattered them,"
her grandmother said, scanning the surface intently.
"I had a theory at the time that there would be more water contained in the regolith around a crater because of ice ejected by the impact, and I figured no one else would come looking for it. Too low gain for quick extraction."
Elia studied the crater, but it had such a low albedo it was almost as dark as the sky above them.
"Your chickens?" "I designed and released them about 30 years ago, when your mother was the age you are now."
She let out some of the line, easing her way down the slope.
"I knew we'd need them someday. I just didn't know it would be this long."
If she didn't sound so serious, and if she wasn't one of Effie's top genetic engineers, Elia would have taken it for a joke. She licked her cracked lips. Even her tongue felt thick and dry in the recycled air of the suit.
"Grandma?"
"Yeah?"
"If it's so hard living here, why did you leave Earth?" "Just because it's hard here doesn't mean it's better back there. When I left Earth, it felt like we were escaping a house on fire. At least out here in the archipelago, the problems are a more manageable size. One tiny rock full of desperate people instead of a whole planet full. Nobody's got nuclear weapons. Hell, nobody has guns. We're all just struggling to get by together."
She paused.
"Your eyes are better than mine. Do you see anything?"
"Like what, a chicken?"
"If the sun was up, there'd be enough light that we'd see them moving. No, I'm looking for signs of movement."
"That twisty little line there," Elia said, pointing at a thin trail curving like a sine wave through the dust, and then added only half seriously, "It looks like it was made by a chicken." But her grandmother said,
"Yeah, I see it."
She skipped down the slope to a dark, dusty rock sitting at the end of the sine wave. She reached down and lifted it up with 2 hands, holding it up for Elia to see. 6 tiny legs twitched slowly. Elia squawked and hopped backward.
"Get back here,"
her mother snapped, and Elia caught herself. She eased forward in a crouch. "What is it?" she said.
"I called them chickens because I designed them to lay eggs. I started with cockroach genes because they're vacuum and radiation resistant. But if I had to do it all over again now, I might try some of the new macro-expression tardigrade genomes instead. These creatures get just enough light from the sun to let them crawl through the dust. They chew up the regolith, shorting out the tiny bits of water, which collects in a pouch back here."
She squeezed the rear end of the creature, and its legs twitched a little more vigorously than before. Her grandmother muttered some curse words, which Elia knew she better never repeat, and put the chicken down again, making sure to brush the dust off its back. The creature lurched forward an inch or two into shadow, and then stopped. Her grandmother traced the animal's trail backward, bent over, studying the dust as she went. With a sudden delighted "Aha!" her hand darted into the regolith and came up holding a speckled gray ovoid as big as the palm of her glove.
"It's an egg,"
Elia said.
Her grandmother laughed. "It's over 100 M shells of pure frozen ice is what it is."
Elia swallowed a dry lump in her throat. 100 milliliters. Just 5 of those would be enough to bring her daily water ration almost to normal again. And they could recycle most of that day after day, at least until the supply ships came.
"How many are there?" "Let's find out," her grandmother said.
She traced the sine wave back through the dust and pulled up another one.
"Hurry up and bring those baskets down here."
Elia slid cautiously down the slope to her grandmother's side. She unhooked one of the baskets from her wrist and set it on the surface. The weighted bottom gave the microcloth shape and kept it open. The first 2 eggs tumbled out of her grandmother's hand and into the basket's dark mouth.
"I'll take this basket in this direction,"
her grandmother said, unclipping the safety line that connected her to Elia.
You take that direction over that way and start filling up yours. Tie on extra line if you need to, but stay anchored.
Too excited to speak, Elia turned and scanned the dust for the telltale tracks. When the full-spectrum light of her hood lamp fell on a dark rock, the rock seemed to wake up and twitch slowly through the dust. This time, Elia didn't jump. Up close, she could see the resemblance to the lumpkin chickens. The creature was about the same size and color as the Astrolorp breed, which had been specially bred for low gravity on the asteroids. The large round body had a carapace instead of feathers, and wings that spread out slowly like solar panels to catch and absorb the light from her hood lamp. The large body was topped by a tiny head with hard beak-like mandibles that slowly pecked and crunched through the regolith. She turned her head to look at the creature's track. Deprived of photons, it stopped moving. "How many eggs has each one laid?" she asked, as she followed the trail backward and found her first.
"It takes years to lay an egg, but there should be 4 or 5 in each trail," her grandmother said. "Keep an eye on the clock and hurry up now. We'll need about 40 minutes to get to Sunnytown Lock."
Elia checked her data stream. Less than 90 minutes of air left, which meant 50 minutes to work. She gave a verbal command for an alarm at 48 minutes, and then she started hunting for eggs like a toddler at an Easter party. She found 4 eggs along the first trail, but spent too much time looking for a 5th, then too long again finding her next chicken and adding line to her safety rope to reach it. Her basket was less than half full when the alarm went off.
"Grandma, start heading back upslope,"
her grandmother's voice said in her ear.
"I'm going to get just one more."
Elia turned in time to see the distant figure of her grandmother, about half a kilometer away and free of her safety line, take a long leap downslope toward a cluster of dark chicken-sized rocks. It was graceful and precise, and Elia found herself admiring the skill of it as her grandmother's foot touched down in the dust. Her leg twisted, slamming her into the ground. Her grandmother screamed simultaneously with the safety alarms. Her basket spilled, and eggs rolled down the slope through the black dust. Elia froze for a second while her grandmother reached for her leg and shrieked again. With more reflex than conscious decision, Elia jumped toward her grandmother. The basket of eggs dangling from her wrist bounced against her leg. When her safety line jerked her up short, she unhooked it and kept going. She landed in the dust at her grandmother's side and immediately saw what had happened. The toe of her foot had lodged in a crack between 2 rocks buried in the regolith, and her momentum torqued her as she fell, snapping her leg. Her dusty gray suit was torn. White bone, bright as a knife blade, split the old woman's black skin. Blood was everywhere, and air hissed out of the tear even as her grandmother tried to squeeze it shut with one hand and grab her tape with the other. "Alarm's off," Elia said. Her own suit was warning her about her elevated heart rate and breathing. Decompression training from school kicked in, and she clamped one hand over the leak while grabbing the tape from her grandmother with the other.
"You're going to have to push the bone back," her grandmother said through gritted teeth.
"I know," Elia said. There was so much blood, but it was frothing and freezing as it hit the vacuum. At least the icy scab, the only bright red thing in the black and gray world, formed an emergency seal of sorts. She untangled her grandmother's foot first, and then she leaned on the leg with all her weight and pushed it back into line. She thought she knew all of her grandmother's curse words by now, but she learned a new one. Then she took the tape and wrapped it around and around and around the leg until there wasn't any left. "How much air do you have, Grandma?"
"Enough."
"How much?" she said, using her mama's voice.
25 minutes.
"Oh my gosh!"
"There's always more than that. Reserves."
"Shut up a second." Her grandmother shocked her by shutting up, but she was breathing fast the way Elia's aunt had been when she gave birth. Elia's mind raced. The airlock indicator still pointed back the way they came, only half the distance of the one to Sunnytown. "Are you ready?" she asked her grandmother. The old woman's face was pale through her mask. She bit her lip and nodded. "This is going to hurt," Elia said, slipping an arm under her shoulder. Then she changed her mind. "Wait a second." She scrambled down the slope, stuffing as many of the spilled eggs as she could into her own basket until it bulged full. Returning to her grandmother, she said, "Okay, now we can go."
"Good thinking,"
her grandmother said. It was barely a whisper. Elia grunted as she lifted her grandmother with one arm and the basket with the other and started slogging back up the slope. All the extra weight felt like it was pressing in on her lungs, stifling her breath, and dehydration was making her light-headed and sluggish. But there was nothing she could do about that. With her head bent down to illuminate the path at their feet, the climb was slow as it was arduous. By the time they finally crested the ridge, Elia's head throbbed, and she staggered dizzily. Her grandmother was panting.
"If I can't go on, you take the eggs and you—"
"That was the hard part," Elia interrupted. "The rest will go faster." Her grandmother didn't reply, just hopped along on one leg, mostly carried by Elia's arm around her waist. The bone had been sticking straight out of her leg. It cut right through her suit. There was so much blood. Elia knew her grandmother was strong, but she had no idea how the woman was still going right now. They were nearly to the landing pad when her grandmother passed out, just slipped out of Elia's loose grip, falling like starlight into Effie's somber dust, where she stayed.
"Grandma,"
Elia said, her voice cracking, her lips cracking.
"Grandma?"
She rolled her grandmother over, leaving a body-shaped void in the regolith. Her grandmother's respirations were up, her blood pressure was down, and her skin was pale. Elia bent down, grabbed her grandmother by the armpits, and started dragging her toward the airlock. The egg basket was still secured to her wrist, and by the time they passed beyond the old landing site, she was tripping over at every second or third step. If she wasn't too dry for tears, she would have been sobbing. Leaving her grandmother was not an option. Leaving the eggs was not an option. Carrying them both wasn't working. She opened the colony's emergency radio channel and called for help. No reply. That was no surprise. There were no direct lines to any receivers from this location, and the surface was too dense to penetrate. Every warning indicator on her face screen blinked yellow or red, but she made herself pause to think. This was just like running deliveries for her mother's pharmacy. When the loads were too big to carry at once, she'd carry them in stages. She unhooked the basket from her arm and then spun around, like they did in the hammer throw for strength building down in the gym, and let go. It flew farther than she hoped. Her grandmother's eyes blinked open when she lifted her under her arms and started dragging her again. The old woman glanced side to side, panicked.
"Where are the eggs?"
"We're going to get them."
"Don't let anyone else know,"
she said between gasps.
"We don't have enough eggs to share."
"Stop kicking the ground," Elia said.
"I'm trying to help walk."
"It's not helping." Her heart raced, and her tongue was so swollen it threatened to choke her. At least it felt like they were climbing downhill. Part of that was the curve of the asteroid, going downward from the rim of the crater to the airlock. She was shuffling toward sunrise, but it felt like floating. "Here are the eggs. Hold on a second." She spun, and with all her strength, threw them again. They sailed even farther this time before they dropped into the dust. She was panting when she grabbed her grandmother again.
"We're going spinward,"
her grandmother said, her eyes as wide and bright in the dark as a pair of moons. A red light flashed on her faceplate. Her oxygen levels were close to zero. "It was the closest airlock," Elia gasped. "We couldn't go farther."
"Safety line? No time."
Her grandmother's grip tightened on Elia's wrist.
"Be careful. The real danger is the cliff just beyond the airlock."
"No time!" When she reached the eggs, she looked downslope and spotted the old airlock on the lip of the horizon. Still too far away. She didn't think she could make it. Her limbs felt as loose as a bad orbit. Spots swam in her eyes. She leaned over, hands on her knees, gulping oxygen.
"Why'd we stop?"
her grandmother asked through gritted teeth. "I just need to catch my breath."
"Your brother,"
her grandmother started, and then paused. Her dead brother, crushed in a mining accident. He had volunteered for the extra shift to bring home extra rations to help his mom and little sister.
"What about him?" "He used to keep a little chemical helper. You know what I'm saying?" She didn't. No, a stimulant in his chute for emergencies. Neither her mother nor her grandmother approved of drugs as such, but everybody knew that you did what you had to do, especially in an emergency. Elia figured this probably counted as an emergency. Where? Verbal command. Tell the suit you need to wake the hell up. Suit, I need to wake up. Nothing happened. Wake the hell up. Suit, I need to wake the hell up. The sharp pinch of a hypospray injection shot into the meat of her bicep. A second later, before she was done saying ouch, euphoria cometed through her blood. Confidence exploded like the volcanoes on Io. She had this. She could see the airlock. She was going to get the eggs and her grandmother to the airlock, and she was going to celebrate by drinking a glass of water. Her suit blinked a whole new set of red alarms. Her heart rate jumped into tachycardia, and her respirations came twice as fast. Sharp pains stabbed through her head and chest. Her mouth felt even drier, if that was possible. But it didn't matter. It was all far away, like it belonged to someone else. The part of her that was present in her body right here, right now, could do anything. Okay, I got this, she said. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I got this. We're going to do this now, okay? You got this. Her grandmother grimaced, but gave her a thumbs up. First, the eggs. She picked up the basket. It was nothing. There was a long, flat slope in front of her. She started spinning the basket above her head as she ran. Her reflexes had never felt so perfect. When she reached her top speed, at the apex of her leap, at just the right tangent to her spin, she let go. At exactly that moment, the golden eye of the sun rose over the asteroid's horizon, spilling cold light across the surface. The basket of eggs went sailing. Elia landed on her knees in the dust, squinting at the extra light and grinning so wide it hurt her cheeks. That was good, Grandma. That was really good, she said. I got so much power into my throw. Wait, that's not good. No, wait. The basket did not appear to be coming down. She had thrown the eggs so hard that if they hadn't achieved escape velocity, they had at least accomplished a very low orbit. They were going to sail right past the airlock and disappear over the cliff and the curve of Effie's surface. Shit. She clapped a hand over her own mouth, ashamed at her swearing. Her grandmother's calls to her ablated like water in a vacuum. Elia was already running, taking huge, dangerous bounds across the surface, chasing the shrinking basket of eggs. She was first in her class in most sports, but she had never run like she did now. The chemicals shooting through her veins charged her with electricity. The dust hid dangerous rocks, just like the ones that had broken her grandmother's leg, but Elia scanned the surface as she ran and missed them all. Her brain spun out dryboard calculations as she went. V sub ESC equals 2gm divided by r, that quantity to the power of 1/2. The escape velocity was the square root of 2 times the gravitational constant, or 6.67 times 10 to the minus 11th power Newton-meter squared per kilogram squared, times the mass of Effie divided by the radius at the pole, and... oh, screw it. Math sucked anyway. She was going to have only one chance at this, and she was running out of time. She was fast approaching the rocky edge of an escarpment, the highest point in her route. Just beyond that, the surface of the asteroid curved sharply away like the edge of a cliff. Her grandmother's voice crackled over the radio. Elia ignored it. Her foot hit a solid edge of stone, and she launched herself at the basket. It felt like her first perfect grade card, like the first time she'd done a gene splice in her mom's lab, like the time she'd won the school handball tournament. Flawless. Right. The sun coming over the horizon flared on her faceplate like she was falling into a deep tunnel of white light. She hung there for a long moment. No matter how hard she stretched, the edge of the bag floated just beyond the reach of her fingertips, like she was a rogue planet with her own tiny moon. Fear shot through her that they were both going to keep on sailing,
zooming right off the edge of the asteroid and into the vast empty space toward the inner planets. Her middle finger touched the trailing cord. She wrapped her hand around it, yanked down hard. The change in angular momentum was just enough. They fell, spinning and twisting, tangled together into the dust just over the edge of a steep slope. She immediately checked her suit to make sure nothing was leaking, and by some miraculous turn of fate, it wasn't. She snapped the basket to her wrist and stood up, suddenly drained, like a bottle with a crack in the bottom. When she plodded back over the ridgeline, her grandmother's voice burst in her ears. "Alaya! Baby girl! Answer me! Alaya!" "I'm coming," she said. "Did you?" "Yeah. Girl." That was all she said. Girl. But Alaya could hear a change in her voice, something new that hadn't been there before. The long trudge back, dragging her grandmother to safety, the nausea and disorientation when she flipped through the airlock and stood on the inside of Effie again, stashing the eggs where no one could find them, calling for help, and dragging her grandmother downspin through the tunnels until help came to reach them. All that passed in a blur, like the lies that she spun about why they were outside and what they had been doing. Astronomy project, dark side of the asteroid for a clearer view. She wished the conversation with her mother had gone as easily, but she survived that too, although threats of retribution and righteous judgment to come lingered afterward in the air like the smell of burnt toast, and then Alaya escaped and went back to retrieve the eggs, and soon after that she and her grandmother were alone in their tiny apartment. Her grandmother lay in her hammock, with her legs strung up in a cast. Glowing green icons on the cast indicated that the healing stims were working. "You know, there's an old earth saying," her grandmother said with a laugh. She'd been laughing softly to herself a lot ever since the doctor started her pain meds. "Something about the danger of putting all your eggs in one basket." Alaya thought about that. She thought about how Effie was like a big egg floating through the solar system, with a few thousand people protected inside its shell, scraping by as well as they could. Someday a meteor might crash into them, cracking the egg and spilling them all into space. Or someday they might hatch out of there, and Alaya would head out into the wider universe to do something interesting. The timer buzzed. Alaya rose and pulled a cup from the microwave. It contained about 100 mLs of dusty water rescued from the regolith. She handed it to her grandmother, who took it with a grin. Her eyes were sharp and clear. She tipped the cup to her lips, then passed it back. Alaya accepted it back. "Sometimes there's no choice." "Huh?" her grandmother asked. "Earth, Effie, it's all the same. You don't have a choice. Sometimes all your eggs are in one basket," Alaya said. She took a sip of water. The taste was sharp and acidic on her tongue, so cool sliding down her throat. "But then you better take good care of that basket." The Reference Library. Don Sakers. Reading time 30 minutes. Don Sakers is the author of Meat and Machine, Elevenses, The Rule of Five serial at rule-of-5.com, and A Cosmos of Many Mansions, a collection based on previous columns. For more information, visit www.scatteredworlds.com. In literary criticism of science fiction, one factor that frequently gets short shrift is the audience, the readers, listeners, or viewers who consume SF. Much of the time, critical discussion of audience is limited to the observation that SF is produced for present-day audiences, not for the people of the future. True enough, but also rather trivial. Even those of us within the field have a tendency to treat SF consumers as a fairly homogeneous, unchanging crowd. At most, we'll break the crowd down by genre or creator: space opera readers, Star Trek fans, Le Guin aficionados, analog readers. A moment's reflection reveals the problem. The SF audience is not a homogeneous group. All kinds of people like science fiction for a variety of reasons. Nor has the audience remained the same for the nearly 100 years that SF has been a commercially distinct literary form. No work of SF, story, book, audio or video work, game, etc., exists independent of an audience, at least none that can be discussed. A work might be hugely successful for one audience, but a total failure for another. As a trivial example, a book written in Japanese might be a huge success in Tokyo, but to an English-speaking audience it would be literally incomprehensible until translated. Similarly, a story that was a huge hit in Astounding Stories of Super Science in 1930 could well be embarrassingly offensive to readers of analog in 2020. It behooves us, then, to have at least a basic knowledge of how SF audiences of the present day differ from those of the past. It's not an easy question. Historically, research on SF audiences has been sparse. A few magazines and conventions did periodic reader surveys. Raw numbers are available for some indicators, such as magazine circulation, print runs, Nielsen ratings, and ticket sales. Until fairly recently, publishers did little modern-style market research. Even the best editors and publishers relied on their own sense of their audiences. Nonetheless, some general patterns can be discerned. Please note that in the discussion that follows, I'm oversimplifying and making sweeping generalizations. Every statement should be appended with, of course, many of this group had always been there. A detailed, more accurate account requires knowledge and skills beyond my abilities. From the beginning, SF and fantasy were perceived as juvenile literature, on the same level as fairy tales, a literature that one grew out of. Some few adults continued to enjoy such tales, but even they kept their interest private. And here's a key point to remember as we go along. While many who start consuming SF at any age do grow out of it, a certain percentage remain SF consumers for life. Whatever attracted them to SF in the first place is what they continue looking for. Thus, the SF audience expanded in a fashion not unlike the song The 12 Days of Christmas, at each step encompassing all the older folks with their old-fashioned tastes. When Hugo Gernsback established SF as a distinct commercial genre in 1926, his primary audience was radio and electronics hobbyists, mostly adolescent white boys from fairly well-off families. The proliferating early SF magazines also attracted engineering types, both amateur and pro. Along with these came those who fancied exotic adventure tales. The Campbell Revolution added a wave of engineering and science professionals, including many who served in military positions. In the wake of World War II, the atom bomb and rocketry, both mainstays of SF, slapped the world in the face and brought a bit of respectability to the field. As science and technology became more mainstream concerns, the audience broadened to include laymen concerned with those fields. The 1950s brought in many, both amateurs and professionals, interested in the soft sciences, psychology, sociology, marketing, and the emerging field of futurism. In the 1960s, coincident with the New Wave, SF attracted a more bohemian counterculture crowd. With beatniks and hippies came also those from the literary and educational worlds, including many college students. Larger numbers of women were attracted to the field, both as consumers and as writers. Movies and TV discovered sci-fi and exposed millions to the field who had not known the magazines and books, including a huge influx of mostly white women. In general, the SF audience skewed even more mainstream. Star Wars, as well as inspiring a generation of SF films and TV shows, broadened the mainstream appeal of SF even further. There's more than a bit of truth in the old joke that says Trekkies is the word for Star Trek fans, whereas the word for Star Wars fans is people. As SF confronted the liberation movements of the 1960s, 1970s, and 1980s, civil rights, feminism, LGBT rights, etc., these marginalized groups began to look for SF that spoke to them. A post-colonial, multicultural population started to want the same. This process accelerated in the following decades, right down to the present day, bringing a generation of SF consumers expecting to see their own experiences mirrored in SF. The SF-heavy movies and TV of the last 2 decades resulted in the so-called triumph of the geeks, in which SF themes have permeated and come to dominate the mainstream. In today's world, one way or another, a large portion of the mainstream audience is the SF audience. What does all this mean for the field of SF, especially written SF? Let's talk about that in the next issue. A Song for a New Day, Sarah Pinsker. Berkeley, 372 pages, $16 trade paperback. iBooks, Kindle, Nook, $9.99 ebook. ISBN 978-1-9848-02583. Genre: dystopian SF, music and SF, near future SF, psychological sociological SF. Here's wunderkind Sarah Pinsker again. She's followed up her stunning collection of short fiction, Sooner or Later Everything Falls into the Sea, reviewed in the September-October 2019 issue, with a novel reminiscent of the late Thomas M. Dish. Loose Cannon was an up-and-coming musical star, with a hit song and a clear path to stardom. That was before. Before the terror attacks, the bioweapons, the riots and killings, before the curfews, the emergency laws against large gatherings, before people retreated into their safe homes, relying more and more on virtual reality to connect with the world. Before, when there were concerts, when musicians could play with one another, when they could perform for happy fans, when an entertainer could dream of a successful career. Now it's after, and Luce lives for the occasional illegal concert, clandestine performances for tiny but passionate audiences. Always an eye on the door, ready to dodge the cops and run. It's not the life she wanted, but it's better than giving up entirely. For Rosemary Laws, before is the nearly forgotten world of her childhood. She works in virtual reality space, assisting customers with ordering their stuff and setting up drone delivery. Safe and antiseptic. No physical contact, no messy interactions. Rosemary's trouble starts with a new job. She's hired to bring her skills to a new arena, arranging concerts in virtual reality. She'll need to find performers, pluck them out of their illegal physical world, and bring their music to homebound millions. But first, she'll have to conquer her fear and do what she's never done before. Leave the house and go out in public. When Rosemary and Luce unite, before and after blend, and they have a new mission, to create through music a world that brings together the best of both. Told in alternating chapters from the viewpoints of Luce and Rosemary, A Song for a New Day is lyrical and compelling. Make sure to block out some free time, because once you start reading, you won't be able to put the book down. Riot Baby. Toki Onyebuki. Tor, 173 pages, $19.99 hardcover. iBooks, Kindle, Nook, $9.99 ebook. ISBN 978-1-2502-14751. Genre: psionics, psychological sociological SF. Toki Onyebuki comes to us from the world of young adult fantasy, where his novel Beasts Made of Night, 2017, won the Alub Nomo Award for Best Speculative Fiction Novel by an African. Crown of Thunder, 2018, was the sequel. Born in Massachusetts and raised in Connecticut, Onyebuki is a graduate of Yale, NYU's Tisch School for the Arts, Columbia Law School, and l'Institut d'études politiques. He has a master's degree in global business law. He has worked in criminal justice, immigration law, and the tech industry. His short fiction and nonfiction has appeared in Asimov's, Uncanny Magazine, Tor.com, and the Harvard Journal of African American Public Policy. But forget all the credentials and impressive background. The most important thing you need to know about Toki Onyebuchi is that he can write. And I mean the Theodore Sturgeon, Octavia Butler, Samuel R. Delany kind of writing that reaches right into your body and takes you by the heart and gonads for the duration. Riot Baby, the first of 2 Onyebuchi books I have for you, is being marketed as a novella. At 173 pages, it's longer than a lot of award-winning novels of the past, so you don't have to fear you're being shortchanged. I suspect that novella is somehow deemed more respectable than short novel. That's all. Kev Jackson was born in the midst of a racial strife, earning him the nickname Riot Baby. Kev and his older sister Ella are a pair of black adolescents trying to navigate the violent urban wasteland of a dystopian near future. Each of them has a thing, a set of paranormal powers that give them some small measure of control over a chaotic, brutal world. Living in Harlem with their mama, Kev tries his best to survive the anger and violence around him, while Ella helps protect him. Then comes the day Kev gets arrested and unjustly thrown in prison. Surrounded by violence, Kev knows that he can't succumb to the ubiquitous hate and anger, or his thing will feed and grow, and the world will burn. Ella visits often, both in person and paranormally. She takes him places, shows him visions of the past and possible futures. And Kev comes to realize that the power to burn down the world is also the power to cleanse it. Reminiscent in many ways of Anthony Burgess's A Clockwork Orange, Riot Baby is an intense story of injustice, anger, and redemption that speaks directly to key divisions in our society today. This isn't just a powerful book, it's an important one. War Girls, Toki Onyebuchi. Razorbill, 450 pages, $18.99 hardcover. iBooks, Kindle, Nook, $10.99 ebook. ISBN 978-0-4514-8167-2. Genre, military SF, post-apocalyptic SF, psychological sociological SF. War Girls is being marketed as a young adult novel, but it stands equally well as an adult book. While not connected to Riot Baby or part of the same universe, War Girls is something of a thematic sequel. In Riot Baby, we stood on the brink of world destruction. War Girls starts in a destroyed world and is all about rebuilding. In 2172, climate catastrophe and nuclear destruction have rendered much of the Earth uninhabitable. The fortunate have escaped to orbital colonies. The unfortunate remain behind, scraping out what existence they can. In Nigeria, civil war rages across radioactive wastelands as the separatists of Biafra struggle to keep their mineral wealth from the corrupt Nigerian government. Great flying robots sow destruction, while ordinary soldiers are bioengineered with cyborg parts to allow them to survive and fight in the hostile battleground environment. A high-tech refugee camp serves to protect former child soldiers and orphans left homeless by the war. There, orphaned Onyi and her sister Ife live a precarious but relatively safe life, until a Nigerian attack destroys their home and separates the girls, sending them to opposing sides. 4 years later, Onyi is one of the most successful soldiers on the rebel side, known as the Demon of Biafra. She lives for revenge. Meanwhile, Ife has become a star student at a tech school in the capital of Nigeria. She hopes to escape to space. Both sisters know that they will never see one another again. Then, a mission gone awry opens the possibility of a reunion. There's hope, a path to peace and freedom, a future together. And to get there, they only have to fight through a war. Mesmerizing and powerful, War Girls is another one you won't be able to put down. Glass and Gardens, Solar Punk Winters. Edited by Serena Ulibarri. World Weaver Press, 305 pages, $15.95 trade paperback. iBooks, Kindle, Nook, 99 cents, ebook. ISBN 978-1-7322-65468-8. Genre, Environmental Ecological SF, Original Anthologies. This is the second Solar Punk anthology. The first was Glass and Gardens Solar Punk Summers, 2018. In case you're not familiar with the term, editor Ulibarri describes solar punk as optimistic climate fiction depicting futures in which we have mitigated the worst effects of climate change or adapted to the changes we can no longer prevent. Rather than total collapse and apocalypse, solar punk futures champion human ingenuity and camaraderie, where we work together to find better days despite the hardships. The first volume focused on extreme hot weather. This one features stories dealing with cold. There are 17 stories by as many authors. You might recognize Analog's own Wendy Nickel, 1230 Bus from the Basics in the May-June 2019 issue, and Holly Schofield, most recently in the January-February 2018 issue with Home on the Free Range. The others are a mix of newcomers and up-and-coming writers. Of particular interest are two Italian collectives, the Commando Jugendstil and Tales from the EV Studio, environmental groups with a concentration on real-world solar punk efforts. The stories range from post-apocalyptic tales to stories of crisis averted, from wilderness to urban life, from disasters to triumphs. In a good theme anthology, authors go off in many different directions. That's certainly true here. In Black Ice City by Andrew Dana Hudson, an annual meeting at the North Pole has to contend with open water. Shel Graves's Set the Ice Free depicts an alien visitor in a lonely city on a largely abandoned Earth. In Snow Globe by Brian Burt, Native American nations have taken refuge in floating cities on the Great Lakes. If you're looking for an optimistic take on climate change, this is the book for you. Lots of fun. Antediluvian. Will McCarthy. Baen, 320 pages, $25 hardcover. iBooks, Kindle, Nook, $9.99, ebook. ISBN 978-1-4814-8431-2. Genre, Prehistoric SF, Trips in Time. Will McCarthy is no stranger to these pages. He last appeared in the May-June 2018 issue with The Last Biker Gang. It's been quite a while since his last novel, To Crush the Moon, 2005. One of McCarthy's strengths is the ability to take wild speculations and ground them in persuasive science and good storytelling. This time around, he doesn't disappoint. In Antediluvian, the wild speculation is the classic idea of ancestral memory. The protagonist, engineer Harv Leonel, theorizes that long strings of undeciphered DNA in the human genome actually encode the memories of all one's ancestors. With appropriate equipment, Harv believes he can extract and experience those memories of past lives. With the help of his girlfriend, paleontologist Tara Mukherjee, Harv constructs the proper gadgets. With himself as test subject, he attaches the device and goes on to fully experience incidents from the life of an ancestor 12,000 years ago. The vision ends and Harv comes to himself in the lab. Then he's off on another trip, this one to 20,000 years ago. Altogether, Harv goes on 4 trips, each successively further into the past. The 4 trips make up the bulk of the book. They're interesting and engaging in a Harry Turtledove, L. Sprague de Camp, Jean Owl way. If you're a fan of prehistoric fiction, you'll definitely enjoy these bits. By the end, Harv is experiencing the life of early hominids on the brink of setting forth for the first time on the world's oceans. Now, there's a quantum theory justification for all this, which raises the issue of quantum entanglement, a way for Harv's present to interact with the past times he visits. And that all has implications for the present. McCarthy brings everything full circle in a satisfying way. Denver Moon, Book 2, The Saint of Mars. Warren Hammond and Joshua Viola. Hex Publishers, 213 pages, $26.99 hardcover, iBooks, Kindle, Nook, $4.99 ebook, ISBN 978-1-7339-1772-8. Series, Denver Moon 2. Genre, Adventure SF, Mars, Noir SF. We last saw Martian Private Eye Denver Moon in Denver Moon, The Mines of Mars, 2018, reviewed in the July-August 2018 issue. Now it's 6 months later, and Mars City is even less pleasant a place to live. Denver and her faithful AI Smith are deep in an investigation of a series of mysterious disappearances from Red Tunnel. It's not as glamorous as her last job, when she saved the planet from alien mind control, but a woman has to eat. Following a suspect, Denver and Smith stumble across a greater problem. Within the Church of Mars, an android revolt is brewing. Not only does this revolt threaten to topple the precarious balance of power in the city, but its leader is an old enemy of Denver's, one who is quite willing to add a personal vendetta to the plot. It's up to Denver and Smith to foil the android's plans and save Mars again. But first, they have to live through the day. Denver Moon is at once an old-school private eye in the Raymond Chandler mode, and a modern SF hero at home with advanced technology. The story is a page-turner, the setting is well detailed, and the action is non-stop. It's a fun thrill ride from beginning to end. The Best of Jerry Pournelle, edited by John F. Carr. Bain, 640 pages, $16 trade paperback, iBooks, Kindle, Nook, $8.99 ebook, ISBN 978-1-9821-24175. Genre, Tribute Anthology. The late Jerry Pournelle was an institution in the field. In his solo work as well as in collaborations, with Larry Niven, Roland J. Green, Michael F. Flynn, and Stephen Barnes, he produced some of the best-selling SF books of all time and left an indelible mark on the field. As writer and editor, Jerry Pournelle had a huge impact on the SF field. As a tech journalist, he was an instrumental part of the personal computer revolution. He served as president of the Science Fiction and Fantasy Writers of America and remained a strong advocate for writers throughout his life. As a founding member of the Citizens Advisory Council on National Space Policy, he promoted support for the space program. Longtime associate John F. Carr has put together a fine tribute anthology in memory of Dr. Pournelle. 17 of Pournelle's short pieces are collected here, a mix of fiction and nonfiction. 4 were written with Larry Niven, and 1 with Niven and Steve Barnes. Many of the stories were first published in Analog in the 1970s. In addition, the anthology includes essays by Larry King, David Gerald, Doug McElwain, Steve Barnes, and Robert Gleason, as well as an introduction by editor Carr. John F. Carr introduces each piece, setting historical context and discussing what aspects of Pournelle's life and work are reflected. All in all, it's a well-done tribute to one of the giants of SF. Across the Universe, Tales of Alternate Beetles. Edited by Michael A. Ventrella and Randy Dawn. Fantastic Books, 300 pages, $15.99 trade paperback. ISBN 978-1-5154-23966. Genre, Original Anthologies. Theme anthologies can be very rewarding for readers. An editor picks a theme, and writers ring their own individual changes on the idea. And readers get an assortment of tales of all kinds. Part of the fun, of course, is following all the unexpected, bizarre directions that a group of SF writers take a concept. Among aficionados, some themes are more fun than others. In general, the more unusual the theme, the better. As editor of 1988's Carmen Miranda's Ghost is Haunting Space Station 3, I know whereof I speak. Thus we have such beloved classics as Great Science Fiction About Doctors, Collier, 1966, the science fiction weight loss book, Crown, 1983, and Alien Pregnant by Elvis, Daw, 1994. On this scale, one has to give major kudos to Michael A. Ventrella and Randy Dawn for Across the Universe, Tales of Alternative Beetles. Perhaps you've never wondered what the world would be like if the Fab Four had been aliens, or magic users, or American. Maybe you've never pondered an alternative universe in which George Harrison couldn't stand sitar music. Don't worry, this anthology has you covered. Here are no less than 25 stories by as many authors. Among the many familiar names are Gregory Benford, Pat Cadigan, Brenda Clough, Keith DeCandido, Gregory Frost, David Gerald, Jody Lynn Nye, Kat Rambo, Spider Robinson, Alan Steele, and Lawrence Watt Evans. They're joined by a dozen others. Each story is more outrageous than the one before. No matter what strange things you've heard about the Beatles, I can guarantee that you've never dreamed half of the outrageous ideas here. Across the Universe was the second successful Kickstarter campaign for Fantastic Books. Over 250 readers pledged more than $8,000 to make the book happen. I don't know about you, but I'll be anxiously awaiting Fantastic's next crowdfunding project. The Chronicles of Davids, edited by David Afshari-Rod. Baen, 288 pages, $16, trade paperback. iBooks, Kindle, Nook, $8.99, ebook. ISBN 978-1-4814-8426-8. Genre, theme anthologies. And then there are theme anthologies so unusual that the only word is outrageous. David Afshari-Rod carries off the top prize for this one. When I first saw the Chronicles of Davids, my first thought was, oh no, they didn't. But oh yes, they most certainly did. I won't keep you in suspense. Just take a look at the list of contributors. David Afshari-Rod, editor. David Mattingly, cover artist. David Drake, David Brin, David Weber, David Boop, Dave Barra, DJ Butler, David Carrico, David B. Coe, Avram Davidson, Hank Davis, Dave Freer, David Hardy, David H. Keller, D.L. Young. Oh, Gregory Benford is in there too, in collaboration with Brin. The final name on the list is Barry N. Maltzberg, with a piece titled An Epilogue, The House of David. Now, the joke would be wasted if the stories weren't good. Fortunately, they're fine. Shape-shifting detectives, sentient tanks, film-writing AIs, freedom fighters. There's plenty here to justify a purchase that you know you can't resist anyway. And now, I do believe I'm out of space. See you next time. Management cares about only one thing: paperwork. They will forgive almost anything else: cost overruns, gross incompetence, criminal indictments, as long as the paperwork's filled out properly. And in on time. Connie Willis, Bellwether. Brass Tacks. Reading time 9 minutes. Dear Mr. Quattry, just prior to writing this letter, I observed a utility crew to protect power lines trimming trees. A low-intensity engineering solution. But consider that the town of Paradise, California, Campfire 2018, was destroyed by a wildfire evidently resulting from a problem with power lines. That triggered me to think of the implications concerning the continued approach of always proposing ever greater engineering solutions to solve the environmental problems resulting from the needs of humans for food, energy, and living space. Ms. De La Rocha correctly identifies the need for solutions to serve today's 7.7 billion people. The population of the world is still growing. In June 2019, the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs projected a possible population peak of nearly 11 billion around 2100. Note 1. https://www.un.org/development/DESA/news/population/population-world-population-2019.html. End of note. My intent is not to be a Luddite condemning possible engineering solutions for resolving environmental concerns, but to highlight factors that should be considered when developing complex massive engineering solutions. First, engineering solutions can have unintended consequences. Second, engineering solutions will fail at some time. Given a large population dependent on those engineering solutions, the failure of an engineering solution can be quite catastrophic, such as the failure of the Fukushima reactor. Third, one of the more important aspects is that engineering solutions do have significant socioeconomic impacts that tend to be overlooked. The principal one, NIMBY, not in my backyard. Given today's litigious society, many engineering projects, no matter how beneficial, may simply die in court. There is a natural and cheaper solution that would not require massive, expensive geoengineering intervention. That would be population management, which is unfortunately not viewed in a positive manner. Anyway, as it stands now, world population is expected to peak around 2100, and any population management proposal would not have an appreciable effect on that outcome. Nevertheless, population management should still be considered as a possible option. Sincerely, Stephen Reines. Dear Editor, in Pecan Pie at Minnie and Earl's in the September-October 2019 issue, should buffoonery on the lunar service actually read lunar surface? Thanks. Great story. David Crafts, Lexington, Massachusetts. Eek, indeed you are correct. Dear Mr. Quattrey, I found the Thoughts and Prayers section of your editorial, Odds and Ends 1, November-December 2019, odd and ill-informed. I couldn't quite tell which side of what issue you were expounding. Perhaps it would simplify things if you were to start blaming gun owners for mass shootings the same way that Trump associates immigrants with crime and Muslims with terrorism. Then you could run against Biden and O'Rourke for president. As for restrictions on anything, you might note that prohibition worked so well on alcohol that it still kills over twice as many people as firearms. And every bigot is reasonable. Just ask one. As for diagnosing mass shootings, why not try the 5 Whys from The Lean Startup by Eric Ries? Look a bit deeper, why don't you, than the number of rounds in a magazine. How many mass shootings would we still be having if our legal system could reliably give us justice when we ask for it? Consider these things, please. 1. Outside of our public and well-potted defenders, no lawyer has to take any case, especially not from someone who can't pay up to 30 times one's income for the lawyer's services. 2. People who file cases without lawyers fail about 90% of the time, quite often on mere procedural errors. 3. Our justice system still holds the junk science of eugenics, Buck v. Bell, 1927, never overturned, as the stare decisis law of the land. It informs mental health law to this day. Considering its deep intellectual roots in the Dred Scott decision, how can racism ever die, much less the ignorance, bigotry, and hatred that fuels mass shootings? On the last item, here's some not-so-light reading for you. https://www.academia.edu/FOUR_PRINCIPLES/years_of_eugenic_bigotry_in_, underscore U.S. underscore supreme underscore court underscore decisions underscore supporting underscore involuntary underscore slavery underscore sterilization underscore and underscore commitment. But setting the author's poor skills aside, it's a tough and grim read. I don't think you're quite far enough past puberty for it. Ignorance, as they say, is bliss, and a fantastic fuel for certitude. Don Baker, Tulsa, Oklahoma. I suppose I could blame gun owners, but that would be a bit silly, not least because I'm a gun owner myself. And as I said, I'm about as afraid of mass shootings as I am of terrorist attacks, which, even for someone who was in downtown Manhattan on 9/11, is not very much at all. They're both statistically extremely rare, particularly in the U.S. when it comes to terrorism, though the amount of mass shootings is increasing. Of the 167 incidents researchers logged since 1966 using the FBI's criteria for mass murder, 20% have occurred in the last 5 years, and half since 2000. https://www.vice.com/en_us/article/A35MYA/nearly-have-have-have-since-have-in-have-have-had-have-common. But I do think it's telling that we consider one to be enough of a problem to have spent an estimated $6 trillion over 20 years on it, and the other, well, even if it's impossible to prevent mass shootings entirely, it is possible to make them less deadly through some pretty common-sense means. I'm confident that the vast majority of analog readers understand that improving a technology also improves its capacity for misuse. So it's worth considering whether the theoretical purpose for that technology, like, say, resisting a tyrannical government complete with $686.1 billion armed forces budget, seems likely enough to warrant its continual and increasingly lethal misuse in the meantime. But more to your specific points, the idea that it's either complete prohibition on one hand or unfettered access to any and all firearms at any time is a false dichotomy, and a good example of why the debate is in its current state. And as someone who, a very long time ago, briefly studied criminology with the goal of becoming a LEO in mind, I both agree with many of your complaints about the legal system and fail to see their relevance here. I assure you, mass shootings are not an unexamined or poorly understood topic among professionals. I have striven not to laugh at human actions, not to weep at them, not to hate them, but to understand them. Baruch Spinoza. Upcoming events. Anthony Lewis. Reading time 4 minutes. Note: membership rates and other details often change after we have gone to press. In addition, most conventions have age-based membership rates in advance and at the door. There also may be rates for single days. Check the websites for the most recent information. 13 to 16 March 2020. Costume Con 38. SF Fantasy Plus Costuming Conference at l'Hôtel Bonaventure, Montreal, Quebec. Theme: Autre-temps, autrement. Info: http://costumecon38.org/en/home/ admin@costumecon38.org. 3 to 5 April 2020, Heliosphere, NYC Area SF Conference at Doubletree by Hilton, Tarrytown, New York. Guests of honor: Claudia Christian, Morgan Grant Buchanan, Peter David, Kathleen O'Shea David. Info: http://www.heliosphereny.org/. 10 to 12 April 2020, MiniCon 55, Twin Cities, Minnesota SF Conference at Doubletree Park Place, St. Louis Park, Minnesota. Guests of honor: Joe Walton, Elise Matheson. Info: https://mnstf.org/minicon55/. Lake Street Station, P.O. Box 8297, Minneapolis, Minnesota 55408-0297. 17 to 19 April 2020, Constellation 11, Lincoln, Nebraska SF Conference at Cornhusker Hotel, Lincoln, Nebraska. Author Guest of Honor Max Gladstone. Artist Guest of Honor Bob Hall. Toastmaster Becky Potter. Info constellationni.net. P.O. Box 84324, Lincoln, Nebraska 68501-4324. 20 to 23 August 2020, NASFIC 2020, North American SF Convention at Sheraton Columbus Hotel, Columbus, Ohio. Guests of Honor, authors Brian Herbert and Kevin J. Anderson, artist Stephanie Law, editor Christopher J. Garcia, science Mark Millis, NASA, fans Sue and Steve Francis, 1632 Minicon guest Eric Flint. Info http://columbus2020nasfic.org/. 29 July to 2 August 2020, Con Zealand, 78th World Science Fiction Convention at TSB Arena and Shed 6, Intercontinental Hotel, Michael Fowler Center, Wellington, Aotearoa, New Zealand. Author Guests of Honor, Mercedes Lackey and Larry Dixon. New Zealand Artist Guest of Honor, Greg Broadmoor. Fan Guest of Honor, Rose Mitchell. Toastmaster, George R. Martin. This is the SF Universe's annual get-together. Professionals and readers from all over the world will be in attendance. Talks, panels, films, fancy dress competition, the works. Nominate and vote for the Hugos. Info https://conzealand.nz/. Running a convention? If your convention has a telephone or fax number, email address, or web page, please let us know so that we can publish this information. We must have your information in hand 6 months before. Attending a convention? When calling conventions for information, do not call collect and do not call too late in the evening. It is best to include a SASE when requesting information. Include an international reply coupon if the convention is in a different country. End of Analog Science Fiction and Fact, Astounding, for March-April 2020. Recorded in the studios of Talking Book Publishers Incorporated for the Library of Congress, March 2020. Published by Dell Magazines, a division of Crosstown Publications, 6 Prowett Street, Norwalk, Connecticut, 06855. Further reproduction or distribution in other than an accessible format is prohibited. If you experienced any difficulty with your copy of this magazine, please specify the problem on a postcard or letter addressed to Materials Development Division, National Library Service for the Blind and Print Disabled, Washington, D.C., 20542, or send an email message to qas@loc.gov.
End of book.